Welcome, welcome to yesterday. I think day one was a good start, and we had good interaction. And I'm very pleased that the participants also took a lot of interest and I mean, did interact and put their questions. So please continue with that, and that's the purpose of a workshop. It's not a one way, and we ourselves need to get a lot of inputs from you and learn from you also. Uh, Before we call today's speaker, first speaker, I wanted to take a couple of minutes of yours. Uh, you must have accessed our UDA digest by now, and I would draw your attention to one of the papers that we have uploaded recently, Strategic Security at 100. Uh, when I say strategic security, there is another paper, Bharat at 100. But that's not India at 100, it's Bharat at 100. There is a specific meaning to that. I would like all of you to have a look at that paper as well. But to this particular audience, strategic security at 100 has a certain meaning because it covers two things. One is it is not completely external security centric, it also looks at internal security because we have a mix of uh, participants from, people who are responsible for internal security also. So I've tried to cover that ground as well in this paper. The second is when I say strategic security at 100, I'm not looking on a very focused India centric paper because when I say at 100, I think the entire Indian Ocean, most of the country got freedom at that time. So it is a journey that we have covered. So this is a more of a region centric paper, not a nation centric paper. So please look at it from that lens. And I think this would be one of the key theme papers for this workshop. So please do have a look. And as I had requested on the last day, we are going to have comments from all of you, each one of you. So you're free to choose anything of your choice. It could be something that you are facing on a day-to-day basis in your operational area. And we assure you that it will be Chatham House. It will not be circulated in open source. I mean, it is an internal discussion. I mean, the one which comes from you will be not circulated in media or in open. So that is definitely something, we would like to assure you. So you can speak freely. Idea is to learn from you, and whatever we do in future will have a bearing on what we get from you. So this is one paper I would like all of you to please go through. You have all the links available to you. Please have a look and make sure that you go through it. I mean, it's not that you need to go through it right now, but in your own time. Next, put that. Now, before I invite Commodore Vasan sir, I would like to flash this particular slide to you. Now, what do you read out of this? This is a map of China, and this is a map for water. Now, those couple of red lines that you see, now Beijing, Tianjin, these are some of the key cities of China. And that red line, the first one, which is going, the central route, going 1,267 kilometers of water tunnel. They have built this water tunnel. They are pumping water to that kind of a distance. This is another one where you see water is being pumped, 1156. And these are some of the planned western is they are planning to divert the Brahmaputra river. Now, our Prime Minister also made a statement that blood and water cannot flow together. But see, it's a very big statement. But do you think river water can be, it's a tap or it's a switch that you can just switch off and it will stop? It doesn't work like that. There's a massive amount of capacity building that is required to be done. And that is something we all need to understand. China has built dams and they are in the process of building far more dams to divert the water. Now, see, many people give all kinds of arguments. When the Brahmaputra enters India, it's a Sangpo river that enters India, it discharges 570 BCQ of water at that point. Now, it is not the monsoon time that we are talking about. We have to look at what happens in the dry season. So there is a place in Guwahati called Pandu. If you see in the absolute dry season, the water comes down to about 60 BCQ there. Now, with all of climate change discussion that we have, with all of what China is doing, see what I want to, the second part I want you to notice is this, what it calls is, come in, please come in. This area is completely dry region. The region that you see here. The region in the yellow is semi-dry region. Can you see the extent of dry and semi-dry region that China is facing? So what I'm trying to tell you is the requirement, intention and capability, China is high on each of those scales. When I say intention, when they are suffering so much of water crisis, don't you think they are highly motivated to do what is required to be done? The second is their capability. See, if they can build these kind of 1200, 1500 kilometer kind of water tunnels. Today, tunneling technology or, building all this is not such a big deal. And they have the resources for it. So neither in terms of intention nor in terms of capability, they lack anything. So if you are on top of the game like this, don't you think you will do what is required in your interest? So what is our preparedness or what is our understanding of the situation and how are we trying to deal with it is something we need to look at ourselves. So I just want to leave you with this thought because they've already built 4 dams and there is much more being planned. Even near the Great Bend also, there are dams now being planned. And the worry is that they are likely to divert water to the north, where there is so much desertification is the word people are using. Complete desertification of the north. And they have a serious crisis at their hand. And obviously, they want to be a global power. If they have to be number one or whatever they are aspiring, water becomes a massive requirement. Now, when we talk about Pakistan also, there are some serious water issues which is going to pull them down further from where they are today. So we have to really understand water security in a very, very different dimension. I'm not going into the details of it because today is not my slot to speak. Vasan sir is a China expert, so I just thought I'll just inject something, but sir has already planned his own, presentation for all of you. But I just wanted to start this and welcome sir to take on. We always request the introduce themselves. Vasan sir, I request.
May I start, sir? It's a naval tradition where we always seek the permission of the senior-most officer. And it's been a great pleasure for me personally to have met Admiral Verma after so many decades. I think the last time we met was somewhere in the Naval War College when we did the Senior Officer Study Program. And again, a great honor and pleasure to be here, Arnab, and thanks for the invitation. And I've enjoyed the sessions yesterday, and we've known about your work, and that's phenomenal. And what you and your team are trying to do is something that's of great national significance and also international significance in terms of what we can do at sea. Yeah, we can do this as it is. So Nishta, who is been coordinating my visit, where is she? She's here. So she was asking me yesterday, so what is the content? How are you making your presentation? What is the format? I said, don't worry, I normally decide it on the day of my presentation. So, so I understand we have about 1.5 hours between now and, so tentatively what I propose to do is I would like to leave about 30 minutes for interactive sessions, because I know there will be a lot of questions at the end of my presentation. The first 20-25 minutes, that's Shreya, is it? Okay, now please warn me at 25 minutes, because that's when my slides will start. So up to 25 minutes, it will be more of what I have observed yesterday and what my own responses are in terms of the larger canvas of strategic security scenario that we have today, because that's the focus that you have assigned me. So I'd like to look at that and then move on to this, which is more specific in nature in terms of the strategy security challenges and assessment of impact dynamics and India's options. So this will be on the strategic plane and not necessarily entirely about the water wars that are now brought your attention to. It's very important because that's what is going to be the future. You already seen that people in Bangalore are so worried. There's no rains, and they're going down to 1,000 feet and not finding any water. So that is what is the challenge ahead of us. Now coming to the situation, let's recap and see what all has happened in the last, let's say, 2 or 3 years after the Galwan. So Galwan was a major watershed event for us in terms of bilateral relations. The standoff is still ongoing. We have 60,000 on either side of the LAC, looking eye in the eye, as they say. And 29 meetings have taken place. The army friends and the men in uniform would have closely monitored, and those have yielded no results. That's a harsh reality. You also would have noticed the statements made yesterday, a day before, by the Prime Minister about how it's one of the topmost priority to resolve these outstanding bilateral border issues. So that's a focus. But Chinese are not interested in doing this. Having seen them very closely and having visited them very recently last year in November, there is no intention on their side to resolve this issue, because it's a pressure point that they can apply at will. This is how they use it. Under the famous, everybody uses the term salami slicing, but that is real. It is not just along the land borders, which are also in the South China Sea. There is constant incursion. There is the use of military militia. They are taking them in full force. They're interfering with the traditional fishing rights of their neighbors, Philippines, Indonesia, Vietnam, Brunei, every one of them. I can't have so many enemies, right? But they have chosen to keep these enemies. And they also, I will discuss some of this later also in my formal presentation. But I thought I'll set the landscape of the strategy security environment that we face today. So as far as the LAC is there, it's ongoing. And we had two more recent incidents. One is, of course, the Russia-Ukraine, which threw up many challenges in terms of food and energy security. Yesterday, we heard one of the speakers talk about the fact that it's only then you realize that it's Ukraine that's giving you all this oil, sunflower oil, right? And then, but luckily again, this has also tested the political wisdom of this country and its maturity. So I think we come out very well on this, because luckily for us, we have an external affairs minister who's highly competent, witty, and smart. So, all the responses have, perhaps shown to the rest of the world that, it's a different India that you're dealing with. Because, every time, has this wonderful habit of turning the tables on them by quoting facts and figures. None of them can be disputed. So this is a new India that we are looking at, and we should all be happy that we are part of this new India. So the Russia-Ukraine, yesterday I think it was Arnab, you said it's all about securing the seas and access to the seas. That's important. That's why Russia-Ukraine war is important. Of course, there are other dimensions related to the Russia's concern about NATO being pushed to the threshold, bringing them closer to this, because various treaties earlier on between Russia and Ukraine clearly said that they will not be part of the NATO. So these are some new equations that have led to that impasse there. So let's move closer home, the Gaza Strip. Where again you have seen that that's going out of hand. Now the last week's attack by Iran, of course there are two sides of why Iran did this. Is it that it has intentions of getting in there? Or is it was more like a cautionary kind of a thing to say that, look, we also can get in. So US and NATO alliances, watch out, don't come in. So, so there are different interpretations of what happened last week as far as the Iran stepping in. And, and also indirectly, it's always been supporting the Houthis. And those missile attacks, again, come back to what is happening in the maritime domain. And there you saw that there is a new form of warfare in the maritime domain. And that is related to the use of drones, swarm of drones. The Houthis have succeeded in carrying out attacks on merchant shipping. Strait of Hormuz is not safe anymore. Merchant ships, warships, anybody who passes through these at the risk, reminding you of what happened during the Iran-Iraq war, where missiles used to hit at. And we lost one of our naval officers, and you would remember, who had gone in command of a ship and the missile hit. And, I think he lost his life. So, so this is the danger that there is, and therefore, yesterday, I think it was Ambassador Gautam Bambawale, who's a close friend of mine, who brought out the importance of India sustaining its GDP growth. He said, unless you can maintain 9-10% of growth, for next 20, 30 years, will not be able to bridge the economic differential. That's the term that he used. So if you're at 4 trillion, about to become 5 trillion, and and still cannot catch up with China or USA. China is at $18 trillion. And if you have these impediments coming in, how do you sustain your GDP growth? That is a challenge for us. So, this is where you need to be aware of the strategic security challenges that are on us. We were able to manage the energy crisis by dealing with Russia and telling the West that don't try and preach when our requirement is hardly anything compared to what you have. Importing. They continue to import, whether it's Germany or Europe, they continue to import energy products from there, particularly gas, which is required to keep their houses warm. So, we've been able to overcome that. It also helped in stabilizing the international oil prices. You had 25 minutes. Hey man, keep your watch on. 25 minutes, you have to remind me. Otherwise, I don't want to overshoot. Right. So we are able to manage this dimension of the energy security dilemma. And luckily for us, even our own, the production of coal and all that, despite our commitments to the green earth, carbon house emissions and all that is being managed better. There are new initiatives of the EV, and I think the Niti Aayog and others take a lot of pride in saying that we have turned around in terms of using renewable energy, nuclear energy. And so these initiatives are supposed to, but all this will not hold if you have a war thrust upon you by China, that's in our neighborhood, or if there is a major war because of the stepping up of the offensive in the Gulf. So we're talking about Iran getting in, US, NATO, and there's an election year. There's an election year everywhere. So you don't know which political figure is sitting on a trigger. And, is compelled to use this. Netanyahu is the same thing, it's Biden, it's the same thing, and in India, luckily, more or less, the election fever is still on, and, it's thrown up. But there may not be any surprises, is the present indication, as far as the election results are concerned. So that would provide a certain amount of stability in terms of pursuing the policies that the government of India has adopted. And we're still trying to do this balancing act in terms of international relations. We have succeeded, but there are inimical forces, as you are aware, who will not want India to succeed. For that matter, everybody talks about the deep state, which is always at work. And in terms of it's the wars that keep the military industrial complex going in America, West, and even Russia, for that matter, anywhere, because that's what provides jobs to millions of people. And that thrives on war or a threat of war. And so, this is what we need to be conscious of. So, not that you're in the position to avoid war. No, it's all right for Prime Minister Modi to have said this is not an era of war. Good statement. But how do you make this happen? Who's willing to get into a dialogue mode? So there are these serious complexities we must understand. And, then related to what is happening in the underwater domain. So it is not, in watertight silos. Whatever is happening, is happening. Majority of this is happening in the in the water bodies, in the rivers. Our BSF friends who are here would know the kind of complexities that are there, whether it is in the Circle area or in the Sundarbans on the other coast. So, there is phenomenal amount of challenges in terms of illegal immigration, cattle smuggling, drug, women trafficking. This is happening. So, and finally, it's all happening in the medium of water. And therefore, we need to understand this medium that supports, sustains life, enables connectivity between continents. For centuries, it's not that, suddenly India became a maritime power. We always been a maritime power. It's just that we lost moorings somewhere. And, we became a continental power, started looking at the north instead of south. In many of the presentations that were made earlier, I must thank Admiral Roy, late Admiral Roy. He was commanding INS Vikrant at that time when I was on board in an embarked squadron, Alizés. And we made our trip to Iran, Bandar Abbas, Kuwait. And that time, we carried the press. No internet, no telephones. The only thing access that you had was newspapers. And the press was carried on board. And this was on the quarterdeck of Vikrant. Quarterdeck is the rearmost portion of a ship. And we were there, and there was a press briefing by the captain. He was Captain Roy at that time. He's the one who has been credited with the ATV project, which Admiral Verma had been looking after. So there was a map. There were no projections, nothing, and there was a big, huge map of India and the Indian Ocean, and it was turned upside down, and it was kept there. And so it was intentional by the captain, but his staff officer didn't know. So he came, the press was all assembled. He said, "Who's put it like this?" So he promptly turned it the other way around and put it in the normal fashion like this. Right. And the captain walked in, and he was about to start the press briefing. And he looked at the map. Said, "Who's turned it the other way around?" The staff officer said, "So it was in the wrong place." No, it was in the right place. Get a maritime orientation right. So when you turn it the other way around, you'll see that you have that vast expanse of the Indian Ocean region, which is bifurcated into the Bay of Bengal on one side and the Arabian Sea on the other side. And with your flanks on the eastern and western side. I'm referring to the Andaman Nicobar. Some of you are come from Andaman Nicobar. That is your forward post. So when you put the map, that means you must get your orientation right. Whether you're doing your research, whether you're doing something else, get your research orientation right. So this is what that. Then he explained the importance of the oceans. And he was the first one who started the Society for Indian Ocean Studies. So, obviously an admiral with a vision who looked at the maritime domain in a manner that it would contribute to the growth of this country, the prosperity of this country, and of course, security of this country. So on this, many of these quotations are always, put out in these presentations to say that it was Admiral Par Mahan who said, whoever holds the key to the Indian Ocean holds the key to the future, etc. But our own Sardar Panikkar, was written extensively, had similar views about how it is whoever controls the Indian Ocean who control the happenings in the world. So that is happening today. So everybody tells you that 21st century is a century of the seas. And we also now started saying it's also the century of India. Rightfully so, because there are so many of these credentials, and which has enabled us to be on top of the game, and we are doing that. So, what are the other challenges which are there in terms of the strategy security challenges? No, we made a reference to our own LAC. We have made a reference to the Russia-Ukraine war. I also made a reference to the happenings which are happening in the Gaza Strip. What you should not forget is that, remember, when the Strait of Hormuz was threatened, the complete traffic had to go around Africa. You can imagine if all the traffic has to come from Europe, rounding the Cape of Good Hope, and coming here, there is 10 to 12 days of delay. Number one, it's added to the cost of transportation. Number two, it's added to the cost of insurance. So who's going to bear this cost? Obviously, the transporter will pass it on to the customers. And then therefore it will, have this vicious cycle of increased transportation cost, insurance costs, passing it on to the customers, and therefore your GDP would be affected. You see the correlation. So, you got to be really conscious of the interlinkages that there are as far as what is happening in the sea and how it affects our own well-being and the trajectory that we have chosen to follow and in the coming decades. Now, let's bring back the elephant in the room or the dragon in the room. Everybody refers to China as a dragon in the room or an elephant in the room. I don't know why they call it an elephant in the room. We are the elephant, right? So let's call it the dragon in the room and start slaying them, right, one after the other. Now, as far as China is concerned, it has realized the limitation of being a continental power. And on the 13th to the 13th century, it was the Ming dynasty which had realized the importance of the seas. And, we had voyages of Admiral Zheng He, and with the Ming dynasty going down, so did their maritime power. But it's only later, after they got their own independence and the Communist Party was formed in 1949, 1950, they started looking at the components of sea power. And their think tanks were tasked with studying Alfred Mahan. More importantly, how did America become the great power that it is? Because their ideal was America. Even today, in many cases, it's America that holds the torch for them. So they wanted to achieve the same kind of status and challenge the supremacy of USA. And that they said will not happen just with missiles and technology or an industrial power, but it will happen with the constitution of maritime power, which is when they started investing heavily in shipbuilding, ship repairs, port modernization, and all the components of blue economy. One of your slides showed about blue economy initiatives. All the components of blue economy is what will help when you invest wisely in these sectors. And that's when you can realize what we call a comprehensive maritime power. And the comprehensive maritime power is not about the Navy and the Coast Guard and the Coastal Security Group. It's more about these other dimensions of how you harness the seas. In our case, we are blessed with geography. We must reiterate that, with the kind of access to sea. Yesterday, one of the speaker spoke about the 70, 80, 90, which is again quoted quite often. Again, highlights the importance of the seas. So, unless you are able to invest in the components of comprehensive maritime power, it will not be a maritime power. It's not about just having a wonderful navy. It's not just about having nuclear submarines, but to develop simultaneously the port capacity, the modernization of ports, the fishing fleets who are going exclusive economic zone to the high seas. Our fishermen are happy, poaching in Pakistan's waters or in Sri Lanka waters, which is not the right thing to do. No, so they need to be encouraged to take to the deep seas. Traditionally, we always complained that it's only in the Indian Ocean exclusive economic zone that fish die of old age, but nobody catches them. So, this is again been often just to highlight the kind of inability of the government and the stakeholders to invest in this process of deep sea vessels. Multi-day shipping is what we call. 50 years ago, you saw these Japanese vessels and all that coming here having canning factories on board. They fished there, they canned it, landed the product, and went back to sea. That culture is not there. So, these are some of the things that are of great importance to us when you are trying to develop the components of maritime power. And I must bring it back to the focus on the UDA. The UDA is related to all this. Because if you are now trying to prevent China from coming here, no, remember, the China, before he comes into the Indian Ocean region, has to traverse 8 to 10 days. So there is a huge logistic chain which is vulnerable. And add to that, the Tri-Services Command in Andaman Nicobar, you made it difficult for them because they cannot come here without being detected, number one. Number two, the logistic chain is so long that it is vulnerable, which is why they're looking for bases. I'll cover some of that later. But the point here is that if you want to become a maritime power, you need bases. And in their white paper, They brought out a white paper. I would recommend that you all read this. It came out very clearly as to what their ambitions are and how they would look to be a eminent maritime power by addressing the issues of the far seas. The far seas. They're not looking at the near seas. The near seas, they're already able to contain to certain extent the happenings there. They already claim the entire area of the South China Sea under the 9 dash line or the 10 dash line or the 11 dash line. Now, depending on the cartographic interpretation that they make here and there. But that is what has led to many disputes, because it's all about the expected availability of some 3 trillion cubic meters of gas in South China Sea, and also the fact that the fish wealth there would sustain uh, some of the food requirement of this fish eating population in that region. And now I'm talking about East Asia, Southeast Asia, etc., where there's a major source of protein for them. So China has therefore started investing not only in the other components which I mentioned earlier about shipbuilding, ship repair, modernization of ports. When you look at the list of the most modern ports in the world, and you will find uh, not many. In fact, I think must be only one which must be in the list of 100 or 50. So this is where the focus has not been right. Okay, you may have your own aircraft carrier. You may have the Project 15 Alpha. You may have the Project 75. We have our own nuclear submarines. But parallel development as far as the merchant marine or those kind of the infrastructure which is required, the ecosystem that's required for sustaining maritime growth is non-existent. So this is what they have realized long ago, and the white paper made it very clear as to how they would like to be a relevant maritime power in the far seas, which explains why they came to Djibouti. Djibouti is the naval base. So in the naval base at Djibouti, they realized that I cannot sustain a PLA Navy component even for anti-piracy patrols unless it's supported by a tanker, a supply vessel, or do you find a base? So they looked at both options. Hambantota, turnaround port, they have it for 99 years. And last week you would have seen the report that something like $4.5 billion is being invested in Sri Lanka and Hambantota for a refinery. Them. And there's another report which says that it will be another transshipment hub like Sri Lanka, like Colombo. We already have Colombo port city which they invest. So what it does is that the recipient nation such as Sri Lanka, which is small, would be under continuous obligation. Remember what happened when they brought in the research vessel. There have been series of them coming in. XYZ, XY Yang, XY Zhang, XY whatever. I call them XYZ ships. So they've been coming regularly. Why do they come here? They are dual purpose research vessels. They are telemetric equipment. You have seen those photographs. And so they have the ability to, they have telemetric equipment. Every time when you issue a NOTAM, which is compulsory, that before a missile launch or a space launch, you are supposed to warn people that you are doing in such a window and keep out of this area because the debris may fall or there could be some. So every time you issue a NOTAM, it is an invitation for them to come and be here. So they come and maneuver around Sri Lanka because of the kind of relations that we have, because of some of the arm twisting that was done. We were able to have a moratorium issued by no, thank you. Issued by Sri Lanka to say that we will not allow research vessel from any country to be. Thank you so much. And to be with, I know here. So remember, we cannot have a 24/7 surveillance. 24, wow. All right, doesn't matter. 5 minutes grace given. No, I'm not very rigid about this. It doesn't matter because of some of the things that I'm touting here. Maybe I can skip when I thought it in the main place. Thank you, sir. No, I respect that because I need to know where to cut and what to improve and what to perhaps add emphasis on.
The big thing is yet to come. So
Yeah.
that is why just
No, I'll keep saying that the big thing will come and finally we will be the tea. All right. Right. So to come back to where I left, the point is very simple that China would like to overcome these limitations of distance, which I always refer to as one tyranny of distance. Is a tyranny of distance as far as China's, or a geographic challenge. So it's trying to overcome this by acquiring bases. Godar is already in its pocket, but there are serious issues related to the kind of Baluchi activities there, the kind of attacks that have taken place, in what is called as, Arnab knows that I always refer to CPEC as CPOKEC. It is not China-Pakistan Economic Corridor. I would urge all the researchers to ensure that they use the term China-UK Economic Corridor. Because if you call it China-Pakistan Economic Corridor, you already given it away on a platter to him, saying, ये तेरा है, इसका नहीं है, ये हमारा है. So to say, ये जहाँ occupation हुआ है, उसका बात कर रहे हैं. So, therefore, we need to be careful about terminology. Terminology is important for researchers. So, we need to continue to call it as China-POK Economic Corridor, not CPEC, as they refer to. Remember, even China offered to change this name once because of our objection. So China has tried to overcome these issues of dependence on its own long chains by acquiring military base in Djibouti, interacting with countries there, and now Maldives is in their pocket. We can take up during the question. The point is that we discussed some of this yesterday in a private conversation. A point is that remember there's a cycle that's there. Earlier on, when pro-China Yamin came into power, he kicked out GMR. He kicked out a lot of people there, but the assets which were there were remained. But this time is worse. So the first promise that he made was that he'll kick out the military people. The assets are still there. The helicopter and the Down Air are still there. So, so there are difficult times in terms of neighborly relations, but when Maldives realizes the importance of geography, and therefore again they'll come back to you in some form or another, but that's something that is to be managed by the political establishment. Because you can change whatever leadership or political parties that are there, but you can't change geography. So which is what everybody tells you. You can't change it in even respect of China. Unfortunately, China changed the geography in its favor by occupying Tibet, which we allowed. Is a different matter altogether. So, coming back to this again, bringing about the correlation with the underwater domain awareness. So, how are you going to be capable, efficient in terms of managing your own waters? So this is where understanding the entire domain, just not that, no, there's been a lot of emphasis on maritime domain awareness. We've done fairly well in terms of bringing on board many of these partner countries. They all are working in IMAC, in Gurugram, and all the surface picture is being made available. But there's hardly any input in terms of submarine operations or in terms of your research vessels, etc., which are launching their autonomous vehicles at will. If he launches at 250 nautical miles from India, which is outside your EEZ, how do you control it? Of course, we've always made it a point to keep these assets under surveillance by using our own drones and P8Is, which is the aircraft which is launched from both coasts. So, yesterday I think we had a lot of discussions on not just understanding the oceans as such, because as was brought out, the ocean bed, the gradients, the salinity, the bathymetric conditions, whatever you want to call it, are all very different in the Bay of Bengal and also in the Arabian Sea. And also next to the islands, Andaman Nicobar, again it will be very different because of the depth profile, number one, because of the lack of activity. And so there are different factors which we need to understand in terms of how the quality of sound is affected finally. Because that's what we all are worried about. How does, and is it the only source? Of course, there are alternate ways of trying to detect, underwater presence, submarine presence, but those are all limited. I know everybody spoke about the green laser for, 40, 50 years. Yeah, and they'll continue to talk. So, but it's still not penetrated beyond a point. So sound is the only answer, therefore, as important. But another important point, which is not part of my talk, is more to understand what is happening in the Sir Creek area, because there again it's the delimitation of the exclusive economic zone that will be affected depending on how you assign the median line, and that's why both sides are fighting. Because if you push it east, eastwards, then we have more area to ourselves. And if you push it west, then they have more area. So that is the game that's going on, and so that's something we should. So therefore, you need to be. Yesterday, this question came up about tides, about how we are not able to perhaps operate our vessels or autonomous vessels in those areas because. But there's a different question altogether. But the point is, we need to be able to understand how does the water flow in a particular season. How does it change the sedimentation? How does the depth profile change? So all these are things that is to be done along with the people out there. The BSF people would need to have a constant team from NIOT, and even NAP's team should be sitting there, perhaps helping them out in trying to assess what would be of help to India in terms of your delimitation. Some of this would help, because it's all about knowing. So only when you know what is there can you be in a position to identify and resolve those issues. Right, young man, you are ready with the slide.
25 minutes is just over.
Yeah. So you please readjust your watch accordingly. Right. There may be a certain amount of repetition in what I said, because I normally don't like to use slides, honestly. I prefer talking without slides, but I think some of these are important because diagrams, I cannot make you see a diagram. Where is your laser? Yeah. Okay. I think you all are very familiar with this, particularly with the chart that Commander Arnab showed me yesterday, and it's also on their websites. It's important to understand that, because what you see over here is a geography. You can't change this at all. And these points, I'll come back to this. These are those choke points which you are looking at. And like I said, because there are a lot of slocks which I'll show you later. Slocks are sea lines of communication. It's not today. For centuries, India has had relations with Middle East, with Far East, and Far West. Okay, so including to Rome, we have had dealings with them. And of course, in many of the forums, there is increasing tendency to say that Shivaji is the father. Sorry, it is not Shivaji. It is Chola. So I would like people to remember that it is not Shivaji. Shivaji is a political statement. Okay, so but the reality is that it was a Chola empire. They would spread their wings. And whatever influence you see in Southeast Asia today is thanks to that kingdom which was there. And also the Srivijaya Empire, which was there in the 13th, had a complete Hindu dominance and influence. So we should not rewrite history to serve a political cause.
We say, they don't realize that Chula is also was also military.
Yes, yes.
They say, yeah, that's pretty noble and great. When it's the case of fighting
No, it's an interpretation of how you say. Yeah, fair enough. No, but I think you should not now distort history. We should recognize. No, that means you had seafaring nations. We went beyond. Why? Yeah, Bali Yatra. How did Bali Yatra come about? Even today, I was in Orissa, and on that Kartik Purnima day, they let those boats in the Mahanadi River. Swarup will know about it. So so therefore,
He's one.
yes.
He still follow me.
Yeah. So no, it's all right. No, it's a question of interpretation. And where do you want to start your history from? You can always say, I choose to start my maritime history from Shivaji days. But I would not like to acknowledge what is there, which happened.
Then we should go to the local.
Of course. Yeah. But no, talking about the navies. That was shipbuilding capacity, ship repair capacity. Right. Anyway, we will not get into politics. Yeah. Okay. So, next. Next. Right. So, this is, after all, when we call it, everybody tells you it is the only ocean named after a country. So, if that is so, let's understand a little more. Next. Yeah. This is the third largest ocean. Centrality, you can read this. Go. So you can show all of them. Because some of these, just hold on there. Now, what is important to you is that 25% of the world's commercial shipping, also passes through this. And 4 trillion worth goods passed till last year. This is through the Malacca Straits, through the South China Sea, etc. So this is why there is a great importance of trying to understand the Indian Ocean. Next. next is, just come back. The last one was about unimpeded passage. This is a enshrinement in terms of what we can do in the global commons. Yesterday you identified the global commons. No, the global commons here in this context is all the seas, which belongs to the mankind, common heritage of mankind. And that is where you are required to have unimpeded passage for connectivity, commerce and trade, CCT. Okay, so the UNCLOS, which we'll talk about a little later, which has phenomenal amount of, this stood the test of time. The UNCLOS 1982, which was promulgated, is the Bible for the conduct of mariners at sea. Sorry, except China. China is a signatory. I will talk about it. He is both a signatory and is ratified. But when the Permanent Court of Arbitration gave this verdict in 2016, they said we don't care. Yeah. Next. Right. So these are the slocks in the Arabian Sea, which go all there. You see the criticality of dependence on seas. There's a simple example here. Everybody made a lot of this thing about, today we can have trains which can carry some 4-mile long trains which went from China's port all the way to Germany. So, the counter question was simple. Today, we've started sailing ships with 23,000 TEUs. TEUs is 20-foot equivalent units. This is nothing but your containers, what you see out there. 23,000. Please translate this into the number of trains that are required to carry this from A to B. Right? Whereas the ships have this option of, transshipment, put some containers here, take it there. The trains which went from China to Europe, what do they bring back? Are they going to come back empty? Or is this? No, so these are questions that must be asked and say, no, we already connected road and rail. Cost effectiveness. Even today, the sea transportation is the cheapest. Okay, so if you convert, let's say 100 containers are carried, and our own, what is the name of Indian train? Bahubali or something, that I forget the name of that, but that carries in 2 decks containers, I forget the name, if you Google you'll get the name. So that also carries some two. So you convert it and see how many trains are required to take one shipload of TUs. So therefore, these factors become very important in terms of the vulnerability of the sea lanes of communication, which you already witnessed because of what's happening in the Straits of Hormuz, because of the diversions that have taken place, because of the hit that there was from drones and missiles. That is the reality of the security dimensions. Next. Right. So, since we are talking about this dragon in this room, so let's identify what his interests are. These are listed here. One. Please remember, everything what I've said listed over here is also listed in the white paper of China. They're very, very intelligent people. Now let's grant it. He may be your adversary. You must grant them, this ability of, because of the single party system, because of the leadership, because of continuity, and because of Confucius and Sun Tzu, who they have not ignored. Confucius they have ignored to a certain extent, but not Sun Tzu. And so that's where, they adopted all this. So keep a check on India's activities, build database. Arnab will be very happy when he hears this word, database. So database of essential parameters, food, energy, economic security, overcome territorial distance, become a relevant extra-regional player. Please remember that US is no great shakes. He's an extra-regional player. In Indian Ocean region, he is not a regional player. France is. Why? Because they have territories. In fact, they have exclusive economic zone more than yours in the Indian Ocean. So we need to acknowledge what their position is vis-a-vis their claims. Okay. So as far as we are concerned, China, USA, Britain, all these guys are extra-regional players, and we must treat them so. Next. What does it mean? That means the centrality of Indian Ocean is something that should be dictated, governed, controlled by India. Next. China's interest concerns. India's growing military light. We slowly, steadily doing it. We may not have matched their speed. In fact, Admiral Verma has been closely monitoring all this. they have already overtaken in terms of numbers the American Navy. But please remember, yesterday I think in the opening remarks, Arnab spoke about quality versus quantity, right? So they may have quantity, but when you look at the requirement of the Chinese PLA Navy to manage its neighborhood, number one, if you have dispute with 6 guys there, you have to commit naval forces. You have to commit surveillance assets. So therefore, it's not that all the 350 plus ships that they have would be deployed in the Indian Ocean region. They cannot, because they have to protect what they have illegally acquired, right? तो चोरी किया हुआ वो चीज जो है ना उसको तो संभालना है ना पहले, तो वो हो रहा है उधर. So we should be conscious of this. India's programs, which is why these research vessels are there, they are hovering around Sri Lanka. Now, the last time when we launched the Agni 5, they are next to Maldives. The idea is to obtain telemetric data. This time strictly you have to tell me when I finish 1 hour. Just your watch to actuals. Right. Because I won't give some time for people, okay? At least 20 minutes I must give, so you manage. Ball in your court. If they don't get a chance to, ask me. Right. So this is something, these are issues of concern. Next. Non-endorsement of BRI. India, is very clear that we are not going to support BRI. We did not attend the BRF, Belt Road Forums. On BRI, we clearly said on 2 clauses. 1, we do not respect sovereignty, CPO, KEC. 2, it is unilateral. We have not even consulted the people, because, even today, the contracts which are drawn up on the BRI is something which is totally opaque. We don't know what contract they signed with ARBRC. Or Sri Lanka, even people of the country do not know what are the terms on which these loans are extended to them, which is why they landed at something like 3 billion or 4 billion, because of which they had to give away Hambantota for 99 years. That means 3 or 4 generations of people won't even know that they owned Hambantota, right? So, efforts to create alternate resilient supply chains, because this is something that is of serious concern to China. All of you have seen that, the Apple export has gone up phenomenally from India. The primary place where they did all this was China. So there has been movement away from China. And this is again something that will destabilize China. May not be to the same extent that it does other countries, because it's got a huge 18 trillion. So if 18 trillion kitty grows at 2%, even then it's faster than our 8%, because we are growing with respect to 4 trillion. So no, these are factors that are, but he must be consciously aware of this, because there's a conscious movement away from China. They all want to get away from China. They want to look at better destinations, and thankfully India has become a promising destination because of your improvements in EDP, ease of doing business, in terms of the environment it's created, in front of the demography, which everybody claims is very good. Well, there are factors which have changed in favor of India being chosen as a favorite destination.
Space. One, the good thing is now that we have been sending phones out, iPhones out, we are now big manufacturing base. I think that's where we have control.
Yeah, I know that I think it's a very valid point. See, you are still the screwdriver technology. The assemblage is still there. So the R&D is still somewhere else. Finally, you are only assembling these things. So same thing is also said about the chip industry. It's not that, suddenly you become a great power. You're not. So we have miles to go before we can be a manufacturing hub and an R&D hub. You look at the R&D costs. It's only first time I think we looked at some 1.86 lakh crores or what. Otherwise, your R&D was a minuscule percent of your GDP. And look at the other countries, whether it's USA or China, the amount of money that they invest in R&D is what's giving them dividends. Okay? And even on the chip war, everybody said China is doomed. It is not. Now they're already reinventing themselves and, crossing those barriers of 7 nm, 5 nm, 200 nm, whatever. So, but mass production, you still can't beat them. Some of the chips for your lamps and your wipers and this, that is still coming from China. So we will not really overcome this, but the climate is good. So if you not cashed on this environment, then you have to blame ourselves. All right, next. Yeah, this slide was also shown yesterday, more with reference to the tropical waters which are there, which defines the contours of Indo-Pacific from the African coast right up to the Australian coast and beyond. That is a matter of relevance to this workshop. in terms of how are we defining the Indo-Pacific arena and how this water body has led to the change in the political contours, formation of the Quad, formation of the AUKUS. The AUKUS is a totally military arrangement, very well, because that's why France was kicked out and UK came in with their nuclear uh, assets. So now Japan has shown a lot of interest in the AUKUS. So that means the entire geopolitical, geostrategic landscape is changing in Indo-Pacific due to these developments because of China, because of what's happening in Africa, what's happening in Southeast Asia. And again, this has redefined some of the responses, of the partner countries. In terms of the Quad itself, the good news is that India has taken a front seat. And as was brought out yesterday, we are planning this Quad summit in India after the elections. So the IPOI, the Indo-Pacific Ocean Initiative that people keep talking about, is a totally Indian-led initiative. We should not forget this. So, therefore, it has thrown up new avenues for us. What you need to look at is, many people say, "Usme kya hai? What is this Quad about? Is it a military alliance? Will they come to your rescue if you fight?" No, you should not look at it in those terms at all. So you need to be able to look at what positives it has. It's given rise to exchange of fellowships, 1,000 fellowships which are there in the STEM, science, technology, engineering, mathematics. There, it's opened up. Vaccine diplomacy, health diplomacy, maritime domain awareness. So there is so much that has come your way thanks to the Quad. So nobody's saying that, America will have boots on ground when the balloon goes up in Himalayas. Nor will we be sending our troops to Taiwan should there be a standoff. But indirect support will be there, intelligence exchanges will be there. Maybe some of them will be repaired like they're doing now. They're testing out. As you know, the ships are being, this is all testing the waters. What is the capacity of a ship, up to what tonnage can they repair? Can they look at weapons and sensors? Is there commonality? These are things that they want to evaluate and keep their contingencies ready. Okay. So this is the happening area. We say India is also in the center. We also acknowledge that ASEAN centrality. ASEAN is central to what is happening because ASEAN has always believed in balancing India and China as the two wings of their own progress, prosperity. So we are engaging with ASEAN in a big way. In the security dimensions for the very first time in 23 last year, we carried out an ASEAN and Indian Navy exercise, which happened for the very first time. We've been individually carrying out exercises in Singapore, Indonesia, some passage exercise. But the first time, ASEAN as a grouping has exercised with the Indian Navy. So these are things of great importance. And we've had our own Malabar exercises where our ships and submarines and aircraft have operated from Australia. So no, this is what it has done is, what are these ships doing there? Admiral Verma, self, Arnab, and all that we clearly remember. Even the naval officers here in uniform will remember even today, it's compulsory for you to deploy with the XBT. The expendable Betty thermograph, that's all it meant. So, we used to put it and get that data. Not anymore. So what do they get? How do they get then? They're not compulsory. Ask. What do they use at all? Nothing. They don't get the data. And you don't want to tell us about it.
I don't think I should.
All right, fair enough. No, the point here is that there was an effort right from the world. Let's look at it this way. The interpretation is that right from the word go, even when the Indian Navy came into being, the effort was to understand the oceans. And therefore, these figures of salinity, density, temperature was important for designing sonars, for designing weapons, and for assessing the performance. And therefore, it was extremely important for ASW officers. I met one of them yesterday. He's not here today. Yeah. So it's important for them to know where are the shadow zones, where is the submarine hiding, what depth should I deploy my sonars, and from the helicopters, where do you take your VDS? So these are things that are there. So it's not that Indian Navy was not aware of the requirement to monitor the oceans, but you may have different means today. I acknowledge that aspect. I'm out of the Navy for 20 years. So there must be new means, there must be new methods, but the requirement has not gone away. So it is a continued requirement for mapping the oceans in all its dimensions, mapping the rivers, mapping the water bodies, mapping Karakwasla Lake, All this is part of this endeavor to understand how it affects our livelihood, our connectivity, our commerce, our trade, our well-being, and our own strategic ambitions. So everything is interrelated, right? Next. So the Indo-Pacific Connect is related to this. Some of these, the IPOI, I'll just list them. We can take up some of these if required on the question answer. I don't want to deny you an opportunity to embarrass me by your questions. Okay. So these are the IPOI dimensions which are there, which is all totally Indian-led initiative. Please understand, it did not come because of the Quad. It came because India said we should be in the driver's seat, at least on this, where there is a strength. And the Indian Ocean is my backyard. Should I not be concerned about what's happening in the backyard? Should I not be in a position to sort of be in the driver's seat? Next. Right. These are some of the options that are available to us. IONS, ASEAN, Dosti, SAGAR was mentioned yesterday, bilateral, multilateral, Limova. Limova is something which is basically allows this logistic exchange memorandum of understanding, where, I can use American facilities in the Pacific and he can use our facilities here for a cost, whatever is agreed upon. Repair facilities have come in because of that. And there are some more foundational, fundamental agreements which has allowed these countries to work together and achieve some of the common objectives of managing the maritime domain. IONS, IORA, next. So come back to the dragon. So it's all about China. Yes, we have to acknowledge who your adversary is. You may not say it openly, but I think increasingly we don't mince words anymore. We say it's China by name. We say, it is our northern neighbor. We stopped saying that. It's not our northern neighbor or eastern neighbor or whatever. It is China by name, which has been a stumble block in all this. So one is, of course, its assertive behavior. And, this was a NATO assessment, which I've copied here. Our purpose is not to contain China. That is only for public statement. The actual requirement is to contain China by whatever means you can. Okay, so simple. Let's understand this. Let's differentiate between what the statements were put out and what you mean. Okay. Then the Ukraine was invaded by Russia, and they feel that Russia and China conspired in this case, but I think they were overtaken by events. So it was Russia's initiative, but China joined the game thereafter. In fact, even today it's supplying weapons arsenal because Russia was running out of these in big numbers. So apparently they're getting it from diverse sources. And temporary respite to China on its behavior, I'm not too sure because there's a lot of pressure that's been mounted on China, in international forums and, in every this thing, there's one question that we ask: who are China's friends? One in number Pakistan, one in number North Korea, and maybe a small Cambodia there. So, that's not going to change the equations of global relations. Yes, he has a veto power, which we give it away to him. So he uses it against us. One of those things that happens. But so therefore, we need to be able to now see how we manage and try and bring China to the negotiating table. And that's not happening soon. Next. So from our point of view, there have been no issues of convergence. Simple. Let's acknowledge that there are serious differences. Whether it is support of Pakistan in terms of terrorism, whether it is, vetoing you out of many equations, whether you are, lack of support for the NSG, nuclear supply group. These are things that are of serious concern. No, you're not my friend, let's face it. So, and you're not sorted out anything as far as the border is concerned. And you keep on carrying out this, despite all these agreements which are there 2016, 2019, 1996, all these agreements will tell you in the face. But in every segment, there's a Panchasheel. So therefore, we have to be cautious about this adversary who was called the number one enemy by George Fernandez. He did not even use the word adversary. He said it is our number one enemy. He said so in the 90s. Next. Yes. No, but there you are. So he is the one who put those words into his mouth. AtmaNirbharta, sir, I blame you for this. Or I compliment you for this. Next. Right. So what are our options and responses? Building collective response mechanism, Quad is part of this, having relations with others. Dosti, which is with Maldives, this, I don't know, that may be a question mark there. The Colombo Security Enclave, a lot of things are there which basically makes it clear to other participants as to where India stands, what its strengths are, what is it that we can help, So this is it. Then strategic autonomy is something which has come out very clearly. Nothing can be more clearer than this dimension of our foreign policy. So well enunciated by our external affairs minister in every forum. So we should be very proud of the fact that we continue to align with interests and not with ARBRC. Right? Cashing on the disenchantment of China. This is happening. Partnership with like-minded countries. SAGAR, which was spoken about yesterday, so I won't delve into this. Regional initiatives, such as the ones which are shown here. And also, see, it's not that we close doors on China. We continue to engage with this in different forums, BRICS, SEO, ADMM plus, ASEAN meetings, wherever it's there, it is also happening. That is to ensure that we also keep the dialogue lines open, but acknowledging reality for what it is, which is that China is not a friend. Simple. Next. Right. So this is some of the things before I conclude my talk, is to tell you how does this thing. Now, this is a very important thing in terms of the new deployment pattern that the Indian Navy has adopted. Our naval friends here will definitely know more about this than me. So this was the mission-based deployment, MBD. And so today, yesterday, I think you told me that today ships are out at sea for more than 200 days. That's a record of sorts. That means out of 365 days, 200 days he is out at sea on these different places which are marked over here. Ready as a first responder. Ready in action stations. Hands to action station. That's a term that we all use before you went into action, right? Right. Next. Right. Next. Oh, so these are the subdivisions of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 is given below. I won't go into that. Essentially, you have identified what those hot spots are. What are those areas where you need to be present without waiting for you to go all the way checking along? That means you're already there. Mission-based deployment. Next. Yeah. So I'll not go into all this. These are the details of where it's happening. I'll leave my slides here. If anybody wants to use it, you're most welcome. Next. Next. Yeah. Now this is what we are aiming at. One is to have. Can just come back. The robust Indian Seychelles and Mauritius has been included. As you know, that in Mauritius we got the Agalaga Island, and we are having a berth plus a long runway that will allow even the deployment of your PADIs. And commissioning of naval air station at Binikoy, which is called Bajrang, is it? What is the name? Naval officers, उसका नाम क्या है यार? Not Bahubali. Jatayu. Jatayu is the name. Okay. All right. Next. Now, Seahawks basically, this is something which Admiral Verma will appreciate very much, because we had a long gap in terms of inducting ASW helicopter after Sea Kings. And it would seriously undermine the ASW capability of Indian Navy, because they are obviously vulnerable. The ships were vulnerable because of lack of this capability, but luckily with the induction of the Seahawks, that's being overcome. Now let's look at the other side. Now this is where a lot is happening, and with the connectivity which has improved, people have come from Andaman Nicobar today. They got high speeds. They are able to control the command control structures or this thing. And after all, it had always remained the only tri-services command, and therefore the transition to whatever else they want would be rendered easy, because the three services are already working together. The Coast Guard is also with them, and so this is what is happening there. And there are certain other developments out there which will complement your response capability. I'm talking about the famous Galatia. The Galatia, where a lot of work is already going on. I believe it's not started. Yesterday I was told there's nothing much has started, but the roads have been built. An environment impact analysis has been carried out. But this is another area which ADNOB will have to look at very seriously, because that's where we are trying to have this dual purpose ports, where the expectation is like Sabah, which was offered to you. Submarine perhaps can sit alongside underwater and still fire missiles. If that. So what I'm saying is the depth profile is there, the kind of complexities that are there in managing your sensors, weapons in those waters, because the future obviously will see a dual purpose port at Galatia. No, we are seeing a transshipment, but the point is that it will be a dual purpose because of the depth of water that's available, and because of the access to the shipping, the Malacca Straits, Lamba Straits, and all these points which are there. None of the Pakistani or Chinese vessels can escape detection of the India C4IFRS structure. So these are some of the important things that happened on that side. I covered what happened in the Arabian Sea. I told you what's happening on the Bay of Bengal next. Right, this is the way ahead. Obviously engage with like-minded partners, which is happening. Quad plus plus, the people have shown, Singapore has shown some interest, Korea has shown some interest. So would it also expand? It doesn't matter if it's not a military alliance. More importantly, you need to know that it provides you options. It's all about building options and flexibility. Milan, IORA, all these are, forums. Milan, this time you saw what happened on the East Coast in Vizag. They all took to the street, they had the common parade and then joint exercises. That means from, these informal meetings that was there, it's now gradually moving on to establishing viability of interoperability and those options which are there. Building bridges in the maritime neighborhood, this is a serious challenge for us because we continue to say that neighborhood first is our policy. No, neighborhood first policy is fine by you, but it's not the same policy as your neighbor, like in Maldives. So how do we make this happen? That is the challenge. Next. Thank you. कितना मिनट बाकी है? हाँ? बाकी है? वाह रे वाह. चलो भाई, floor is yours.
It's got a standard reply for every minute, okay? 1 minute. Right?
Yeah. I know. Thank you. Thank you for keeping time. And the floor is open and I am available till the tea arrives. I have no problems. I can be here throughout the day.
I want to start with one question. Like you mentioned about Vizag. You've talked about cultural, parade on the streets. But I think that's a very different dimension that you brought in because there are young officers here also. When we have joint exercises with foreign, like when Suna conducts a lot of these exercises with a lot of countries come here. But these cultural exchanges, whether it is parade or whatever, that also re-emphasizes the fact that we all come from a common origin.
True.
And particularly when we talk about the Indian Ocean region, we have a common origin, and that makes a significant. I was in Sri Lanka recently, and I was invited to their naval club by a young officer there, a serving officer. I was surprised because in our armed forces, we are not allowed to get foreign officers into our club. So I asked him multiple times because it was a track to diplomacy, and I had to be very careful that I'm not kind of seen in an inappropriate place. I even spoke to a former naval chief that is it appropriate to be there? He said, yeah, you don't worry, and they are encouraging this. Now, what I'm trying to tell officers here, young officers, that these kind of exchanges, will bring a lot of camaraderie among, forces in the region. And that will be of great use, when we have to work together. So I think that's a very important development that even in Bombay also we've seen street parades when foreign navies are here. And I think that brings a very different, kind of connection between young officers and, who will finally, so understanding their culture and then, applying your mind, even if they can turn out to be adversary at some point, you will know how to react with them. So that's something very important. Many of us, when I was a young officer, probably I felt that, this may not have some, but now when I see it in a different light, I think that's a very different thing. So that's, I think, something I wanted to tell you, wanted to kind of emphasize. Now, looking at China, I think there's a lot of capacity building that we ourselves need to look at. If we miss that, because if you look at the way China has looked at, there was a time when China did a massive restructuring of their armed forces. And a lot of armed forces, I think, every nation has this ups and downs. politically, and the civil-military relation has its own thing. And at some point, their political leadership felt that the armed forces are not up to it. So he pushed them into war, and when they got a bloody nose in the war, they did a massive, because restructuring armed forces is not so easy. And I think India is going through this. I'm saying it in that context. And, there's a lot of opposition to it. But what happened is that, it was not that they laid off a lot of people. The Chinese Navy, most of the people were sent into the fishing fleets. Today, a Chinese fishing fleet is probably far more powerful than, the number 4 or number 5 Navy in the world. Now, I got a call very late from a media person in the night that, there are 400 to 500 fishing fleet vessels off the Caribbean. And these, now see, fishing fleets being able to cover that distance, being able to operate. So, I mean, sir mentioned about 200 days at sea. These fishing fleets, if they have to reach that kind of distance, they have to operate for so many days at sea. And this kind of a fishing fleet of that size can even prevent a carrier battle group of the US to pass through. So that's a massive capability, and this is something very, very different. I mean, I'm also referring to, we have from Mumbai police, I mean, the coastal police people here. So we have to also nurture our fishing vessels in a very different way. If, like yesterday, we were talking about the Reliance ship going and doing. Yeah. See, when you are at war, when you are at a different, operational requirement for a nation, every asset of the nation is available to you. I mean, I'm saying from an armed forces perspective. Dunkirk is a movie that you must have all seen. The British used it, a fishing fleet to prevent their adversary to get onto them. So, but see, these are very simple things to say, but how will you make it happen? It's like one whistle and everybody has to be there available to you. But there is a massive mechanism that is required as a nation to make that available. So when I say China has moved there, China has done a lot, and it has been part of a strategic plan that this entire mechanism has been put in place. That, the fishing fleet is available to them. 400 to 500 fishing fleets moving together for a purpose is massive. That is one part. So, but yes.
Which is actually fishing ship.
Yes, absolutely. So that is something. I mean, they are the ones who are giving you data.
Yeah, exactly.
Today, everything is going to, and even what I was talking in the beginning in the morning, in South Africa and Johannesburg, army has been deployed to issue water to the public. That is the crisis, water security. When we talk about, as a nation, we have to look at it in a very different way. I mean, I think Bangalore has already started, and I don't know which city is next. Just imagine army getting deployed to distribute water, but that's a reality. I mean, it can create, the way the world is moving, we may get into that situation. Sorry, I think
questions from the researchers. Yeah, please go ahead.
A lot of questions. I have a suggestion, sir.
Sure.
Like we see a lot of presentation and a lot of stakeholder involved. But nothing is talked about the Chinese Coast Guard, sir, which has been like recently, just 8-9 years back, we started the Chinese Coast Guard, and hardly any information available in the open source. But whatever is available, it has grown exponentially, sir, in the Chinese Coast Guard.
Yeah, I did not talk about the Chinese Navy also specifically, so therefore perhaps, I did not cover the concept, but good point. The point is very simple. It's been used aggressively. The size and shape of the Coast Guard vessels that you see there, astounds you. It's better than some of the naval vessels. And they have dual use capability. And like he correctly said, it's also manned by a lot of military militia. Not only on their fishing fleets, but they're also part of the Coast Guard. They have a different system, like the Soviet system, where there's a political commissar. The political commissar is on all the ships. Okay, he's the one who will tell you whether he should go and interfere with Philippines guys, use their water cannons. The Coast Guard vessels have been using water cannons in Philippines. And the Philippines has complained. And they have been not allowed to carry out replenishment of that particular shoal, second lieutenant shoal, or whatever it's called. So, the Coast Guard there is grown out of proportion. So they are protecting everything. They are complementing the naval objectives of trying to subdue the neighbors by use of aggressive force. Predominantly water canals. There's been no firing so far, but there have been collisions. The Coast Guard ships have rammed into fishing vessels of Philippines. There have been deaths of this thing. So, the Coast Guard there is quietly assuming this role where there is a gray zone between war and peace. They are operating in that zone. So, yeah, good point. We must also monitor what they are doing and how does it compare in terms of what we are doing. Ideally, like he spoke about Dirk, the Battle of Dirk, when the fishing fleets were there. When the research vessels come here, just send 100 fishing vessels and complicate this data. Why are we not doing it? Let them be in our exclusive economic zone. You are entitled to, right? So earmark 100 guys and put all the Coast Guard officers. I'll command one of those ships if you want me. Yeah, I'll come there and we'll go and, play around with them. Exactly.
When the postal
Yeah.
police or any such,
Yeah.
it doesn't have to be done by them.
Yeah.
But they are the ones who are, see, as a nation, every organization has a role.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't say Navy for anything or everything,
Compli-
or you can't say Coast Guard for anything and everything. But still there has to be somebody to do that.
Simple. Complicates his data acquisition process. That's your directive. कैसे करो fishing federal जाओगे. Put sonobuoys, put whatever you want to complicate his data acquisition processes by means and methods.
All the UDA expired, so the voice of expired.
Why not? Make it complicated because they got this antenna which, so there is, so let it follow its propellers. करो उसको. So you got to be proactive. Don't complain and say, oh, data ले रहा है इधर से. You got to think out of the box. No, thinking out of the box, I use that term. I always tell all the researchers who come to me, said when you keep on hearing this word out of the box, think out of the box, first get inside the box. ठीक है, पहले देख लो क्या shape है वो, round है, cuboid है, rectangle है, क्या है. Only after that you come out and say, हाँ भाई, I'm thinking out of the box. But without even knowing what the size and shape of the box is, don't try to think out of the box. Researchers, noted? So get in the box first.
So, morning, sir. Commander Hari, sir, I'm from the Navy. I had a question regarding this maritime militia, fishing militia, which was there. There's a present surprise that a lot of discussion has already happened on
Yes.
for your presentation. But I had to rephrase my question accordingly. Sir. Sorry, sir.
You can repeat, no problem. It will be being recorded.
Sir, my question is regarding China intervened. If I'm not wrong, sir, China did a very massive modernization of its fishing fleet a couple of decades back. So one of the things they insisted upon is that every fishing boat which the government itself provided had to meet very exacting standards as per its design, so that it can meet multiple requirements, and they have followed that. And today, 10 years or 20 years down the line, we are seeing the results of this. We are seeing them bullying other nations, even the Western nations, even carrier battle groups in that area, especially around the Spratly Islands and all. So, what stops our country from implementing such a policy that any new fishing vessel which is being constructed is having a certain design, something like which can be used for multi-purposes? In the same way they're doing, we always have this word of best practices, following best practices from wherever, even if it is from an adversary. So what is happening?
Point, I got the question. The point is very simple. You require money. Remember, even in the Coast Guard ships were fitted, it was fitted for, not fitted with. That was the concept. And we also went into the option of stuffed ships taken up from trade. This is a concept that was used not today, it is from World War. And yesterday I heard from one of my naval friends that they have something similar which is now happening to have supplies. No, the point is valid. We need to be able to equip them, fit them, with straight away the cost goes up. Even today, while the central government has said, that Tamil Nadu should invest in deep sea fishing vessels, and they said 50% will come from center, 30% will come from state, 20% will come from loans. Okay, but the point is that as long as BJP is in power there and DMK is in power here, you think this equation will work? We are not China. One party gives you a fiat, it's done. Here, DMK will find 100 reasons to say, no, this is not workable. We want 50%. They'll politicize the whole thing. But in principle and in concept, yes. For the same reason that we said, even Coast Guard vessels will be fitted for and not fitted with that. Means you already have everything plug and play. You want to put a radar tomorrow, you want to put a gun, a better gun there. You already have the wiring, you have the control systems. All that you require is the hardware to be installed there, tested out, and say go to war. Excellent concept. But do you have the money? And do you have a common approach? And also in the terms of, these things in the fishing fleet, fisheries is a state subject. The funny, sir, you wanted to say something.
Fisheries are concerned because of fishing vessels. Today, fishing vessels is not an organized sector at all.
Yeah. And each state has its own rules. Gujarat fishing fleet is different from Tamil Nadu fishing.
There's no fishing fleet per se, they're fishing vessels. So, and because they're together, we call them a fleet, right? So first of all, you have to manage the fishing. Simple thing like putting an AIS on thing, have we succeeded? Is a question. So it has to be taken on by it has to be taken on by the government. And like I just heard when I was coming in about, okay, put 100 fishing vessels, right? Okay, you don't have to, every fishing vessel, 100 fishing vessels where you have a say. Let the central government put everything there. The state governments won't do it.
Yeah.
Because they want to do fishing. This is this country requirement, because we always look at what happens to my state in that. So under these kind of policy things are done, and chaps like you are facing the run. Not that it hasn't been said before. We all got bald saying it only. We still got hair. So we got to at it, but it's a fact. We never thought we'd get a maritime command because nobody looked at the Navy. Today, see how much of the Navy is happening. Everyone is saying it's a maritime world. We are a 7,500, whatever it is. So it's quoted everywhere. Land and the sea is same. So all that effort has finally paid off. At least people are talking, right? So now the question is, even he said, I'd like to see the map upside down, but all his maps are not upside down. So what I'm trying to say is we say, right? But when we come back to teaching people, I wish your presentation was with the maps upside down, so that then they will get at least.
So I got fed up of doing that every time, sir. So I started.
No. Since you said it,
Yeah, no, it's a valid point in the sense that we should get the perceptions right.
Yeah, the perception. What you're saying is absolutely right. But as an old man now, I can say, right, that we have it in us, but it has to be. I think we should worry about state and all that. Just it should be a thing that has to be done. Take 100 fishing vessels. Call it your fishing fleet. Let the fishers use it.
Use them for all the strategic purposes.
Use them for strategic purposes. Why not? It has to be done that way. It can't be left to the fisheries. It can't be left to the state. It will not happen. I've had enough thing about trying to get machinery in the states to help me. And unless you go to the highest level, that will also do it to you as a favor once. But we are looking at a system, right? A system in actually.
Just to add on to what he said, on this AIS, simple thing like AIS, it was a Mumbai terror attack. And thereafter, the various regulations that now made it compulsory for vessels above 20 meters to have an AIS installed. What happens to vessels below 20 meters? That means you are saying it's all right for a guy to carry terrorism when he's got 19.5 meters. He need not be tracked. So I think this is flawed in terms of our approach of regulating small vessels, because the attack on the coal, attack on the MV number did not come from big ships. It came from small fishing boats, which are loaded. So therefore there has to be a regulation of the fishing fleet. Coast Guard friends here will know the kind of problems that we have with regulating them. In Tamil Nadu, where I was regional commander for 3 years and we interacted with the people of the state, the center and all that, they would get a subsidy for diesel, right? Which required that they must paint it in a particular manner so that the village from which he comes is identified from the aircraft that's flying on top, number one. But what they would do is they take this diesel on subsidy. At those days, the LTT was active. They would go and sell it to the LTT. Okay, he would come back after 3 days and say, I spent all this for fishing. So, these are the ground realities that we need to face and then address the thing together by both the state and the coming on a common platform. It doesn't happen because of the politicals which are there. On this point about what Admiral Verma brought out about having a separate fleet, call it the Indian fishing fleet, finance it from the central ministry and deploy them for all these purposes, data gathering, for making it difficult for this research vessel. Uska सामने लगाओ, serve vessel.
The advantages of also reliability.
Yeah,
They always have this
exactly.
ability.
This is exactly why they're using it.
And official fishing fleet.
No, don't call it.
So your internal interest.
On paper, all of them are registered, let's say, for example, in Gujarat or in Tamil Nadu. But they're fishing together. And they're acting out to your command to serve your long-term purposes. Yeah.
Of course, you have to make it diplomatically look good. Of course, that has to be. It has to also fall, I mean, I just want to quote one of the very senior people.
Somebody has to own it. Responsibility has to be owned.
Yeah.
Responsibility down. Pretty better than my friend at the back. Right?
In a democracy, of course, it has to be like one of a very senior bureaucrat in UP. He had talked about in a democratic setup with rules-based order, any new idea to fructify has to be politically acceptable, socially desirable, technologically feasible, financially viable, administratively doable, judicially tenable, emotionally relatable, and environmentally sustainable.
इसका मतलब नहीं होगा. Hey, all this will happen only in China.
Now this is required for them. They just do what they are.
Correct.
That's a different
True.
democracy that we have. Democracies are also talking about federalism. I mean, there are challenges of federalism. I was in Sri Lanka recently, and I spent a lot of time with our Honourable High Commissioner there. And this is the election time in both the countries.
Yeah.
As well as Sri Lanka. And I'm trying to tell him that sir, UDA ko kuch karo, and he said, because his priorities and his pressure are very, very different. And I can see that. What he's dealing with is something very, very different. So what I'm trying to say is that democratic structure, federal structure, and vis-a-vis China, and see, China has grown like what as the bank said, what you said, we need this for that. For that, you have to grow at least 10% GDP every year. Or China has done that for 20 years. And that's how they have reached.
Yeah.
So economics, how much of that you will spend in military, how much of that you spend in, I mean, all these ideas that we are talking about needs a certain amount of resource. Now, when the resources, then I said that, tell the coastal police to organize all this. Now, first, coastal police has to get the kind of resources. After you give them the resources, it takes them minimum 10 years to reach a level of maturity that they can go and operate at a certain level. Today, see, when we talk about Navy, our maintenance schedules, our, operations have matured. Even today, if privately, when we discuss, we can say this is not right, that is not right. But after the British legacy and now 75 years, we have, learned that we have come to a certain level. But can you imagine a new organization like Coastal Police start operating in the same way? It's not possible. Today, even if you give them all, they are not getting the resources. Therefore, everything they are fighting. I mean, political system, there has to be prioritizing. After that, after they get the resources, they take at least 10, 15 years to mature to a level when they start, like Coast Guard, I've served in the Coast Guard. They have come a long way. But even Coast Guard struggles for a lot of things. So, as a democratic setup, it takes a while for us to mature. We are all part of the whole democratic setup. Whether it's Army, Navy, Air Force, or PSM, anybody, and even like this thing may sound funny, but that's the truth. What nothing can happen in this country unless all of them are met. It may be, and it is a different debate that whether a dictatorship is better or a democracy is better in the long run. Now, if we look at the other side of China, China is in a very bad state. The economy is not doing well. They are facing a lot of issues, and everything can just collapse. That also is a theory which is being discussed at very serious level. So this entire, very fast growth, accelerated growth can meet a certain level of, thing. So when we talk about a nation, we are not talking about 50 years or 100 years. We are talking about minimum 1,000 years. So if we don't talk about a 1,000-year plan, then there's something wrong.
I agree, democracy is difficult, but it's doable.
Yeah.
What way of democracy?
So you think all their fishing vessels are not doing what they're supposed to do? Is America, US a democracy? It is, but they're still collecting all the information they want. So you got to do it in a way.
Yeah.
You don't, traditionally, if you go about it, nothing will happen. That's for sure.
There's an excellent example which is quoted often in public debates. This was about when Prime Minister Narasimha Rao was there. He visited Singapore, and Lee Kuan Yew was the counterpart there. So one of the reporter said, you look at Singapore, see how things are happening here, and look at India, how things are happening, etc., etc. So don't you think, there's not a good thing to happen? And what is the answer? He said the only answer is more democracy. One line, which is quoted very often to say that, these are the strengths that may be realized in a long time. But, don't suddenly discard it just because Lee Kuan Yew, if you go through what has happened in Singapore, it's not that everything is hunky-dory there. So, but the point was that, that it's got its virtues, it's got to work through the system and make our country big and prosper. So all of us have a role to play.
So how well do we understand China as a nation? Now, like
Good
we as
point.
a nation and they as a nation.
Very good point, because there's a primary requirement to understand your adversary first. If you've not got into his brains, then you'll never win. So this is where they have been more wise. They try to understand what your limitations are, what your weaknesses are, and work towards that. And like Sun Tzu said, they work on the strategy. They said, strategy is what makes you win war. And tactics is the noise before the defeat. So, therefore, it's not that everything is statics. It's all about long-term strategy, strategic plans, ambitions. And so, therefore, you have to understand. So, I've been in this think tank for nearly 15 years now. Many of our analysis is based on Western writings. Many of it is because of the English language that we have reasonably mastered. So, therefore, you don't get to read what a actual Chinese writes in China behind the bamboo curtain. But we've now found ways, not just Mr. Google who translates everything for you, but people who read and understand the WeChat, the Weibo, which are all their equivalents of, WhatsApp and this, that, and all that, and try and get into the minds of the people as to how are they looking at their governance. What are the issues of importance? But they have a very effective system to control what is even discussed in WhatsApp. Today, you can get away with a lot of things in our discussions, but there you cannot get away because there are algorithms which spot. Like, last time in the Tiananmen Square, anyone who you mentioned Tiananmen Square immediately, his complete credentials were checked. Why is he talking about that? What is his social credit system which they have? No, so therefore, they are using effective surveillance and technology. But Tibet, remember, 20 years ago, you had immolations every day. You don't hear about them. Why? Why? Because every street lamp has a CCTV with face recognition features. So the moment somebody carries a petrol can or even a bottle, his data is checked and immediately it automatically tells you. You're talking about AI today. So AI has been used many years ago and it tells you this guy does not have any, maybe it's actually a water bottle and not a petrol bottle. So that kind of analysis is taking place, which is what has allowed them to use technology for controlling the population. So that's there. So, technology has its own thing, democracy. We are happy in democracy. I don't know how many of you are not happy with democracy. Nobody is. See, everybody is happy.
So I just want to.
No, we've seen. I'm sure we have seen everybody.
So I just want to share one interaction I had with the Chinese diplomat when I went to China for the first time in 2000. And he was a very young diplomat, just joined the foreign service, the Chinese foreign service. And he told me, we had just gone nuclear. And he said that after a few drinks, he said, you Indians are like snakes. I said, how can you say that? You eat snakes.
Yeah.
So he said, no, what I'm trying to say is, you are like two-faced. And I said, how can you say this? He says, see, you guys say something and do something else. No, we always said that we will go nuclear. We went nuclear. You Indians will say we don't want to go nuclear. We are like a peace-loving nation. We like to believe that we are very peace-loving. We are very nice people. But the Chinese don't think so. There is a Chinese diplomat, one of the most senior diplomats who shared their doctrine. His name is Hu Shi, Hushe. Please Google it. And he says that the Indians never sent a single soldier to China, but they have dominated us culturally. China, there's a huge amount of Buddhism there. And they think we Indians are all like Jekyll and Hyde, and that's what the impression I got was. And he said, you Indians sent a plane when Vajpayee went to Jakarta, a plane called Krishna Devraya. I said, yes, we have a lot of planes, like we had Kanishk, and he said, no, Krishna Devraya has ruled over Indonesia. So when you say send a plane there by the name, that means here we come again. So they have a very different perception of us than what we have about ourselves. And that's why I asked the question, how well do we know them? How well do we know ourselves also? I mean,
No, no, I've been to China on 5 occasions. Yeah. I've been there on 5 occasions, including the last visit, which was in November, where we interacted with the government officials, with think tanks, with universities and all that. One thing which is clear, I think, which yesterday I was sharing with somebody, is that what you hear in Beijing is what you hear in Shanghai, what you hear in universities, what you hear in anywhere. That means there's one song, and the tune doesn't change anywhere, okay? Whereas if he comes to Delhi and listens to something there, he's got a particular, he comes here, within this room, we'll have 100 opinions, okay? So there are 10 people, there'll be 15 opinions. So this is where they are difficult to understand. But in our case, we know that there is an official government stand and nobody will deviate from that stand which is given by them, which is why they know they can stick to it and say, this is what we said. You see the communique that comes out in after all the meetings, our army officers and others would have been looking at this. There is not a change. The same kind, both sides agreed to maintain tranquility, move forward. Nothing has happened on the ground. कुछ हुआ ही नहीं है. So they are masters of this subterfuge, if you want to call it that. So we should not fall prey to what they say in public. I've interacted with all echelons of them at highest levels. And in fact, the ambassador of China to India visited my center twice. Okay, we interacted. So there is an official stand. And the unofficial stand, which you said happens after elbow bending, is rare. Because they are monitored everywhere. So that's the issue.
Talking about us understanding China.
Yeah. So no, today, no, therefore, sorry, I think maybe I missed out.
One thing which is very important, it's not only us, it's this whole country. Every individual, whether it's civilian, should understand. Then you will have a response which would be effective. Unfortunately, it is only your China desk or the MEA's China desk who probably have all these discussions, etc. But not an Indian doesn't. It's not so, as you rightly brought out in the thing, because having understood there's a diktat that is given from
absolutely.
for everything. Here the people still feel, I mean, we are talking about all this. What is the trade that we have in China so much?
Yeah.
It's only, so that is the thing. We have to stay, because it's a simple thing. A builder from here imports everything from China because he's to sell flats here. So,
Point of view, we are understanding.
Correct.
Point of view, there will be different understanding.
no, so correct. No, so that's what I'm saying. We have to understand that if we come to, I said, even in a democracy, you couldn't provide it to understand. When you say understand, at least the diktats have to be there. Otherwise, you can never understand what to understand.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think we'll break for tea and then we'll come back.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. Yes, excellent. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. I have done a little bit of. I can read that.
Who said modern warfare is only about firepower? Modern warfare is all about smart electronics, be it land, air, or sea. Military operations. Electronic. As a weapon. Defense forces delivering military electronics of the highest quality. Enables change in professional electronics by harnessing the power of satellite and ground-based communication technologies for the benefit of the common man. With 9 high-tech manufacturing plants rolling out over 350 quality products, BEL has grown into a strategic and efficient communication in success. Secure handheld mobile radios and landbags, vehicle-mounted equipment for ground-to-ground, ground-to-air, and ground-to-sea communication, which enable efficient communications in critical missions and situations. Modern warfare relies on intelligence.
What is it?
Check. All sorts of bites. Bite me.
हेलो 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 आता है चेक मागे आवाज येते चेक बाहेर स्पीकर चेक 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 आयुष कैन यू हियर मी चेक 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 हेलो चेक हेलो हेलो चेक चेक
Intelligent electronics to counter the impact of enemy weapon systems. All electronic warfare systems for signal and communications intelligence, electronic countermeasure, and electronic support measure have become the most important weapons in the arsenal of the defense forces. BEL's command control communications computers and intelligence systems, popularly known as C4I systems, enable optimal management of firepower through artillery command control systems and secure communication via integrated secure digital communication networks. What's more, when you have to hold ground during enemy aggression, battle tanks take center stage. And R-tank communication systems help achieve higher reliability while gunning for victory. The Indian Navy relies on BEL for efficient communication during war and peace. C4I systems as well as radars, sonars, decoys, and sonar buoys help the Navy achieve control over the high seas. BEL's 2 decades of expertise in optoelectronics is well known. Thermal imagers, night vision goggles, binoculars, and laser rangefinders meet the surveillance needs of the defense forces to resist enemy infiltration and helping in paramilitary operations. Our electronic voting machines have made Indian citizens vote with confidence, ensuring free and fair elections. A developing economy, India's various technological needs are addressed by us. Our solar technology helps light the remotest of Indian villages and, of course, manage the burgeoning traffic across cities. Our e-governance systems help state governments to reach out to the people quickly and efficiently. While our air traffic management systems ensure safe takeoff and landing of aircrafts across airports in the country. At BEL, R&D and innovation is a way of life. Each BEL unit has its own R&D setup, focusing on product-specific requirements, supported by two central research laboratories at Bangalore and Ghaziabad to explore futuristic and cutting-edge technologies. Tie-ups with external agencies like DRDO helps in joint development of products. This multifaceted R&D approach allows us to drive innovation and change consistently, and all our units are ISO certified. BEL's management practices are not just inspired, but also driven by its customers. Planned diversification and exploration of new markets, resourcefulness, operational commitment, and excellence are hallmarks of BEL's corporate functioning. BEL has emerged as a quality defense electronics supplier to the world, catering to over 40 countries across the globe who've relied on BEL products for years. As India consolidates its leadership position in the new economy, there's only one Indian company aiming for a global footprint in professional electronics, and that is Bharat Electronics, India's pride in defense electronics.
The Indian Ocean region, IOR, has become a theater of geopolitical and geostrategic interactions in the 21st century, and various nations, both from within and the extra-regional powers, are deploying the strategic assets in the region. Marine spatial planning, MSP, is probably the most effective tool for governance and management for challenges and opportunities in the marine as well as the freshwater systems. The precise mapping of the resources, the quality and availability, concerns of security and sustainability, and many more can really help in their effective and efficient exploitation. All kinds of policy and technology interventions can be deployed using MSP in vast marine and freshwater systems. The UDA framework proposed by the Maritime Research Center, MRC, and Nirgawani Technology Private Limited, NDT, is a unique concept to address multiple challenges and opportunities in the tropical waters of the Indo-Pacific and beyond. The UDA framework has the technology-driven digital transformation at its core. Thus, MSP is better served by the UDA framework to manage the Indo-Pacific construct. Let's dive deep into what is marine spatial planning. MSP is a data-driven process of generating a spatio-temporal real-time application of our marine areas to optimize the human interactions to achieve ecological, economical, and social objectives that have been specified through a governance process. The real-time MSP in the tropical waters require massive acoustic capacity and capability building given the suboptimal sonar performance. The mapping both on the surface and the subsurface required deep appreciation of the acoustic propagation characteristics to generate the spatiotemporal inputs. Along with that, the environmental impact assessment EIA has to be inclusive, backed by detailed MSP construct. The ongoing MSP efforts somehow ignore the vast and deep underwater domain. The underwater domain awareness by construct require acoustic capacity and capability to undertake any kind of MSP. The acoustic propagation underwater largely depends on temperature, density, and pressure that impact the sound velocity profile. Building up spatiotemporal maps has its own issues. In terms of availability for inputs and providing actionable inputs for the diverse users, the diversity of applications and the other user requirements makes it extremely complicated to formulate the final forms of the deliverables. On the other hand, there is constant increase in stranding of big whales and the serious acoustic habitat degradation prevalent in the west coast of India. Hence, policy interventions are urgently required. However, in the absence of nuanced cause and effect analysis, such as interventions become difficult. The vested interest groups are able to build narratives that mislead the policymakers and local communities. In order to solve these issues, the proposed UDA framework has multiple innovative contributions for real impact on governance and technology development. Number one, the huge network of AIS system across the world gives us a very cost-effective means to scale up this model for the entire world. Number two, the addition of the local tropical underwater channel model is a big addition to bring focus into the tropical waters and the Indo-Pacific region. Number three, the digital transformation with focus on acoustic signal processing will allow far more science and technology inclusion into policy interventions and governance mechanisms. Number four, the International Maritime Organization, IMO, has already taken cognition of the unique tropical characteristics and is now considering a regional framework. Number five, the real-time data-driven and quantitative and qualitative analysis of local site-specific inputs will go a long way in building digital infrastructure for effective policy and technology interventions, along with the acoustic capacity and capability building. The regulators can monitor long-term sustainability impact using various digital tools to derive MSP outputs. Micro and macro MSP tools need to be developed using digital and more advanced tools across the underwater region. A way ahead, the Geographic Information System (GIS) based systems have become very popular these days to manage the marine spatial planning. MSP based on the mapping tools for surface information. The comprehensive MSP is the tropical waters of the Indian Ocean region, IOR, will require a nuanced approach. The UDA framework, as discussed above, can certainly enhance the effective realization of the MSP and corresponding governance mechanism for the entire maritime space.
Here's presenting our very first newsletter for Q1 of 2024. At the Maritime Research Center, Pune and Nirdhavani Technologies, we performed various groundbreaking activities pushing the boundaries of maritime research. This quarter has been marked by impactful collaborations. We've made remarkable strides in our partnerships and launched exciting new initiatives. Some of the major updates from the January-March quarter of 2024 are as follows. None of these remarkable strides would have been possible without you, our valued supporters. So, we invite you to check out our latest newsletter. Learn about our latest projects, groundbreaking discoveries, and upcoming events. Stay informed, stay engaged, and be a part of our journey towards a better, more sustainable maritime future. Thank you for your continued support. Together, we are making waves.
The 21st century has seen a decisive shift in the global order. The Indian government has demonstrated significant maritime intent with the SAGAR vision of the Honourable Prime Minister. This maritime focus has resulted in multiple mega projects by the Government of India, like the SAGAR Mala, Bharat Mail, inland water transport, multimodal transport, the deep sea mining mission, International Seabed Authority allocation. With this strong maritime intent, India is well positioned geographically and geostrategically to play a leadership role in the region. The tropical littoral waters present unimaginable living and non-living undersea resources. The economic opportunities in the Indo-Pacific of the global commons as a facilitator for economic growth are waiting to be explored. It also comes with its fair share of challenges. The Indian Ocean region today is at the risk of facing political challenges like volatility, fragmentation, instability, lack of synergy among nations in the region, overdependence on extra regional powers, economic challenges like inequalities, growth challenges, lack of big investment, and technological challenges. There is one promising solution. The Underwater Domain Awareness Framework proposed by Maritime Research Center provides a solution to these challenges and opportunities. Let's understand the UDA framework in its horizontal and vertical construct. Four stakeholders of UDA are maritime security, blue economy, environment and disaster management, and science and technology. The horizontal construct looks at resource availability in terms of technology, infrastructure, capability, and capacity. The vertical construct gives a hierarchy for establishing underwater domain awareness. Ground level looks at sensing underwater domain for threats, resources, and activities. The second level makes sense of the data gathered for security strategies, conservation, and resource utilization plans. The third level formulates and monitors regulatory framework at the local, national, and global level. In this way, the Underwater Domain Awareness Framework provides a comprehensive way forward for stakeholders to interact and solve multiple challenges being faced by the nation. The oceans, limitless, powerful, unknown. They have long awoken a sense of awe and wonder. But today, we must ask a question. How much do we really know about our oceans? To what degree are we harming them? To what degree are we utilizing them? Oceans have been protecting us for millennia. What can we do now to protect our oceans? Today, let's talk about underwater domain awareness.
There are typically four stakeholders when we talk about the UDA. The national security apparatus, whether it is internal security or external security, the blue economic entities, which are engaged in commercial exploitation of the maritime sector or the underwater domain. The third is the environment and the disaster management, which looks at sustainable growth. And the fourth is science and technology.
National security apparatus is a key stakeholder of underwater domain awareness framework. External security helps prevent an adversary coming into our waters and creating disruptions. Internal security focuses on avoiding disturbance from non-state actors. There are tremendous opportunities in blue economy, be it in shipping industry, deep sea mining, fishing, oil, gas, and many other areas. But first, we need to understand the underwater domain to steer blue economy growth in an effective manner. Increasingly, we've been seeing a lot of disasters originating from the oceans.
What is our preparedness to this threat? Environment and disaster management aspect of underwater domain awareness looks at sustainable growth. Science and technology is the driving force behind all aspects of underwater domain awareness. It deals with understanding the ecosystem that exists, understanding the interaction between components.
Growth has an opportunity now that we can really explore and exploit the resources that are, or the undersea resources that are available to us, or use the global commons, that is the maritime domain, for our benefit. So there is tremendous potential, but now when we are taking it forward, we need to be very, very careful to make it sustainable.
The tropical littoral waters have some very unique characteristics and equally unique challenges. How do we utilize technology to overcome limitations? How do we utilize the underwater biodiversity to our advantage? How can we overcome the social economic structures and work with other nations? How do we implement effective governance? With better awareness, we can plan our policy structure so that the opportunities underwater give us advantages rather than the challenges overwhelming us.
The UDA framework developed by MRC has two main focus. One is pooling of resources and synergizing of efforts by the stakeholders. So the UDA framework that we are focusing on looks at acoustic capacity building in a very, very comprehensive manner so that the governance can be improved.
In 2015, India Indian oceans have been protecting us for millennia. Now, it's time for us to protect our oceans. Let's start conversations, strive for innovations, and vote for protection of Indian Ocean region. Introducing Maritime Research Center, Foundation for Underwater Domain Awareness.
The concept of the Maritime Research Center, I thought of as a technology-driven think tank, because I feel there is a gap.
Not to worry, no. We have been getting no. No, you want to be substantive.
Morning once again. Please settle down. Welcome back. After a very, very interesting and interactive session by Commodore Vasan sir, now we have another very important speaker, and Mudgal sir, I can never thank you enough. I mean, he's been always with us. Thank you, Verma sir. Thank you very much. Sir. So we have Ambassador Anup Mudgal sir. I am not going to officially introduce the speaker. I would request the speaker to kindly speak a little bit about their journey, and that's the way we normally do in MRC. Mudgal sir, I'll request you to talk about a little bit about yourself before you start your presentation. Thank you.
You must be wondering, some of you at least must be wondering, why I am here. Yes. So when you talk about naval affairs, maritime security, why should I be talking about that? So that is probably where you want me to say why. Let me answer that question, why. And also the topic, Arnav, you have assigned me to talk about SAGAR and geopolitics. Is that right? Now, I am a foreign service officer, retired, served in various parts of the world, both in peace and war, both in cooperation and conflict. So that, in fact, finally brought me to a place called Mauritius. And I'm sure somebody would have mentioned during the course of earlier discussion how Mauritius is connected to SAGAR. Right? Mauritius sits right in the middle of SAGAR. Yes. But it is also very closely connected to our articulation of our priorities in the ocean, which Prime Minister did from Mauritius in 2015. And I happened to be there in Mauritius as India's High Commissioner. And also got associated with this whole process of putting together SAGAR. Yes. And SAGAR is an abbreviation for security and growth for all in the region. Now, SAGAR, in my view, is neither limited to a region nor limited to a time. SAGAR is a perpetual thought. It has always been there in the Indian mindset and probably will always remain as part of Indian mindset. So I do not have a prepared presentation. I will narrate to you the story of my journey to SAGAR and beyond. Why SAGAR? What led us to stating something which, of course, was very much part of our civilizational thought process. I went to Mauritius in January 2014, and already by 2014, the world order was taking, or at least showing the signs of taking, turn. Yes, the post-Cold War unipolar world appeared to be giving signs of discomfort with that setup. I'm sure if I recall a few developments, the top which comes to my mind is basically the US position. Because post-Cold War, the world became de facto a unipolar world, where the US, in a way, gave the impression of shouldering the responsibility of ensuring and enforcing the global order based on evidently a major power, kind of underwriting that order. Yes, but by the time I went to Mauritius, things started cracking. Yes, if I recall some very prominent developments, I would say, I'm sure you all heard about the economic meltdown of 2008. Now, when there was massive economic meltdown in 2008, there was an admission that the consequences cannot be handled by one, and they will have to be handled together by a large number of major powers. At that point, we spoke about G20, showing collectively the consequences of that meltdown. Then, this was on the economic side, which means the power that was underwriting the economic aspect of that order was giving the signs probably no more. Yes. Then on the security side, I'm sure we all know the operations in Gulf, Afghanistan did not go the way the power that we thought, and again demonstrated the cracks in the power packing order that holds little one. And again, there was an admission, writ of one cannot run. There will have to be a collective approach for making sure that the order is maintained through collective effort. Then I'm sure you heard President Putin's statement in Munich Security Conference. Again, I happened to be in the vicinity, and we heard him very clearly, laying down the red lines of an order which the unipolarity had in mind. So it was a challenge. So far, all right, but no more. Because when he says, don't cross these red lines, we would not be able to accept. A major warning that the order was slightly cracking on the seams. China. Now, China's economic growth, and not only that economic growth, but its behavior as a result of that power. Because money can gather other aspects of power. And this is what happened. So the Chinese thought, now we can. We can do what a major power should do. Then subsequently, though I will probably go back to that again, then comes COVID and literally dismantles the global linkages. And we start understanding, in spite of claims to strength, how weak we were. Yes, that a single event could shake the whole thing up and literally caused a risk of complete shutdown for many long years to come. Again, the answer was collective, because the answer was not unipolar, it was multipolar. Yes. Post-COVID, I'll come to that later, but you had heard about pivot to Asia. Yes, very famous speech by a US president. Pivot to Asia. Why pivot to Asia? What was so special that there was a need for pivot to Asia? Suddenly, Euro-Atlantic priority was looking at a pivot to Asia. Like something was happening in Asia, right? Then I'm sure you would recall Japanese Prime Minister Abe's speech right in Delhi, where he says confluence of two oceans. And he has in mind the Indian Ocean and the Pacific. Why again? Because something was happening in the Indo-Pacific. Now we were watching these things happen. And an emerging power country obviously had to be worried what consequences this repacking order will have for us. And another major thing which was happening was that this time, these things had a bias towards maritime rather than continental. Now, Indian security assessment, we grew up on a continental assessment. We thought the threats come from land. We thought the oceans were basically a protection and not a threat. But then suddenly, that perception was also challenged. Now, can you imagine today when over 50% of India's GDP is driven by external sector, and a huge part of the external sector is driven by the maritime spaces, can you say ocean doesn't matter? The ocean, we understood, the world is understanding, the ocean is a huge resource in its own right. It's a resource on its own right. But then it's a massive facilitator of other aspects of resources. You have food, you have energy, you have renewable energy, you have trade, you have transportation, you have recreation. Now you are talking about biotechnology, pharmaceuticals. You're talking about minerals, seabed mining. And then on top of that, you're talking about global warming. Where in fact the ocean, in my view, I work on blue economy. I've been doing it for the last 7, 8 years now. Ocean is the single most important factor which either will contribute to bring global warming or will contribute to prevent it. Now the choice is ours, whether we want ocean to contribute to global warming or to prevent it. We have to make a choice. If the oceans remain healthy, they will prevent. Why? Because they are the single largest carbon sink in the world. And if we mess up with the ocean will put back that carbon into the atmosphere. So we can't live with an angry ocean. No, come back. Going to Mauritius, that story, we were trying to think how to project, because in the Indian Ocean, our lifeline, problems were knocking at the door, directly, indirectly, tangibly, intangibly. Now, how do we respond to this? You had the BRI coming around, trying to encircle you, taking over critical points which could control the choke points. Then the development, of course, this whole development process is a double-edged sword. It can cause development. It can also cause dependence. Now, if it causes dependence, we have a problem. Yes. So we had to come up with a statement that ocean for us is extremely important. It's critically important, and demonstrate our commitment to protect it. That we will protect it because our lifeline depends on peace, security, and stability of the ocean. So this statement had to be made. We also had to make a clear statement to our partners in the region that if there is a capability that we have, we will offer that capability to you as well in case of need. We would not stand by. If you need something and we have it, we will come forward and stand by you. We have to give that assurance. We also had to mention, learning from the history, the potential threat or problems caused by an overplay by non-resident powers. we had to say that the primary responsibility of maintaining order in the Indian Ocean is vested in the littoral states of Indian Ocean. If the outside players want to help in stability, they are most welcome. But they cannot be allowed to disrupt it. We had to take a stand on that. And that is where SAGAR is born, which Prime Minister in his statement says security and growth for all in the region. Yes, security and growth for all in the region. Now you see the global transition which we are looking at, and we were looking at then, the world has always been in transition, but never like this. This transition is basically in all aspects of the pecking order. This transition is geopolitical transition. This transition is economic transition. This transition is technological transition. And this transition is environmental transition. The world has never seen such a all-encompassing transition knocking at our doors. Now, go back to the history of mankind. Most transitions were also accompanied by conflicts. They were either the result of a war or a cause of a war. Yes? And now this transition potentially could also be either a result of a conflict or a source of conflict. SAGAR was basically a wider vision, not different from the position taken in India from time ancient. Buddha was talking about SAGAR, Mahavira was talking about SAGAR, Nanak was talking about SAGAR, Gandhi was talking about SAGAR, which means what? Peace, security, and development for all. An inclusive approach to peace and prosperity. When we say Vasudeva Kutumbakam, world is a family, it is basically a reflection of SAGAR. And I'm sure those who have studied this phrase Vasudeva Kutumbakam, it's a one word within that long shloka. It basically means for the wise, the world is a family. If you're not wise, then world is not a family. Only for the wise, world is a family. Who is wise? You see, the wisdom is, do you understand your interlocutor or not? Do you understand the stakeholders? If you do not understand the stakeholders, then relationship can cause conflict. But if you understand your interlocutor and stakeholder, then it creates synergies and growth. Yes? Now, this transition which we are looking at, should we go to sleep in peace thinking that all right, if there is a conflict, we'll live with it? This conflict will be very expensive conflict. Why? Because the capacity of causing harm has been multiplied several times. It is no more trench warfare. right? Where one person kills at most maybe 5, 6, 10, 100. It's a very different capacity. The destructive capacity of the major players has undergone a sea change. If anybody says, let there be conflict and we will live with it, I think that will be absolute stupidity. We must do everything possible for preventing this transition leading into a conflict. That is SAGAR. Now, SAGAR was, it started in a theater of that time. It was IORA, Indian Ocean Rim Association, because the concepts like Indo-Pacific, Quad, and AUKUS and all that stuff, they were still babies being groomed. They were not there as adults who could spell out what exactly they wanted to be. Yes? But Indian Ocean, IORA was very much clear. So as a result, we said SAGAR, security and growth for all in the region. Which region we had in mind was IORA. But it is not limited to only one region. It is a concept. It's a principle of security and growth for all, irrespective of the region. And we knew that things will expand because Abe's statement, because of pivot to Asia, and this is what happened. It morphed into a concept today we call Indo-Pacific. So the theater has expanded. But the principle has not changed. Even there, we are seeking security and growth for all. Yes? So the SAGAR remains relevant even in the new theater. The tools will change. For example, when we talk about IORA, what were the tools we had in hand when we offered ourselves as a partner in security? We were doing capacity building, capacity expansion, capacity generation of our partners. Wherever they required something and we had, we said, all right, we give it to you. I'm sure my colleagues from Navy would understand this point very well. Then on the economic side, we have massive development partnership administration. India being a developing country committed billions of dollars worth of support to our partners in the Indian Ocean region. Then on trade, we offered a market on non-reciprocal basis to the least developed countries. We said, come, enjoy, take advantage of the large Indian market. And then people-to-people contact. We offer thousands of youngsters from the region fellowships to come to India and study. So those were the tools, and those tools remain in place. But then, along with that, you have tools like, for example, Quad, right? And then, there's, of course, though we are not really party to that, but AUKUS is another, which is floating around there. What is India seeking there? Say, for example, in Indo-Pacific or even in Quad, we are seeking the same principles. We are seeking in, for example, we are saying in structures, but high on delivery. But don't make it structurally rigid, because then it will be very difficult to manage any fluctuation, right? We are saying inclusive. The whole thing should not be exclusive. And we are saying it would not be aimed against anyone. So, SAGAR, if I make a final punchline, SAGAR is not an arrangement to win a conflict. SAGAR is an arrangement to avoid a conflict. Yes. Winning the conflict is not, nobody can say that. I will still want to hear if in the last 5-6 years anybody has won a conflict decisively. Yes, even the most powerful. Yes, winning a conflict is not a great option, but avoiding a conflict is a divine option. Now, Russian-Ukrainian conflict, people thought to settle it like this. And it's going on. Same thing in Middle East, Israel, Hamas. Non-state like this. And didn't happen like this. No conflict was solved like this. And finally, the thought didn't solve it, they had to run away. So therefore, friends, the validity of SAGAR must be kept close to your heart. Security, growth, prosperity for all, wherever they are, whomsoever they are. Let's be there as peacemakers, right? And not war makers. Because wars create misery and peace brings prosperity. With these words, I stop. And if you have questions, I will surely try to answer. Thank you so much. I hope I didn't speak too long.
Absolutely. Sir, before you came, we had a discussion on, in the context of India and China, democracy versus a dictatorship. We have young officers here, and the concern that was expressed is in a democracy, resources are, particularly from a security establishment perspective, resources are not so easy to come by. And the whole Chinese growth trajectory that we talk about, we almost try and look up to them that aisa hota to acha hota kind of thing. But, in a democracy, sir, managing federalism, managing, democratic values and a whole lot of things become quite a challenge. And being a diplomat, sir, you must have faced these questions. So I would like to get your views, because we don't want them to go back thinking that democracy has no value.
Friends, even those who go to war, openly say they are going from the principles of democracy. Right? In the last 10-15 years, all those wars were fought for defending democratic values. That's the value of democracy. You see, democracy is like your divine objective, and you fight to defend it. Do you ever think those youngsters, they may not be here now. Can you ever think that nobody consult you for taking a decision for the national good or national progress? Then who are you? What are you then? If you have no say in your own nation building through the democratic process, then you in that case, what? A machine? What are you then? If I belong to a setup, I want to have a say. I want to have a say in how my life is governed. And that is what democracy gives you, that power. Power to control your own life. How can you give it to somebody else without your concentration? There will always be issues. People may not agree. They may disagree. Disagreement is a natural process. If you have interest or studied, the evolutionary process, it's a process of disagreement. Yes? And that who succeeds, who negotiates the disagreement in the most effective manner. That is the survival of the fittest, not force. Because when you are talking of force, when you don't know, interlocutors have the same force or higher than you. It's negotiating that complex process and then coming out successful. Right? That is democracy. A victory which comes through use of force is never sustainable, because the fellow you have defeated is only waiting for time to come back and hurt you with greater force. It's only peace brings peace, and war invites war. I'm not saying that there is no need for security setup. Yes, but for what? For defending peace, not for destroying peace. Yes, I hope. That's how I look at this.
So, I'm Commander Gaurav. So when you were studying Mauritius, as you said, and there must have been cases wherein you must have observed that China is offering huge amount of infrastructure, free infrastructure, nearly close to 0% credit line to the countries, not just Mauritius, but on the East Africa nations as well. And thereafter, we saw some cases wherein the Chinese were able to use this debt trap and take over certain ports, the railway lines, and it led to some kind of propaganda or some kind of information amongst the African countries as well as the littoral countries in the East Africa. Where do we stand today? As in, are these countries now moving away from China, or they are still dependent on China? And can India offer actually something on ground as an alternate option to these countries?
You see, let me tell you this. You can buy friendship, pay for it, right? And then the fellow you're buying friendship with, next year will demand more. He'll say, now the cost of my friendship has increased. Yes? And it's a never-ending process. One day, you will not be able to pay for that friendship. But when the friendship is based on principles, it does not demand that cost. I can tell you, when we talk to our interlocutors, in international affairs, nobody loves your force. They love your principles. They accept force under duress. That's a different issue. But when it comes to choice, the choice is in these principles. I would not name any country. A lot of our interlocutors in global south, in one of our meetings, they said, look, when we became independent, we had a choice. the power or principles? But we went with the principles. Yes? Now, principles is never, I'm not saying it's ever easy. It's a very difficult choice you make. But it's never a wrong choice that you make. Yes? Even managing a good choice may be difficult. But will you start making wrong choices because maintaining a good choice is difficult? That is the value of democracy. Now you go to, say, for example, any of those countries in the Indian Ocean Rim. You ask them, name one person in India you admire. You know what they will say? Mahatma Gandhi. Yeah. He was not a man of force. Yes. He was only a man of principles and affection and love. And that is what people like. No people accept force ambiguous, but they accept love and friendship voluntarily. I'll narrate a story to you. It's a real thing. Just to arouse in you the value of values. We were traveling by road from far off place called Bolivia to Peru. I hope the geography is clear. It is in Latin America. And that was the time when terrorism was at peak in that region. So of course, many people advise us not to travel by road. They take a flight and come back. Why are you taking road? But we took road. Then we'll take that risk and see what's happening. So when we were traveling in a bus, yes, and when a bus came to Bolivia-Peru border, so to stop the immigration and customs, so I was traveling with my senior colleague. So the custom fellow, he looked at the bus. He saw that very bright Samsonite suitcase. So never seen in this jungle. So this must be something, right? He said, bring that suitcase down. So this suitcase was brought down. Yes. So my senior colleague said, no, my suitcase. So we both came down. He said, what is diplomat? I said, sir, for God's sake, general, isko kya pata diplomat kya hota hai? He said, Vienna Convention. I said, for God's sake, it doesn't Vienna. He is a poor guy from that village, appointed as customs officer because he belongs to that village and nobody will come to this place. Right? So we want to Vienna Convention on him. Yes. So he said, tell him. So I speak Spanish, so in Spanish I told this fellow, the diplomat from India. He's a diplomat from India. The land of Gandhi. Now, can you imagine this? He said, land of Gandhi appeared there, Mahatma Gandhi. I said, yes. He said, can I touch you? Can you imagine? He said, sir, can I touch you? Because I want to feel what kind of people that land produces. Then I asked him, should we open the suitcase? He said, when somebody comes from the land of Mahatma Gandhi, I must trust him. Can you imagine? Now, if we are carrying a weapon, you think we'll have the same response? Yeah. So, friends, please, for anything, for any price or cost, never agree to give up your own Swaraj. Because if the individuals have no Swaraj, the society can have no Swaraj. Yes? It's a bottom-up approach. If the last man doesn't feel free, the top man cannot feel free. Yes? That is how I feel, at least. Yeah, I don't know. You may disagree with me, but I'm willing to take the risk of being shouted at, but still support the principles at the expense of force.
Good afternoon, sir. I'm Rajan Sood,
Yes.
DIG from BSF. My question is, sir, both India as well as China are very old civilizations with almost similar way of thinking. In today's world, what's happening, we all know. So do you foresee in future, will there be a unification of this thought process and common goals of both these countries?
You see, international relations is a complicated business. Yes. Something we don't know. Game. Yes. Well, you're talking to somebody, but the game is somebody else's. Yeah. So it's a complicated business. I remember my Chinese colleagues repeatedly telling me that the sanctuary of Asia is not possible without India and China working together. But doing so, when two countries negotiate relationships, they carry so much of the baggage from the history. When people say getting a new idea is not as difficult as getting rid of an old idea. So carry those old ideas as baggage, and you're not able to get old ideas. Now, most of the India-China border issue, we negotiate as independent country. The answer is no. We inherited this from the colonial period, yes, and as a result, there's a baggage, there's a feeling of entitlement, there's a feeling of challenge. So, how to overcome those things? Yes, but then, all right, potential friend, potential threat. Now, how you handle this potential friend, potential threat? Now, friend to the extent possible, yes, but the threat to the extent possible, no. It's not an easy game. The same places game every day, in fact. How to minimize the threat and maximize the benefit in a relationship. But we don't succeed all the time. भाई आप अपने घर पे देखिए जब दो लोगों में झगड़ा हो जाता है तो उसको निपटाना मुश्किल हो जाता है तो ये तो बहुत बड़ी चीज है दो कंट्रीज के बीच में झगड़ा हो जाएगा तो उसको निपटाना मुश्किल होगा because there are beneficiaries of a conflict. You have to understand this point. Conflict is beneficial to some. We love conflict. Yes? And sometimes we are very powerful people who love conflict. Colonial time wasn't it a conflict? But the colonial ruler loved it. So all conflicts, there are beneficiaries of conflict and there are sufferers of conflict. So, there are some people sitting there who are benefiting from the conflict and they don't so easily agree. So, negotiation is not an easy thing to do. But then still you have to negotiate. You see, in spite of all the tension and all that stuff, if you look at sometimes the amount of tension, you know, should be fighting. They should be at war with each other. They are not. Because majority of people are negotiating to be peaceful and not fighting wars. Very few conflict areas, and they are also, I don't have time to discuss, even those conflicts were preventable. But because somebody had interest, not preventing. So what do you do? I can't even, go on record talking about those things.
So I just wanted to ask you, you made a statement that Gandhian values have not been very good for us, but they are being questioned now, sir. So is it because there are different nations and
if you ask if Gandhi were to appear today, now they are sitting, and if you tell him I want to prevent people from questioning your values, he will agree with you. He will say, if people can't question my values, then you are damaging my values. My values are dependent on people having the right to question everything. But that questioning should not turn into conflict. That is, you see, now while you are hearing this example, three-tier approach. We'll cooperate, we will compete, we will contest. Now, as long as it doesn't turn into a conflict, let it be. That is how the societies function. They will cooperate, they will compete, they will contest, but not necessarily fight. As long as you have the discipline of stopping before war, these are essential elements of negotiations. But the point is that the point from contestation to conflict, that is a discipline that most people unfortunately do not possess. छोटे तू मैंने से शुरू होती है और वो गोलियां चल जाती. I know. Yeah.
So, Gopal sir, I'm Kanjit Devaji from BSF. Also, we discussed about the Galwan, we discussed about Surkank. There are so many issues like LC, LOC, Galwan, I said. So, the talks have repeatedly been failed. What are the bottlenecks in cases, sir? And is it this status quo factor is temporary or permanent, sir? Thank you, sir.
You see, if you look at global conflicts, a lot of them are frozen, in fact. या इसको फ्रीज कर दो, अभी सॉल्व नहीं कर सकते हैं, इसको डीप फ्रीजर में डाल दो आप. There is an approach to conflict resolution. Why do you resolve a conflict? Because the amount of mutual trust and confidence that you need is lacking. The other is the mutual stake is lacking in a solution. These are the reasons why solutions are not found to difficult problems. So one way is that this is inside the difficult problem. Let's start with simple problems. In the international relations, you say, all right, let's do trade. Let's do culture. Let's do people to people. Let's do students. Let's do investments. Let's do everything. What happens? When you develop that relationship, your trust grows. And when your mutual trust and stakes are so high, you don't want to vote, then you're able to make the concessions required for solving difficult questions. That is one way of doing it. But as I said, international relations are a complex business. But as long as they do not turn into an open conflict, keep talking, keep talking. As long as you don't fight, it's all right. Yes? There is a saying where diplomacy ends, war begins.
This is about SAGAR, particularly since you had a ringside view of what is happening and you are instrumental in some of this. How do you see the future for relations in the extended domain? I'm talking about Seychelles, Mauritius, because China factor is always there. It's acknowledged. And in one individual also to say that we are not adequately staffed in terms of our diplomatic staff. And therefore, look at many levels. So how do you see the future in terms of showing up to be able to handle the China challenge?
You see, the biggest asset India has for negotiating with these partners vis-a-vis what is China offering? Your values. Democracy, freedom, tolerance, acceptance, diversity. Because now, if you have to make a choice between the GDP size, how do you make a choice, tell me? If they have to make a choice by number of the ships, how would they make a choice? If they have to make a choice by number of aircraft, how would they make a choice? The choice is very clear. With them in terms of force. We are competing with them in terms of values. Because in force, how would you compete? Tell me. But in values, we can compete. And that is what these countries love about India. So, please play on what we don't have. Why do we have on what we have more than you? मैं तुम्हें पैसा दे दूँ बोलो तो ज्यादा दे रहा बोलो तुम्हें छोटा हवाई जहाज दूँ बोलो तो 3 दे रहा उससे दे रहा how do you compete? Your biggest strength is your values. Live by the values, and believe me, I'm telling you from my own experience, at the end of the day, they may accept force, but they love values. Because finally, they are also trying to achieve these values. किसी कंट्री से बात करो, वही क्या चाहते हो? Working democracy. Isn't it? A peaceful society. लेकिन देखिए, सोसाइटी में प्लूरलिज्म तो खत्म कर नहीं सकते, वो तो नेचर ने दे दिया आपको. Pluralism is a natural product. How do you emulate that? But can convert into unity. That is what we call unity in diversity. How do you do it? With those values. Those values of acceptance, diversity, plurality, patience, tolerance, non-violence. And then you create a unified identity. Yes, which then defeat values भी आपको कोई defeat नहीं कर पाएगा. पैसे पे करेगा, ताकत पे करेगा, values पे कैसे करेगा? So that is a major asset we should never, because I dealt with these countries. They will tell you, sir, यही तो हमें चाहिए. लेकिन उसके लिए ठीक पैसा भी चाहिए. सब कुछ, but चाहिए वो finally. मुझे लड़ भी रहे 30 के लिए लड़ रहे हैं ना. So can you imagine? You know.
And sir is member of the Prime Minister's Blue Economy Committee. So a little bit on that.
Formerly.
And thoda sa
Up to
on the MSP, if you can speak.
Question oriented conversation or should I say something?
Say something, say something.
You see, MSP, I'm sure somebody is going to talk or has already spoken about MSP. Catherine will speak about MSP. You see, I work on blue economy, and blue economy has several sectors. These are ocean resources, harnessing of ocean resources, both tangible and non-intangible resources. I just mentioned the list. Food, energy, transport, recreation, then intangible, climate stabilization, carbon sink, and all that stuff. Now you see, for example, the world wants to grow or wants to continue to grow. Today, we are a global economy of $103-105 trillion. In next 20 to 23 years, we will double this. The world economy will become over $200 trillion. Yes? Now, for becoming $100 trillion, we have already created a huge mess for the environment. Yes? We have severely damaged our land resources, water resources, air resources, biodiversity, you name it. Now, can you imagine if in 20 years we put another $100 trillion? What can we do to the environment? Can we take that damage to the environment? If we keep doing things the way we did in the past, which means what? There is something called the Earth's Overshoot Day, which means every year we calculate how much resource the Earth has the capacity to reprocess. And when the Earth's complete annual capacity is exhausted, that day we call the Earth's Overshoot Day. Yes? And every year, the Earth's Overshoot Day falls somewhere in July or August, which means July or August we exhaust the Mother Earth's annual capacity every year. But do you want to grow $1 trillion? Which means that Overshoot Day will become in June or May. Can we sustain it? The answer is no. Then what pathway is available to us? You have to reduce the resource intensity of your group, which means 1 unit of resource should start producing more. So resource intensity, which means energy consumption, material consumption, it should go down. Same outcome, but with lower amount of materials. So material intensity must go down. Technology can help us in that doing so. You can see, for example, power consumption with LED. Our power consumption will be 10% of what it used to be 10 years ago. Similarly, you must be driving cars. Your cars are much more efficient now. Air conditioning, much more efficient. So one technology can help you to reduce the resource intensity of growth. But people say it will not be enough. The other is that, can we find new sources of resources? And that is where the ocean comes into play. Because almost 70% of the Earth is ocean. A huge resource. People are saying, oh, let's go to the ocean now. But when you go to the ocean says, you think you have messed up the land, you have also messed up you. The ocean is polluted. plastic pollution, other pollution, chemical pollution, acidification, loss of biodiversity, temperature rising, sea level rising. So the ocean says if you don't move additional resources, I don't be able to sustain. So unless, even in the ocean, we find ways and means of harnessing the ocean in keeping its capacity, then we will mess up the ocean also. Now, what about these sectors? Of course, we can find the technology, we can find the management tools to minimize the impact on the ocean or for harnessing. But still, what happens is that one activity in ocean interferes with other activity in ocean. For example, you have the shipping lane, but then fishing is also happening there. So when the ships go, if the fishes are migrating, now the migration can be interrupted by those noise, by that interruption, disruption. You overfish, you can kill these species. You want to bring a pipeline for hydrocarbons, but simultaneously the fisherman has to go there. So intersectoral conflict reduces the efficiency of harnessing ocean resources and causes more damage to the ocean. So now the concept which is emerging is that it says, can we plan the marine space? That's called marine spatial planning, which means planning the ocean space in an optimal manner so that the intersectoral conflicts are minimized. That is called MSP. But how would you do MSP? कहना तो बहुत आसान है, हमने कह दिया हो गया. MSP is heavily knowledge dependent. Unless you know, because most of the damage, remember, most of the consequences of our action in the ocean are happening underwater. You don't see them on the surface. It is underwater. The pollution is happening underwater. The warming is happening underwater. The loss of biodiversity is happening underwater. So all these conflicts are happening underwater. And when we say, for example, the marine domain awareness, we basically so far we talked about the surface awareness. What kind of entities and objects are floating around in the ocean? But that is mostly a security approach to domain awareness. But if you're looking at the sustainability of the ocean, then the domain which you must understand is underwater. Our master sitting there, underwater domain awareness is absolutely essential for sustainable harnessing of ocean resources and for designing any MSP whatsoever. Now, what's happening underwater needs knowledge. You must understand the chemistry of water. You must understand the physics of water. You must understand the optics of water. You must understand the sound of water. You must understand the biology of ocean. अभी तो हमें हवा का ही नहीं समझ में आता है, अंडरवाटर कैसे समझ में आएगा? So therefore, in fact, what Arnab is working on, or the MRC is working on, and I'm very happy finally somebody is working on it. They are trying to create models or what is called the result, the relationship between the action and the consequence. Yeah. The causes of things. If something happens, why it happens? Well, unless you know the cause of something that has happened, or something bad has happened, or something good has happened, then you don't understand. So therefore, understanding the causes of things in underwater is essential. And what they are doing now, they are developing models which should do this. Most likely this will happen. Yes? And now you know what you're doing. If you know what you're doing, you will tell me what will happen. If something bad is going to happen, please be careful. If something good is going to happen, please do it. Yes? That is how to deal with the oceans. And this is where Arnav is going to help you. Because we deal with the ocean, right? I'll do fishing, I'll do recreation, I'll do transport, I'll do everything. But then I don't know what's happening because of my actions. So he will tell us. So if the consequences are bad, come back to him and ask him how to do it so that the consequences are not bad. Yes? And then do the MSP. Yeah, if there are any questions, I'll answer. It's a complicated issue, I know. I try to simplify it like, school class.
No doubt about that. So the way you could explain MSP, I think none of us can ever do that. And I think this last one point, our associations are done. So you may like give one or two of your stories, which I've been very privileged to enjoy. I mean, even how you had mentioned one case in.
Can you not record?
ये मत record. Off कर देना. So,
you see, yeah.
participating, and thank you so much, sir. Thank you. We'll break for lunch.
Oh, about last part. Please join us online. Just try to keep this here. This part of the
The Indian Ocean region, IOR, has become the theater of geopolitical and geostrategic interactions in the 21st century, and various nations, both from within and the extraterritorial powers, are deploying the strategic assets in the region. Marine spatial planning, MSP, is probably the most effective tool for governance and management for challenges and opportunities in the marine as well as the freshwater systems. The precise mapping of the resources, quality, and availability, concerns of security and sustainability, and many more can really help in their effective and efficient exploitation. All kinds of policy and technology interventions can be deployed using MSP in vast marine and freshwater systems. The UDA framework proposed by the Maritime Research Center, MRC, and Nirthalani Technology Private Limited, NDT, is a unique concept to address multiple challenges and opportunities in the tropical waters of the Indo-Pacific and beyond. The UDA framework has the technology-driven digital transformation at its core. Thus, MSP is better served by the UDA framework to manage the Indo-Pacific construct. Let's dive deep into what is marine spatial planning. MSP is a data-driven process of generating a
Next one. Right. Different.
मेरा presentation निकला करो. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back. We have half an hour before our next speaker joins. So there are still a lot of slides that I want to show you. So I'm taking this opportunity to show you those slides and put some thoughts in your mind before you go back. And I mean, as you would have realized, there are quite a few things for us to still think about and then ponder what to do about it. Like the discussion that we had, two very important and interesting discussions we had. When we talk about the security architecture, now you all know 97% of the connectivity, internet connectivity that we have is through underwater cables. I'm sure all of you know that, right? And our dependency today, if many of us are suffering, including me, we are suffering from addiction to the mobile phone. Yes or no? So now you imagine you being cut off from this for a while. I mean, there have been instances where a couple of countries have been cut off from the internet for 2 weeks. And that was a intentional attack by a particular nation. Now, the Reliance Group, as I understand, is investing $65 billion for submarine cables. Now, can you tell me a specialized security agency which is going to protect this? Don't you think it's a tremendously high value asset which needs to be protected? To my mind, I don't think there is an organization which is still responsible or still, capable of looking at this. And this requires a very, very different. I mean, our navies are not definitely doing this. I'm not sure. I don't think Coast Guard is responsible for it. So, and the next thing, I mean, Mudgal sir, important issue is, see, when such big players get into investment, they look at geopolitics in a very different way. Now, how do we look at it from a strategic security perspective? Is something I just want to leave you all with the thought. The second issue I want to discuss, yesterday there was a discussion on underwater search and recovery, or the word normally used is search and rescue. But my submission is that the word should be search and recovery as well. Because rescue means you assume that there is a human life to be saved. Now, in a maritime scenario or in a water scenario, I don't think a human survivor can survive more than 48 hours, not even 48, 24 hours, right? Then whatever operation you do is to recover whatever the wreckage that is there so that you can understand why it happened and, so that we are better prepared. And that's very much important. I mean, if there's an aircraft that has fallen down, you need, and even like we talked about the aircraft accident, for the family till the time the bodies are recovered, there is no closure, right? Even in the Navy, as I know, it is a sub-miss which is raised and the families don't get the benefit till 7 years. Am I right? So getting the wreckage is very, very important for various reasons. Now, I want to give you a scenario. Right now, we are standing here. I think Indian Coast Guard is entrusted with the responsibility of search and rescue. Recovery is not yet part of the, official language. Now, as we talk, suppose the war room get an intimation that at so-and-so place, there is a aircraft that has ditched. Shreya, can you put a map in this? India map. Just go ahead, you'll get. Next slide. No, go back. That map is good enough. No, previous one. Yeah, no. Okay. So suppose this is a location where we get an intimation as we talk that there's an aircraft that has fallen there or there's an accident that has happened. Now, what is going to be your first reaction? You have to mobilize your assets for search and recovery to that location. Now, from the mainland, whichever is the point where it will be launched, it is definitely more than 24 hours time before that asset can reach there. Are you with me on this? Now, don't you think you need to know what is the asset that you need to deploy? Can you just send anything? You cannot. Now, what is that asset? Now, if you are operating at 5,000 meters depth, the asset will be different. If you are operating at a different depth, the asset will be different. Now, the point is, when you mobilize that asset, from the time you got the information to the time your actual search starts, which will be, say, at least 48 hours. During that 48 hours, has your target been waiting for you? The target is doing something, right? I mean, now I've written a paper 15 years back on this, or I think 20 years now, on search, underwater search. No, what is that? There are different types of targets. I mean, the target could be evading you, target could be an innocent target, and there are different classification. But let us assume it's an innocent target. Now, if it is the last known position is this, for the next 48 hours, don't you think you need to know what this target is likely to do? Otherwise, how will you even start the search? And what will you do? How will you plan your search? So there is a lot of work to be done. There are certain simulations that we do in our research world that you have to plan, and then you can narrow your search. Otherwise, you need those parameters. What is the current? What is the wind, and all that data is required. Now, based on that, you will actually pinpoint the start location of your search. And then you will go about it. Now, in an Indian setup, INCOIS is an organization which is supposed to have the data that I'm talking about. Now, if there is an officer sitting in the war room, don't you think he needs press of a button that data should be available to him? So there are various levels at which we need to work, even for a simple thing of search and rescue or recovery, not rescue. And when you reach there, I don't think submarine is a instrument to be used for finding an aircraft. It's a too big an asset and too expensive an asset to. Now, even I want to give you an example. When the MH370 fell down in the ocean, when the search had to start, they took 1 year to do the underwater charts of the right resolution so that AUVs for search can be deployed. I mean, this is the first-hand information that I have from the search team leader. And that is the reason China is aggressively pursuing. Now, AUV can be deployed for military purpose. It can be deployed even for commercial purpose. Now, we are looking for rare earth metal and all that thing, right? Now, India and China have been given two massive blocks, 75,000 square kilometer of area in Central Indian Ocean. Now, if they have to deploy underwater AUVs, which is obvious they have to do, or we have to also do at some point, there's a massive scale of underwater domain awareness that is required. Now, you imagine, like what Mudgal sir also mentioned, these will be national data, national assets. Navy can use it, Coast Guard can use it, Ministry of Earth Sciences, which is tasked for deep ocean, deep sea mining, they can use it, or even a search and recovery or a rescue, even if it's a commercial thing, they will also require that data. So it goes to the next level of who is going to be the central agency which will keep this data, make sure that it is only given to the authorized agency. A whole lot of aspects get covered in that. So we have to look at the UDA in a very, very different, and I don't think, other than Navy, see, when you look at the maritime domain, Navy and the Coast Guard are the only agencies which have the access to the sea. They have platforms that can give you access to the sea. But we are not the only organizations which have control over the sea, or which have mandate over the sea. Yes or no? There are so many other agencies, Ministry of Earth Sciences there, and a whole lot of, fisheries. There are a whole lot of agencies. I mean, Mudgal sir has articulated many of them, energy. All of them will not have the kind of seagoing capabilities that, even the way pollution came to Coast Guard, when we had this this accident, oil spill, that's when Navy said we can't be sent for all these things again and again. And that's when Coast Guard was asked to do this. And Coast Guard at that time had no capability to undertake these kind of things. But once they are tasked, of course, then there's a government mandate, and then they build their capability, and they are at a different level today. And that's what I was saying, even say coastal police or something. But even to monitor economic offense, we need organizations which have the right kind of ability. So first you have to define the role, and then you have to also equip that organization. So underwater search and recovery has to be looked at a very, very different level. It requires a very different kind of capability. It has to be done in a very different way. So I just wanted to, can I go back to the previous slide? Yeah. Yeah. No, yeah, okay, thank you. Tell me at 5 minutes before. Now, yes, sir, please.
Just for providing some clarifications. It so happened that, like I told you yesterday, I was in the operations room at the Coast Guard Maritime Rescue Coordination Center. And by and large, after the task has been given to the Coast Guard from 1936 onwards, they have been designated as a nodal agency for search and rescue. They also become the nodal agencies today for pollution control vessels. They have 3 dedicated pollution control vessels today, which are very well equipped. So we will be able to tell you later about it. More importantly, as far as the search and rescue which you are explaining is concerned, the same map, when you look at this, wherever it's happened, the Maritime Rescue Coordination Center and the Maritime Rescue Sub-Coordination Centers, which are along the districts, 9 of these maritime districts and the UTs, provide you that immediate response mechanism. Because the first priority is to save lives. Immediately during monsoon, you will get a fishing vessel which is adrift, and then you will get somebody who is sinking, or you will have this aircraft that went down, which is the which I was closely involved with. I just retired from the Navy and I was there. So, in this case, what happens is there is sequencing of actions that take place. As soon as the islander went down, just in the case, a specific case, or in the eventual which went down, immediately aircraft were launched. Because they're the first responders, as you can say. Immediately they will look around for leaks, for any signs of survival, any boards which are there, or any oil. So that's what. So once that is there, like you correctly said, it may take anything from 24 to 48 hours for a surface vessel with the right kind of capability to reach that and initiate a search. This is where your inquiries inputs related to drift rates, wind condition, other parameters which tell you where the datum is and what is the lost known position and where is it that this target would be, depending on what it was. So I think by and large, the Coast Guard has refined the procedures in terms of providing your first aid to search and rescue. The next stage of requesting for submarine search, at that time they said, we don't know what's happened. And Bay of Bengal, the gradient they were found was about 3,000 feet. So it did not have the capability to carry out underwater searches at that depth. This is where the submarine was deployed, the survey vessels with satellites, side scan sonars were deployed, and ultimately, suddenly realized there is somebody who's operating in Bay of Bengal far away, and Reliance was requested to come and provide this service. They came there and were able to locate it. And like you correctly said, the families at least now knew that there is no coming back for these people. So I personally, having been with the Coast Guard, I would like to tell you that by and large, there's a mature response mechanism that's at work. But there's always want more. So we definitely require more and more coordination and all this is required. But we are on the right track, both in terms of pollution control as well as search and rescue. Now I'm sure Swarup would like to add something.
As far as search and rescue is concerned, Coast Guard has a good infrastructure, but that's for surface search and rescue. What Sir is talking about is search and recovery underwater.
Absolutely. Yes. No, I very much.
And for that, I think we don't have a very specialized technique for the underwater search.
No, I have also served in the Coast Guard for a year, and very much, like what Vasan sir has said, there is a very clear-cut demarcation of responsibility also. And if Coast Guard assets are available, they get into action. But if they fall short of assets, then of course, Navy is very much an integral part of the whole mechanism to provide search and rescue. That's precisely what I'm saying. What I said is the area of
in Coast Guard, we have done search and rescue without using the Coast Guard and Navy forces.
Absolutely. No,
we have such a network through all this.
That's because
shipping and every
demarcation of area and responsibility is very clear. I very much agree with what you said, but I'm only trying to add to the point of underwater search and recovery. That is something work in progress. That I have personally had discussions with the very topmost authority in the Coast Guard, because now it's very clear. I know where to go. As I gave you the previous example where underwater cable, we don't know whom to talk to and where to go. But in underwater search and rescue, definitely, there's a lot of work that has happened, and I think it has come to a level. But underwater search and recovery is something, but we also know that it is a Coast Guard which has been, by an act of parliament, which has been, so now definitely there's a discussion that is ongoing, and I'm sure they're looking. I mean, they do reach out, and see, now another thing is that the beacon is highly relied upon, and that's how the search and recovery also is being planned. But maybe it may not be adequate. So the discussion is ongoing. So next point I want to bring about is the freshwater crisis or freshwater issue. If you look at this map, what you can see is, other than the northeast, the Brahmaputra basin, India is short by 20% as we talk, freshwater availability. And if we continue in the next decade or so, we will be almost 80% short of freshwater. And when we talk about freshwater, or I had mentioned, we will have Dr. Ajay Kumar joining us on Friday morning. He is my collaborator in our work on the transboundary river and water security. Now, what I'm trying to tell you is not just the availability, which is an issue. I mean, Vasan sir also mentioned about, how the water table has gone down and a whole lot of things. Even, India has built a reservoir in Bhutan because, some people will say, why should we invest in Bhutan? Because that is what will keep the Brahmaputra basin in a right level, right? So, and geopolitics, as Mudgal sir has very clearly brought out, there is so many things that we give which common people may not understand, but there is a larger, geopolitical, agenda, and which is rightly so, right? Because that provides electricity, but it provides a lot of, storage capacity for us, which we can harness whenever we need. And it also keeps an environmental balance in the region. Now, next slide. Now, if you look at the next slide, it is even more scary. See, what is available to us is also not usable. The water quality is a bigger challenge. Now, see, we had food crisis, and then we had the green revolution. Now, if you look at Punjab and Haryana, the groundwater is at a very, very different level of chemical contamination. And that has become, I think, the hotspot for even cancer. Right? So when we talk about strategy, what will happen in 50 years and what will happen in 100 years is something we need to be very sure of. Today, water availability is a problem, but water quality is a bigger problem. So one has to appreciate. And so we need to work on water quality management at a very different level. And today, the way we talk about MSP is a solution to this. It will not only tell you what to do, but the consequences. Mutkal sir has very nicely explained that. I mean, what are the consequences? And when we are saying consequences, you don't read the consequences in the next 20, 30 years. You have to read the consequences in the next 100 years. Otherwise, you go horribly wrong, because some of these things are irreversible. And if that is the case, then we are in very difficult times. So water quality management, I think I had talked about Khadakwasla yesterday. We have done the basic, survey, but this requires a very different understanding. We need to build this, like if you go to the previous slide, you see, now we are talking about the river linking project. It may have its own issues. I don't want to talk about it, but we have to look at it in a very different way. And in a federal structure, there are a lot of issues when we talk about security. Even, people have not allowed water to flow between states. There are religious structures that have been built on the river so that, nobody can ever demolish that to make sure water is made available. So that is the level of, in a democracy, these are not uncommon. But you have to still navigate between all this and still give a solution or find a solution. Next. Next. So just I want to mention, when we talk about UDA, many people say it is an underwater component of the MDA that was. Let me give you a background. I mean, we had talked about AIS system. AIS was actually started by the technical committee of IMO in early 90s. But of course, it didn't have any takers. It initially was started by the IMO technical committee. But after the 9/11, it became a very, very important, like it became part of MDA, and then of course it became very big. Now, the MDA, as we know, the conventional MDA that we understand, I call it an event-driven formulation. 9/11 globally and 26/11 in India. But next slide. So if you see the different components, security, in that security also see, like Ambassador Bambavle was here yesterday, and or Mudgal sir has also repeatedly talked about water security, energy security, food security. These are also aspects of security. Our armed forces or security forces may be not directly involved, but as I gave you the example of South Africa, army has been deployed to manage water supply. Right? So, see, we are an instrument of the nation. If there is a demand, nation demands that we have to provide a certain service, we have to do it. But do we push ourselves to that situation is a question that we need to answer. So just to elaborate on the security aspects, even the rivers also now, these kind of threats are very much possible. Now even young kids are working on drones, and they are capable of doing these kind of things. And Kasab incident, anyway, we saw. I mean, does it prevent the next Kasab incident to happen through underwater means? So what is our preparation for that? And of course, this is the boat people or the migration that is likely to happen, or that is already happening in our east coast. So what is our preparedness? So our forces need to be aware of the next slide. Now, we are increasingly now looking at the oceans for food security. Mudgal sir has amplified this multiple times. The global fish stock is on the decline. There's a report from the Colorado University. Since 1996, the global fish stock is on the decline. But today, the bycatch is of the order of 80%. This mechanized fishing that we do when we collect, hundreds of tons of fish in one, catch. 80% is thrown back because it is not what we consume. So how do you rationalize? On one end, the stock is on the decline, and on the other side, the fish stock is, the fish is being wasted. How do you regulate this? What are the agencies in the as part of the instruments of the nation to monitor this and make sure that this doesn't continue? As Vasan sir has also said, there are areas in India where fish is dying of old age, but there are also areas which are overfished. Now, I can give you certain ground report. I've heard in Brahmaputra and even in the Konkan coast, there are areas where there is no fish available today. This is as of today. Brahmaputra also, I got this report. I mean, these are all something, which is occurring almost at the same time. So this is a result of massive degradation or sustainability concerns that are manifesting today. So we need to really look at it in a very different way. So this is something, when we have so much of dependence, we also have to know how to manage it well. Next. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I think I'll stop here. I just wanted to use the time and leave some food for thought, basically. So you can close this, and our next speaker is ready. So. Kim, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Good afternoon, Dr. Das. I can
Thank
hear
you so
you.
much.
I warn you, the audio has cut in and out a couple of times, so we'll do our best.
Am I audible?
You are mostly audible.
Okay. Thank you very much. Welcome, and really appreciate you joining us. I know you are going through a middle of a lot of things on your side, but I really appreciate you joining us. And we have a very important audience. This is the entire strategic security community, and we also have Ambassador Anup Mudgal sir, who was India's High Commissioner at Mauritius when the SAGAR vision was announced. And we also have one of my very senior colleagues from the Navy, Commodore Wasan. He's a strategic expert on China and maritime affairs. Apart from that, we have a lot of senior officers from the armed forces, paramilitary forces in India, border security force, army, navy, coast guard, even there's an air force officer also. So I would also request you to start by introducing yourself. Normally we don't do that because we would like the speaker to introduce himself. Your journey in NDC, which many of these officers here would be aspiring for, and you have a unique distinction of having done the National Defense College here in India. So over to you, Kim, and I look forward to listening to you. Thank you very much.
Well, sir, thank you. I really appreciate the invitation. And it's a daunting prospect to introduce myself. But firstly, I should say it's a pleasure to be here. I think this is an incredibly important set of topics. Underwater domain awareness is something that gets raised so often, but we so rarely get the opportunity to explore it properly and look at the challenges and opportunities it presents. So I'm really grateful to be part of this. And Ambassador, Commodore, senior officers and colleagues, and of course, Dr. Arnab, yourself, thank you so much. It's a privilege to be here. In terms of my background, I'm actually a defense civilian. And for most of my career, I did a few sort of professional roles in that context. I was an interpreter and translator early on in my career. But I moved to work on various defense issues, and that took me to deploy on military operations in Timor-Leste and in Afghanistan. I think that's a process that's a little bit more common in the Australian system than some others, where civilians will attach to the military, will temporarily sign up to the Defence Force Discipline Act, and will deploy with military forces abroad. And I've had the privilege of being able to embed in the US Defense Department for a couple of years. And most recently, I was posted in New Delhi, where I was working on the defense relationship. And as part of that, I also had the real privilege to attend the National Defense College, where I think I was the baby of the course. So hopefully that gives a good sense of where I've come from. And in terms of what I'm here to speak about today, I've been asked to give a broad sense of how maritime cooperation between Australia and India has been evolving. And to do that, it makes sense, I think, for me to start with defence cooperation. That's partly for selfish reasons, because I worked on the defence relationship in government a few years back, as I mentioned. But in many ways, although maritime collaboration has to span across government and non-government agencies, it so happens that the defence relationship between India and Australia really has formed a lot of the basis for the progress we've made so far. So it's as good a place to start as any. I have to apologise, I don't have slides with me. I wasn't able to prepare them on time, but hopefully this tracks in a reasonably coherent way. So I was thinking about the defence relationship for this talk, and it struck me that historically India and Australia have always had exceptionally strong foundations for a close defence relationship. And this came up actually recently when I attended an event at the Indian High Commission in Canberra. Something that's not appreciated enough in Australia is just how much our forces and Indian forces have actually served together in conflict, including in some of the very storied battles that we had in Gallipoli during the First World War. And those campaigns, it's difficult to overstate how much of an effect that those campaigns have had on Australia's self-image. They're a real part of our self-identity and the mythology that we've built around ourselves. And what you'll find is that Indian soldiers were often fighting alongside Australians who actually looked up to them. Many of the Australians were really inexperienced, and they saw their Indian comrades as kind of exemplars for how to behave and how to fight. A lot of those links were explored at this event that I mentioned, and it really should be appreciated more just how far back and how deep our links really are. Now, needless to say, all the links go well beyond that. The Indian diaspora is one of the biggest in Australia. You might have heard that Hindi and Punjabi are both in the top 10 most widely spoken languages here. And you'll see a representation of the Indian community across all sectors in Australia. It's really remarkable and probably, to be honest, could be afforded to be celebrated more. But the broader point I'm trying to make is that there's been an extraordinary foundation for the defence relationship for as long as either of us have existed as independent states. But what's been missing up until recent years was the strategic alignment that really would drive us closer together. In terms of foreign policy, both of us were focused on our near regions. For India, that obviously meant a focus on the countries you're very familiar with, Pakistan and China, bordering countries, and those in the Indian Ocean region. And of course, India responded to the challenges of the Cold War by pursuing autonomy and non-alignment. And then by contrast, Australia's focus was really on Southeast Asia and the Pacific, and then really doubling down on our alliance with the US in the post-Second World War period. So they weren't necessarily conflicting approaches, but they weren't necessarily in alignment. I think there've also been some practical constraints. The sheer size of the Indian military is something to behold for us. There are something like, 1.4 million Indian defence personnel around about. In Australia, it's less than 100,000. So we can't operate or exercise at the same scale. And that's meant that Canberra's had to be really judicious about what avenues of cooperation would deliver the best bang for buck, so to speak. In practice, what that has often looked like is us finding niche areas of cooperation where both sides try to provide some kind of unique expertise that we can leverage from each other. And then, of course, as with a lot of defence relationships, there was a real focus on senior leaders and the educational placement in key institutions like staff colleges. That obviously hasn't precluded practical cooperation. The navies, the Australian and Indian navies, have assisted stranded sailors for each other as required, and there are lots of examples of people from both countries who've served together in UN missions and the like. And I should, for fear that an Australian hears that I've been downplaying the history of the relationship, I should emphasise that the significance of those senior links shouldn't be underestimated. To take one example, one of Australia's earlier NDC students was General Sir Peter Cosgrove. He left the college and went on to command our highest profile military operation in his day, which is the one in Timor-Leste. And he ultimately became our Chief of Defence Force and Governor General. And he was a very vocal proponent of the India relationship ever since. So those links really matter. But again, what I mean to say is that we had the foundations for close cooperation for decades, and the strategic alignment had been the missing element. And it will shock none of the professionals in the room to know that rapid strategic alignment is exactly what we've seen over the last 10 years, let's say. And the pace of the defence collaboration between us has actually been extraordinary. It's been faster than in any other relationship that I've seen or worked on. It surprises no one for me to observe that a lot of that has been driven by our mutual concerns over China. Among other things, its assertiveness has prompted much of the region to realise that the world is becoming multipolar and there's no single country anymore that can dominate and enforce its will, which offers opportunities as well as risks. And it calls for states like India and Australia to really step up and create the structures and the rules of the road to make the overarching system more resilient and try to enhance all countries' right to make their own sovereign decisions. But another important shift, and one that's relevant, I think, for this audience, is the change in the Indo-Pacific maritime environment. We've obviously seen disputes intensify in a way that has real potential for escalation into conflict. And Australia's had a rude awakening recently where we were reminded exactly how reliant we are on freedom of navigation and stable and free and open waters because of events in the Red Sea. And you could add actually the experience of India intervening in incidents off its west coast as well, which all demonstrate how quickly threats to that freedom of navigation can emerge. And they have very real implications for all of us. And, you know, if you think about it, we have more Navy and Coast Guard vessels and more fishing vessels in the water than we've ever seen before in history. So I think fundamentally the Indo-Pacific strategic environment is now fundamentally a maritime one. And that may seem obvious to those in the audience, but I think for the mainstream strategic community in Australia, I think that's been part of a shift. You would have heard of the AUKUS agreement, which to me doesn't just symbolize Australia doubling down on its alliance with the US and its partnership with the UK, but to me it also shows just how much more maritime issues are becoming front and center in our mainstream strategic thinking. Like, experts have long known just how important these issues are for Australia. We're a massive island continent, but so much of our recent Defence Force engagements often were land-centric. So that meant that the popular image of our Defence Force was of someone carrying a rifle somewhere like Afghanistan, even though our Navy was steadily conducting its own operations at capacity all along. And of course, all of the services made substantial contributions to joint campaigns in places like Afghanistan and the Middle East. But I think that popular image existed still, and it was the focus of our media attention. It was land forces carrying an Australian flag and often serving in a coalition environment. So I think that popular image is starting to evolve, and I think we're seeing more popular interest in maritime issues, and you're seeing a defence force that is really starting to double down on some of the vulnerabilities and opportunities that are posed in a maritime strategic environment like the one we find ourselves in. And then for India's part, you know, if I think about India from the other end of that spectrum, obviously it doesn't seek to build formal alliances, but it's also been undergoing its own response to strategic shifts. And that has involved deepening its relationships with multiple partners. That includes Australia, and it includes Washington and Paris, and there's an ongoing relationship with Russia. And as part of that, there's also this similar conversation happening about how best to balance India's need for a land and continentally focused military strategy with the need to shore up its maritime influence. So to me, we've emerged from different backgrounds and with different emphases, but both countries have kind of had this foundational relationship with now this strong and quickening strategic alignment. And suddenly, you know, in the span of a decade, both countries have been dedicating more attention to a simple and important fact. Like, Australia and India are two of the most important custodians of some of the world's most significant waters in the Indian Ocean. So as I mentioned, the defence relationship itself has really deepened faster than anything else I've seen to date. The Australian High Commission likes to highlight a few sort of handy facts that illustrate the point. One of them is they're always drawing attention to the fact that the number and frequency of exercises between both defence forces has really ramped up. And it has, if I remember right, the number actually doubled in a key period after 2014. I think between 2014 and 2020, the number of exercises doubled. But what's more important to me is something that doesn't tend to make the talking points, but I think will make sense to the audience, particularly from the uniformed communities. And that to me is the importance of increasing levels of trust and complexity and the depth that those activities show. we all know it's really easy to do a simple passing exercise between two naval vessels that happen to be in the same area at the same time. I think we're really past that. The Indian and Australian navies are really past that. And if I just think back about some of the examples that we worked on when I was in Delhi, I mean, we had this key naval exercise called Index. And for that, the last one I was involved in, it was the biggest offshore deployment of Australian assets for an exercise that we'd ever done. And we were using more assets, obviously, than we would in comparable activities with most other countries. And then in that exercise, we did it across services. So just to take one example, Australian P-8 maritime patrol aircraft. In our system, those are Air Force assets. But in past exercises, we've made sure that they participated in counter-submarine serials and the like. Those are pretty sensitive capabilities, and they're pretty complex serials to conduct with multiple vessels and assets in the area. And I think that actually really demonstrates the level of trust that's building between the system. We've also got, and you may be aware, we've got this embedded naval officer in India's Information Fusion Center for the Indian Ocean region in Gurgaon, near Delhi. And again, I think that's significant, not just for the signal it sends about Australia's and India's commitment to each other on a political or a strategic level, bilaterally, but also for their commitment to the broader region. And it also speaks to a really important point that isn't often covered in media talking points. And again, I come back to trust. So governments always want headlines, and they find value in being able to announce new initiatives and agreements, and those things do have value. But as defense professionals know, success in relationships often looks more mundane. It's a junior Australian Navy member seeing something of concern on a radar screen and being able to pick up the phone and securely dial their Indian Navy counterpart to compare notes on it and see if they can make sense of it. That doesn't make sexy headlines, but that's actually to me a real marker of success, and that's the goal to aim for in a lot of ways for the defense relationship. And I think that's the value of constructs like India's IFC that often get missed in the public discussion. Excuse me. I think the visit of India's submarine, the INS Vagir, was it, to Perth last year, was significant for pretty similar reasons. It enabled cooperation, obviously, and it attracted fanfare. But if you think about it, submarines are always in demand. No military feels like they ever have enough of them. They require a lot of overhead and support. So when you're sending one, how you use it and where you use it really matters, because those decisions always have an opportunity cost, right? So the fact that India sent one of its most sensitive and in-demand capabilities all the way to Australia tells you something about the levels of trust and what signals we're sending to the region about our own partnership, about our capabilities and our reliability as partners. I think the same goes for P-8 maritime patrol aircraft cooperation. So as you know better than me, P-8s are a really crucial capability for both our countries to understand and respond to the events that are happening in the huge spaces of the Indian Ocean. Both sides have been leveraging each other's facilities to land and refuel and cooperate. And that's a really big thing because it extends our operational reach, obviously, and it bodes well for our ability to be custodians of this massive Indian Ocean. No single country can monitor and protect all the waters all of the time. So hopefully the P-8 cooperation will reach a regular tempo in which we can coordinate and share information that we find on patrols and support each other on the ground with refueling and the like. On that subject, there are a few frameworks that support this kind of cooperation. And in fact, there are a lot of them, but I won't go into all of them. But I think one that's particularly relevant for the kinds of cooperation I've been talking about is the mutual logistics support arrangement. That's a framework that reduces the friction for both sides in arranging support for each other, and refueling is the obvious example. But it essentially lays out standard operating procedures, shared language, a shared understanding of who is obliged to do what. If one side has to pay the other, how does that look? How does the process work? In a lot of ways, that's mundane stuff, but this is exactly the kind of thing that really helps to create flexibility and responsiveness, because it means that the next time a last minute opportunity comes up for both sides to exercise together, they're more likely to be able to do so now that they've got an arrangement that kind of adds grease and oil to the process. And the same goes if one side needs to respond to some kind of an urgent contingency from humanitarian assistance or civilian evacuations or any number of roles. So those kinds of frameworks, I think they get listed in talking points and glossed over, but they're actually the glue that goes a long way to actually facilitating cooperation and making it easier to do it quicker and more flexibly. I'm just thinking where to from here, and I don't have the authoritative view on this, but I think it's clear that the relationship's only going to grow. There are a few themes and issues that I think are worth watching. One is that both sides have shared platforms, and there'll be more and more opportunities to leverage that commonality. I mentioned the P-8 maritime patrol aircraft, obviously. Those play a significant role in our domain awareness, including in the underwater domain. Another is that both sides have procured Seahawk, like those Romeo helicopters, which are a potent anti-submarine capability, among other things. So I anticipate there'll be a lot of opportunity for both sides to leverage that shared capability and build each other's proficiency with that platform together. And one thing that you may or may not have heard is that in Australia, commensurate with our growing maritime focus, we're seriously expanding our ADF. Now, I admit not anywhere near the numbers that the Indian military has, but we're expanding personnel for all three services. And I think off the top of my head, as a baseline, that would roughly be a 20% increase on the numbers we have now. But also of note is that the Navy is looking to roughly double the number of surface combatants in coming decades, which, as you can imagine, is a huge endeavor. And it'll have a lot of implications. But I think importantly, for thinking about maritime cooperation between Australia and India, having those extra hulls should really translate into much more capacity to collaborate with India and with regional partners a great deal more. I also think we need to be thinking about closer defence industry cooperation. And my impression is that there have been some stumbling blocks in that regard. I suspect part of that is that both sides seek sovereign capabilities, and so they're trying to sell to each other. And they operate at quite different scales for quite different customers and requirements. But there are inevitably going to be really important convergences that we can leverage. And I suspect that in the coming, say, 5 years, we'll see some really influential joint ventures taking shape. And I think that will build its own momentum. It will help to lead to even more trust between both countries, and it'll unlock even further cooperation into the future. Another important point for me is that we can't actually just expand maritime cooperation by focusing only on navies, as important as they are. Navies don't operate in a vacuum. Armies and air forces contribute important roles to the broader maritime mission, and they can have substantial influence over maritime policy and capabilities. And as I'll discuss later, you can add coast guards to that mix, and you can add broader government and non-government agencies to that mix as well. But in terms of the defence relationship, I think we'll find as the relationship continues to mature, the Navy is going to remain the lead in terms of carrying probably the bulk of strategic investment in cooperation. But there'll be a bit of a rebalancing, I suspect, to ensure that the relationship with the Air Force and the Army is calibrated the right way. And as I just alluded to, the same point goes for maritime cooperation more broadly, which, as you all know, is about far more than just defence. In various statements, I think back to all the Indian and Australian government, the times that they've named the threats, the maritime challenges that they're concerned about. And those concerns don't just involve terrorism and piracy. They also entail smuggling, illegal fishing, and really serious environmental concerns. And militaries just aren't well suited to tackling those alone. As I think Dr. Arnab has emphasized himself, if you think about underwater domain awareness, it's so often discussed in a defense context, and it's seen as something that, to a simple brain like me, I immediately think of submarines, but it's actually far broader than that, and it's crucially important across so many sectors. It's really not just a defense problem. And then that leads me to the state of maritime cooperation beyond defense between India and Australia. And in that regard, I actually think the low-key cooperation between India's Coast Guard and its equivalents in the Australian Maritime Border Command have been really key, but they've probably not received the recognition that they're due. I think visits of Indian Coast Guard vessels to Australia are one really important symbolic example, but there's so much working level cooperation going on behind the scenes across multiple issues, and it's a really good test case, I think, for how to build a relationship and linkages between, the ops center of one institution and that of the Indian Coast Guard and counterparts. There's also a really steady stream of law enforcement cooperation, which often happens behind the scenes, but it plays a really important role in addressing shared threats, including those with maritime dimensions. I was thinking about ways in which maritime cooperation beyond defence can and should be expanded between India and Australia. I'm quite sympathetic to an argument that Dr. David Brewster made. He suggested that members of the Quad, the 4 Quad countries, should incorporate more than Navy cooperation in the form of the Malabar exercises. They should also be bedding down more of a Coast Guard focus between the four partners. And that makes a lot of sense. Coast Guards are obviously less provocative than grey hulls, and they're more suited to tackling some of the challenges that navies are. I've also been turning my mind more to submarine data cables, which I think Dr. Arnab was just discussing. There's an Indian maritime security researcher called Dr. Pooja Bhatt you may have come across. She's made some really important suggestions about the way that countries like India and Australia can share best legislative and operational and policy practices to better protect those submarine cables. And I'm trying to get my head around India's Indo-Pacific Oceans Initiative, which is just hugely ambitious. And I think it's starting to take shape with proposals coming through. Australia is obviously leading the maritime ecology element of that framework, and ideas are starting to be executed. And of course, there are really important initiatives from organisations like the Quad, which announced its Maritime Domain Awareness Initiative. I think those are really laudable efforts, and it's a really good way to draw on the resources of 4 of the world's most, in different ways, that some of the 4 world's most influential Indo-Pacific countries, and together they're able to really shape the strategic environment. My instinct, though, is that these kinds of initiatives take time to solidify. It's a really big challenge to build consensus and to negotiate cooperative frameworks. But an equally important separate challenge is to drive our respective bureaucracies to really deliver. And I think it's really important that we not be so focused on the next steps that we don't fully implement the ones we've already agreed. I also wonder about environmental protection, and this isn't my area of expertise, but I have been speaking recently to environmental scientists who are really concerned about our offshore territory in the Cocos-Keeling Islands. Now, if you weren't aware, this is not too far from the coast of Indonesia. It's a small island with maybe a population of, I'm guessing, but 700 people. And it's an area where defence seeks to upgrade runways so that it can support P-8 maritime patrol aircraft landing there to extend its reach, and perhaps in future have Indian and Australian aircraft cooperating and refueling from there. But it's really important that we remember that there are communities there who are very rightly worried about sea level rises and, for example, catastrophic loss of food sources for endangered species. And those are really critical issues that local communities care about, and they're the communities we represent, and they're the communities that we seek to defend. And it's really important that we respond to their concerns. So one thing I would like to explore more with better qualified people than me is to understand what commonalities there are between an island like Cocos-Keeling and its nearby neighbour, Christmas Island. Because I imagine that a lot of the issues it faces are similar to those of other Indian Ocean territories. And there may be really strong value in supporting some kind of research and programs designed to tackle those problems between them. And I think that's a great case study demonstrating why an issue like the environment cuts across numerous other important issues for us, and that includes ensuring the welfare of the environment, ensuring the welfare of the people who rely on the environment, but also better enable an island to also then support defence interests. These aren't mutually exclusive. Above all of that, though, I have a bit of a cheeky observation, and that is that I think much of the progress we've made so far has really been driven from the top down, and it's often been thanks to the personal investment of our respective prime ministers. Now, that's led to extraordinary progress, and I actually think it was necessary. But it also means we've got to be mindful of something, in my personal opinion. I think when priorities are consistently driven from the top down, our respective governments and organisations often end up scrambling to make problems fit the solutions we've already devised. The classic example in my experience is hearing from an Australian official, I still hear it now, they've decided they want to do trilateral cooperation on something, but they don't know why, and they now want to identify justifications for it. I think sometimes that's just the cost of the messy process of international cooperation, that it will come as a combination of top down and bottom up. But I think it's really important that we complement that kind of movement and that progress with very sober and ground level analyses of which problems we share and what are the best mechanisms and relationships are for us to address them. Because the mechanisms and frameworks that are born out of a very clear need, to me, are the ones that last. So for that process, I really think we can never have enough ideas. People are scrambling for ideas here in Canberra. And we also need critical voices helping to sift through them. I think that mix of creative and critical thinking is incredibly important for the future of the India-Australia relationship. And I think it forms the centre of any maritime cooperation effort that we want to delve into. I think it's actually forums like this one that give the avenue for a lot of these ideas to be discussed and considered and potentially put into practice, which seems like a good opportunity for me to reiterate my thanks to Dr. Arnab and the Maritime Research Centre for holding the event. I think we can all agree that maritime security, maritime ecology, underwater domain awareness, these issues are only going to grow more important in the coming decades. And discussions like this are what helps us to ensure that we're ready for that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kim. I do note a couple of very important points that you made. One on the beyond defense cooperation when we talk about the maritime domain, and the second is the limitations of a top-down approach that you mentioned. It's very much true. And I want to, before I open the floor for questions, I just wanted to put one point here that when the MH370 went down, all of us know 95% of the people who went down with the aircraft were actually Chinese population. But the international search was led by Australia. So that's a very interesting geopolitical question. I mean, came to you first and then to Ambassador Mudgal sir also. And even Vasan sir is here. He has handled many such issues. What could be the geopolitical compulsion or the geopolitical reason that Australia was asked to lead that? Is it just proximity to the supposed search location, or is there a larger geopolitical reason to it?
So I have to confess, I don't know much about that search and rescue operation itself. But a couple of thoughts occur to me. One is I understand that proximity and the location of our assets and infrastructure just so happened to make us well suited to lead the response. And I think more broadly, and you'll forgive me if this is cheesy as a former diplomat, but this is actually true. You know, Australia always talks about supporting a rules-based order. We're constantly harping on about it in statements and media engagements. And it's actually a frustrating and nebulous term in a lot of ways. But when we're talking about it, it's actually this kind of collaboration that we're alluding to. So the point for us is, sure, the passengers were Chinese that time, but it could have been anyone. And aviation safety matters to all of us. And just as the oceans are a common domain that don't necessarily belong to any one country, but we are all custodians of, so too is an issue like this, the importance of aviation safety and making sure that we can find aircraft and identify what went wrong and mitigate hazards. So from us, there would have been an element of seeking to demonstrate that, hey, we may have a fraught relationship with this country that may be a competitor, but in this instance, these were civilians that went down, and the greater global public good is in us stepping up and providing assistance. And ultimately, I think that's kind of, you know, if you ever wonder about all those cheesy talking points about rules-based order, that's what they're trying to get at. That's what it looks like when it works, at least.
Certainly, I mean, the aircraft was Malaysian aircraft, but what envies me most is the amount of underlying awareness that Australia got as a result of this exercise is phenomenal. I mean, the entire search operation was led by them, and you know the kind of data in the process that you know one would have collected. I know it's not just Australia. I mean, the whole Western Bloc was involved in that. I mean, what I envy is the kind of underwater domain awareness that we generated as a result of this. I mean, this was a 5-year operation. So the amount of information that we have, I mean, as I had mentioned in the beginning also, you know, just to deploy AEDs, we did a 1-year, you know, exercise to get the right kind of charts of the right resolution. So that's something, you know, very, very important. And as a global community, you know, there was a lot of data that got generated. And of course, at the end, we could not find the aircraft, but as a whole, the global community definitely gained a lot of insight into that part of the oceans. So I think that's something I wanted to mention. So I open it for questions. Anybody has any questions? Yes. Here's.
Thank you, Mr. King. It's always a pleasure to visit you. And I would the industry. And I take off in the you can
Can you hear, sir?
Sorry, I'm not sure if it's a microphone problem or a connection problem, but I'm struggling to hear.
Sorry, I think there is an issue with the microphone. So I was saying that I'm very happy to visit you, particularly our offices on looking beyond defense. on the 25th of this month, as you are aware, there's famous Anzac, we, place a wreath. And I've been participating in this in Chennai Singapore for the last 22 years. So, which showed us that we fought alongside, during the World War. The point is that in the present scenario, do you foresee Australia, India, and others fighting together should there be a Taiwan crisis or any other crisis? Because we do understand that the level of cooperation is very high, and we are working just short of war on all the options that may be available for interacting, establishing interoperability. The submarines coming to Sydney, the planes flying, the Seahawks are. So all this is good. But when it comes to when the business does, we do have boots on ground on behalf of India and vice versa. So, but I think both sides understand that may not be required or is it a feasibility. But I see a lot of cooperation in other domains of intelligence exchange, etc., etc. So, I think coming back to a point, I think the other aspects of blue economy is where we are most heavily, and not really looking at defense cooperation, but looking at other avenues of fishing, of mutual cooperative agreements for establishing maritime infrastructure, etc., etc. We are looking at that. Thank you.
Thank you. I have to really apologize because I think there is a problem with the microphone. So I've only caught snippets of that. But did I hear correctly that you asked about where the prospects of military cooperation would take us in the context of, I think, did you mention Taiwan and China? Did I mishear that?
Yes, Kim.
Okay. So I guess the short answer is I don't know. One traditional strength of Australia at the expense of other weaknesses is that we often spend a lot of effort looking at, I don't know if you use the same terminology, but we call it phase zero operations. And essentially that's how do you try to shape the environment in your favor before you're thinking about things like conflict. And I think that constructs like the Quad are very much about that. They're obviously not military constructs, but they're very relevant to security because their emphasis is on shoring up national resilience, tackling shared kind of security challenges that don't necessarily require military responses, but serve to indirectly shore up the resilience of the region we care about. I think you can separately debate, like on the individual merits, how well each Quad initiative has actually done that. And I think that's a legitimate debate. But I think that's the rationale in that context. The idea is to shape the environment, do what we can that is well short of any circumstance where we're actually thinking about military force, in order to mitigate the potential that it would happen and that people would need to take that recourse. In terms of a China-Taiwan scenario, one paper I've been wanting to read recently was written by Dr. Azan Tarapor. He's written about exactly this. And he was arguing that should there be, or rather, I should say, he was arguing that it's in India's interest to respond to a Taiwan contingency, not necessarily through military force, but using its other levers. And I think that's right. I mean, I did some of my training as an international lawyer, so I'm biased in the idea about the rules, but also just the personal indignation that you can't just set precedents of resolving disputes by invading islands. I don't know what Australia's most useful contribution to that kind of contingency would be. I anticipate it would be US led, and we would be looking to augment and support. And likewise, I think India has a very different calculation to take care of, which those of you in the room know all the more better than me. I mean, you have a live contested border with China, complicated by a similar circumstance with Pakistan and the concern that both of those countries may be collaborating at India's expense. So I wouldn't be brave enough to make a comment about India's potential involvement in a response without having further looked at it. I'm not sure that I fully got all of your question, but I hope that
We appreciate your
covers some.
response. Thanks, Kim. We do appreciate your response. Any questions? Okay, I have another point here. Kim, you've been following the Red Sea crisis quite closely. You've been following the Red Sea crisis quite closely. And, you know, I mean, since we met last, there has been a massive escalation after that, right? What's your thoughts on that aspect? I mean, Red Sea crisis, global economy, global connectivity, global trade, you know, some of your thoughts on that.
It's been interesting to see and listen to the debate in Australia about that, because it was initially proposed in public that Australia dedicate a naval vessel to assist with the response. And there were a lot of supporters for that, but there were also detractors, and the detractors were saying Australia has sought to focus more fully on the Indo-Pacific as we define it, and its near region for a long time, and it's consistently been distracted by events in the Middle East and our campaigns and adventurism in Afghanistan and elsewhere. And their point was, can we stop being distracted by the world's problems and focus on our neighborhood? And I can't speak to the decision that the vessel wasn't actually dedicated in that time. I don't know whether it reflected that debate or is an entirely separate issue relating to capacity or the ways in which we could most be useful. But I think what it did was it demonstrated that Australia hasn't quite come to grips with how it views its maritime security yet, and hasn't kind of developed a comfort with the fact that it's difficult to draw lines in the ocean. So the Red Sea has an extraordinary potential to affect our interests, and it has the extraordinary potential to affect Indo-Pacific interests. So therefore, to me, it's a challenge to Indo-Pacific security. But I think we're still grappling with how do we define the limits of our mandate, and where do we define what areas we're interested in, and at what cost does that come, and are we willing to pay that cost? I haven't been following events involving Iran and Israel and the Red Sea, the flow-on effects in the Red Sea very closely, but I think we should be concerned. I think it's a case in point about the precise dangers that maritime security experts have been warning for a long time.
Thank you, Kim. Ambassador Budri, sir, your closing comments.
Thank you, Kim. It was very interesting to listen to you. I was happy to see your comments of the relation between Australia and India. You know, I have served as a diplomat all my life, and I can really go back in history how Australians and Indian soldiers particularly, they worked together, fought together in several theaters during both the world wars, trying to defend free world, as we call it. And when I look at the contemporary situation, we see again our people working together in favor of a free world. So again, we have different theaters, but the objective is the same: how to promote and defend a free world. Now, going beyond the defense parameters, again, in fact, you mentioned a top-down impact in a relationship. But looking at this from India, I see there's a lot of bottom-up, which really supports the top-down. You mentioned about diaspora. In fact, Australia is one of the major centers of Indian diaspora, and that diaspora has a long history, in fact, again. And you know, what I look at with great fascination is the number of students going to Australia. You see, the fascination of future of process is indicated by the participation of youth. You know, in fact, if I remember correctly, now almost 60 to 70,000 Indian students go to Australia for higher education. And this, in fact, opens a possibility for much greater people-to-people contacts. And I am really confident that when we discuss this issue sometime later in future, we will be able to strengthen bottom up. The grassroots strength that this relationship has, and then gives confidence to the leadership to those common aspects that Australia and India will possess. And now, of course, again, in fact, I'm very happy that, you know, this relationship will also be supported more strongly in economic terms. I was very happy to see conclusion of our free trade agreement, and I'm really sure that this will open a lot of new possibilities for the business community on both sides. So I think I worked with my Australian colleagues in different countries, especially under the UN setup. We worked together on a lot of issues, including the environmental issues. So I look at this relationship with great optimism. We are, in terms of the regional theater, that proximity, but our proximity embedded in history and in our values. I think we both keep working in favor of peace and free world. And I'm sure we will succeed. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mudgal sir. And Kim, just wanted to keep you informed that in this 5-day workshop, we are also looking at Quad countries being represented. I mean, from India, we have, of course, senior naval officers, including Comrade Vasan sir here, and even defense officers, I mean, generals have been speaking here. And 2 diplomats have spoken today. Mudgal sir has spoken on, he has been instrumental in the whole SAGAR, you know, the Honourable Prime Minister. Yesterday we had Ambassador Gautam Bamba. They were also very senior diplomats, you know, monitoring geopolitical events and geostrategic developments. And we have the former Defense Secretary joining us tomorrow. And we have Jeffrey Pine joining us from NISA in US tomorrow. Then we also have Tom Akamatsu, Tomori Akamatsu from Japan. He was heading ocean policy in Sasagawa till almost last month. So somebody who understands global issues. So, I mean, you talked about greater public good. I think the term itself needs a lot of understanding. And, you know, I had mentioned yesterday also in the Quad Summit also the leaders have used it. But does the mechanism understand what is greater public good is a question we need to look at. I think, you know, no, I'm just talking about this workshop, but I think at the working level also, there is a lot of discussion required on dissecting what is greater public good, and so that we can actually make it happen. Because otherwise, the smaller countries or the global south is definitely getting detached from the developed world. And that's a serious issue that we need to really address. I mean, G20 has been quite successful in this episode. I mean, the one which we had in India. And I think in that sense, India is definitely emerging as a global leader in the sense that they have been much more inclusive. I mean, the African Union has been now included, and there's a lot. And the way it has been structured, I think next 3, 4 summits, definitely they can be pushed out. So that's, I think, a very positive development, and in terms of even understanding what is global, greater public good. So thank you, Kim. If you want to say something at the end, or the last word to you.
Well, thank you. Really, it's just left for me to thank you for putting on important conversations like this. It's a privilege that I get to be participating, but it's more important to me actually that the dialogue happens at all. I think it's really important. And if I could be frank, I think you're exactly right. We talk about a lot of buzzwords: rules-based order, global good, freedom of navigation, any number of these terms, but they mean different things to different people. And the work needs to be left to experts to really pass that out and actually reach a degree of commonality and understand where the divergences lie and where are the areas that we can agree and what do we do about it. So I really do believe in and congratulate you for the mission of your centre, and thank you again for allowing me to be part of this.
Thank you. Just the last, I mean, although after the last word, I'm saying something. The definition of Indo-Pacific itself is very contested. I mean, to suit my interest, I say it's the tropical waters of the Indian Ocean and the Pacific Ocean. And I was having a debate with Joint Secretary Indo-Pacific in Delhi, and she pointed out, even the diplomats are not yet defined what is Indo-Pacific. But I want to bring in Profilji's here. He will remember I was speaking to a French researcher who is part of a reasonably big think tank in Paris. He said the definition of Indo-Pacific is from Hollywood to Bollywood. I think that's an amazing description, and I think Kim will relate to that because you spent time in India. So I think that should be the last word. So,
I'm not handsome enough next time. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. So we'll break for tea.
4:30 4:30 नहीं लास्ट में 18 कुछ नहीं है ना उसमें कुछ वो एक्सेल में है ना सब नहीं इनको कुछ नहीं
हेलो 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 आवाज येते है
hello check
हेलो बोल ना काहीतरी
hello check
हो येते हो हो ते माईक मध्ये बोल ना ते पोडियमच्या माईक मध्ये
हेलो हेलो ऑडियो इज क्लियर हाय श्रीधर सर श्रीधर सर
अरे ते ना थोडा टाइम होतोय रे जैसे क्लियर आवाज येत नाहीये थोडा क्लोज स्पेस नाही का मुंबई येतं ना थोडं काय करायचं विचार ना आर्थिंगचा एक काम कर बोल त्यांच्याशी सोल्युशन काय आहे नाही तर सरला बोल मग सर बोलतील डायरेक्ट ना सोल्युशन बोलते का बघ काय चालत
हाँ तेच पाहिजे त्याचं
Hello? 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 Hello, hello? 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 Check. Hello. Oh, no, I try using a earphone. Hello? Hello, hello? I'll, I'll try rejoining. I'll try rejoining the meeting. Hello? Hello, hello? Yeah. Hello, am I audible?
Hello?
Hello? Hello,
Hello,
am I
yes,
audible?
yes.
Yes?
Yes, you are audible.
I'll try rejoining once my camera is also not working.
no. I'm checking for the speakers.
Hello? Yes. Hello. I'm audible, no, clearly? Yes. Yes. Okay, okay. Yeah. Is the screen visible? Hello? Yeah. Yeah. Slide is changing, no? Slides are changing. Slide.
Say something.
Hello? Hello? Yeah, I'm audible.
Yes, yes, you are.
No, and my screen is also visible, and like the slides are changing.
No, you have to share your entire screen to full screen.
Okay, okay, one. Oh, entire screen ना 1 मिनट. Yeah. अभी दिख रहा है full screen? Slides are changing now.
Yes, it is.
है ना?
Yeah, yeah, figuring it.
है ना? Okay.
Yeah, I'm good, I'm good.
But the presentation is at 4, no?
Yes.
Okay.
Just a moment. The voice is too bit loud, and I'm checking just a moment.
Okay.
Can you hear me now clearly, Ramit?
Can you repeat again? Speak again.
Can you? Yeah, check. Can you hear me clearly?
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, I can
Or
hear you. The voice is breaking, but I think microphone issue or something, but
yeah, breaking in the sense a bit
some
of cracking.
static noise. Yeah. बस बात.
Ramit,
Yeah.
is it fine now?
No, is it like the previous one was better?
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Is it clear?
Yeah, yeah, I can hear you now.
And what about now?
No, no, I can't hear you now.
And
The
about
voice.
this?
हाँ, अभी ठीक है. It's okay.
This is right.
नहीं, now speak again. Speak again.
Yeah. Can
I
you? Yeah, is
the
it fine? Is it?
voice. I think there is some kind of static noise some coming. तो starting में थोड़ा अच्छा आ रहा है and then it just goes down.
Yeah, this was clear, right?
Yeah, yeah, this is clear.
I think this is fine.
This is clear.
Okay. Right. The thing is, ये इनका Yeah, I'm checking again. Is this fine?
Yeah, it is fine now.
Yeah. Thank you.
Also, like, why is volume like so loud? Speakers.
What's the speaker like? Guidance speakers for this? Romit, can you hear me? Nishtha
Yes, I
here.
can hear you. Yeah, I can hear you, Nishta.
Okay, so Romit, just like take care, like as in like while you're speaking, while you're presenting, just be a little soft because the speaker over here is like
Okay. Okay.
try to speak
I'll-
softly when you're kind of like speaking in a presentation.
Mhm.
Huh. Can you talk like just read out a presentation or just say something?
Yeah, so like again, good morning everyone. So I'm Romit Kavre and I'll present on the sediment management in the tropical waters. So
Right.
we'll talk about oceans and sediments. So yeah, this tone is good enough? Or should I
Yeah,
go
this
down?
is good now.
Okay.
Also, should I lower? No, this is perfect. So you have to start your presentation whenever Arnab sir asks you for. Like he's the one who's handling the presentation. So when he asks you to make that, at that time you have to make the presentation. Fine?
Right. Okay.
Yeah. And you can keep your camera on if you want. Like that is your choice.
Mhm. ठीक है. Online.
All right. You can stop sharing your screen for now.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Sure. ठीक.
Yes.
additionally.
Welcome back. Our last session for the day, but I think quite important in that sense. I think we had very good speakers since morning today. And the last two presentations are equally important as part of the larger workshop design. I have two of our research fellows who will be making presentation one after the other. Romit, undergraduate from IIT Delhi, and Shlok, he's still in the final year in IIT Bombay, electrical branch. So, Romit, it's you, or Romit, you are first?
Yeah, yes, sir.
Okay. Over to Romit. I think, Romit, as I have been requesting other speakers, please introduce yourself before you start your presentation. So, all yours. Thank you.
Yeah. So, hello everyone. I am Romit Kaure. So, I'm currently working with MRC as a research fellow. My work mostly involves around the sediment management. So, understanding what are the various aspects in sediment management, which I'll be talking about in my presentation also. And then understanding what are the various nuances of sediment management within the Indian conditions and rather the tropical conditions. What are the various challenges that we are facing, and how can the UDA play a larger role in devising a proper holistic sediment management plan? So, today my presentation will talk about the various components of the sediment management. How can we go about having an integrated sediment management plan in the Indo-Pacific waters? So I'll just share my screen. Yeah, I guess it's sharing now. Yeah. Yeah. So so we'll talk about the sediment management in the tropical waters of the Indo-Pacific. So the flow will be, we'll first try to understand why the sediments or the sediments in the ocean are crucial to us, why these require proper studying of, and especially why the tropical waters needs to be understood in the sediment management domain. What is the role that we require a separate discussion on the tropical waters, and then we'll try to see what does sediment management actually means, what are the various major components of the sediment management that needs focus, and then we'll try to see how the UDA can also aid in the sediment management. So we see that the water bodies encompass around 70% of the Earth's surface. Now, since the ancient civilizations have also been flourished on the major water bodies, so like we have the Nile River, the Euphrates, the Indus civilization, all of these flourished near the major water bodies. Today also these water bodies are major oceans. They are the major they are very much impactful in the global trade as well as for marine ecosystem, and thus the oceans play a very crucial role in the life on earth and sustenance of humanity. So as you can see, earth, when we talk about earth, it showcases the vast expanse of our water covered globe, and most of the ocean surface is covered by these sediments. Now these sediments cover almost the two-thirds of the global floor and play a vital role in supporting the marine ecosystem and what are the various life forms. Now these sediments are consisted of the various solid materials and the organic materials that have been shaped into sediments due to the various natural and the human processes. These are being originated from various sources and being transported to the various water bodies through various natural and the human processes like weathering, soil erosion, construction, the fisheries. So all of these major natural as well as human activities have led to various different sediment of transport and sediment deposition characteristics. Now, when we talk about the role of sediments, they hold crucial economic and ecological importance and necessitate the various sediment management properties. Now, the sediment transport process create diverse topographical structure which leads to various, this captures various minerals and also are home to habitats of various marine species. Now, they also provide various various economic prosperity also. So they have a lot of economic potential for we have the polymetallic nodules also, and and in order to have this to grab this economic potential of our oceans, we need to understand what is the role of sediment management. Now sediment management, as we see, it holds various ecological, economic, and socio-economic importance. Now, while there are various nations and various regions that have developed their own sediment management plan, these are mostly catered to their own conditions. When we talk about the Indian Ocean region, we need to have proper understanding of the local, national, and the regional sediment transport dynamics in order to uh, come up with a total sediment management framework, which would understand how are the sediment dynamics works, what are the various processes and the applications of the sediment management impacts, and it goes just beyond its meaning. So we have something called the integrated sediment management planning, which would involve understanding what are the diverse needs of the various stakeholders and the actors that are playing in this field, and what are the various policy objectives, the various technological interventions which are coupled with the unique local conditions that are being uh, seen in the tropical waters of the Indo-Pacific. Thus, we need a proper domain understanding, not only qualitatively but quantitatively, to have a proper sediment planning and to integrate the domain knowledge with the local expertise as well, to come up with a region-specific sediment management course. Now, when we talk about Indian Ocean region, we have to separately understand why the sediment management is crucial in this aspect. So we say that the Indian Ocean region is diverse. When we come to its tropical waters, it is very much strategically located. Around 40% of the global offshore oil passes through the various choke points of the Indian Ocean region. It has more than 80% of the world's seaborne trade, 60% of the total container traffic, and 70% of the total petroleum products pass through the Indian Ocean's choke points. Apart from that, the various conditions of the Indian Ocean region. So we see that the Indian Ocean region is one of the most warmest oceans than compared to its other counterparts. The temperature is higher in the equatorial regions, and it dips when we come to the southern Africa and this southern Australia. Apart from that, the sound axis or the SOFAR channel in the Indian Ocean region remains very much shallow. This makes the tropical waters to behave as acoustically shallow when we talk about the working of sonars and other acoustic sensors. Apart from that, the Indian Ocean region boasts a lot of diversity. It is home to around 9 large marine ecosystem, 40,000 square kilometer of mangroves, and 30% of the global reef cover, and hence boast a wide range of marine biodiversity. This also renders one of the site as due to the this marine biodiversity also leads to a lot of place to human activities. So there are a lot of economic resources, oil and gas exploration is there, polymetallic nodules is there. So it has a lot of potential. Now, as I mentioned, the sound speed velocities, the surface temperatures in the Indian Ocean region, all of these are much warmer and as compared to the other tropical other oceans. Also, when we come to the sediment yield of the major Asian rivers, we say that the Ganges, the Brahmaputra, these account for a lot of the sediment yield as compared as we can see in this figure. All of this get intensified by the Asiatic monsoonal season, which aggravates the sediment flow into the Bay of Bengal and in the Arabian Sea. Thus, uh, thus, when we talk about these unique conditions, they lead to a lot of unique challenges. So there are challenges of sedimentation in the reservoirs. In fact, a study by the Central Water Commission shows that annually there is a decrease in around 1.5% of the reservoir capacity due to excessive sediments. This sediment deposition leads to a lot of uh, and requires a lot of dredging in the navigational channels, our ports, and our inland waterways. Uh, Again, which cost a lot of money. So we need to understand what kind of situations occurs in the various places of the Indian coastal regions along the freshwater systems, and what are the various processes that are involved in this. So before we try to come up with the sediment management plan, we must understand the sediment movement. The sediment dynamics helps us shape what are the various local conditions. So in this, we talk about the three steps: the source, transport, and the deposition. So the source needs in the source path, we need to understand how are the sediments being are where from where the sediments are getting originated. What are the processes that lead to this? So one of the major reason is the soil erosion. So what are the various reasons for soil erosion? uh, what are the various human activities or the natural processes that are occurring there. Then comes the transport part. So what are again this sediment transport uh, leads to the sediment transport is again dependent on what kind of sediments are there, the texture of the sediments, uh, and again what are the obstacles, the path that it follows. And then comes the deposition. So again, based on the various human and the natural processes, how is the deposition of these sediments done? What are the various so if there is a reservoir upstream, how does that impact the flow or the deposition of the sediments downstream? And what are the various geological formation, its effects on water quality, the marine life that is present there, and other human activities, the shipping lanes, how all of these are affected. Thus, all of the sediment source, transport, and deposition model needs to be crucially understood. So when we talk about the first aspect, that is there is the sediment transport studies. Now it has the sediment transport has significant impacts on the bathymetry, on the habitats, on the marine habitats of the benthic ecosystem, the flow of the abiotic element detection as well. So when we talk about the coastal infrastructure such as ports are there, or about the inland waterways, the sediment transport needs to be understood in order to find out uh, in order to come up with various sediment budgets, to understand what would be the dredging required, dredging schedule that needs to be come up with. Failure to understand these sediment transport studies lead to disastrous effects. So when we talk about the monsoonal system as well, when the monsoon system comes, due to the lack of the proper local sediment dynamics, excessive sediments may flow into the river system that may lead to urban flooding, which is one of the most crucial challenges that the Indian cities face today. Uh, Apart from that, it also affects the water quality. So all of this must be understood. The sediment transport studies to understand the wetlands and protect against the various coastal erosion and the effect of the Asiatic monsoon system. In fact, uh, all of the sediment transport is affected by the texture and or rather we see what is the type of the sediment. So the sediment can be either cohesive one or a non-cohesive one. It may be fine grained or a coarse grained. Not all of these various characteristics, the geotechnical characteristics, lead to different sediment transport patterns. So, for example, cohesive sediments would flocculate more as compared to the non-cohesive ones. The the texture and the the grain size distribution of these sediments lead to different flow velocity and the settling velocity of the sediments, which lead to different deposition patterns. And then this needs to be understood. What is the sediment? How are the sediment eroded? What kind of sediments are deposited, and what is the flow rate? So the sediment characteristics play a crucial role in the sediment transport, and that's why the second aspect is understanding the sediment classification. The sediment classification basically involves understanding what are the sediment layers present in a particular riverbed or a seabed. To understand what are the seabed layers, the sediment characteristics, what is the extent of the various sediments that are there. The sediment classification also helps us in understanding the bathymetry, the underwater topography. Apart from that, the sediment classification techniques can also be used to understand the sediment layers, which can be useful in understanding the ancient uh, oceanographic techniques or mechanisms that have led to such unique deposition patterns. Thus, it also have useful in the paleo oceanography as well. The polymetallic nodules, the central Indian Ocean basin is lined with the various polymetallic nodules of cobalt, manganese. Sediment classification techniques can help us in finding what are the foreign objects in the various sediments, understanding what are the benthic ecosystems, and assessing their health and their future monitoring when we talk about the various climate change effects as well. Moreover, the sediment classification can help in the marine engineering as well. So when we talk about the various ceilings are there, or if the or if there is a strategic resource deployment or amphibious operations, one of the major issue is understanding the sediment bearing pressure. How much load can the sand or the sediments can endure? And in this, the sediment classification can aid us in making us understand what kind of sediments are there, what in approximating their sediment characteristics, to come up with an estimate or a graph of the sediment bearing pressure. Now, as I mentioned, the sediment classification, it has various characteristics. So the sediment may be cohesive, it may non-cohesive, the grain size distribution, the texture, all of these affect the settling velocity, the deposition velocity, and the various geotechnical parameters can be understood to find its applicability in the various infrastructure projects as well. Now, when we talk about the sediment deposition, the sediment removal becomes one of the most crucial aspect. Now, the excessive sediment deposition, or the aggravated sediment deposition due to the intense monsoonal system or intense human interactions can lead to excessive sediment deposition in the navigational channels, the delta regions, the estuaries of the various river channels. Now, this may impact the efficient working of the inland waterways, the ports, the various and they may require dredging, or time to time dredging might be required in order for their efficient working. Apart from that, excessive sediment flow might lead to the scouring of bridges and may hamper their safety as well. Excessive sedimentation in reservoir and dams may, as I mentioned, decrease the water capacity, the water storage capacity, and also hamper the dam safety as well. Thus, this dredging plays an important role in the sediment removal process. Now, dredging also requires understanding what kind of sediment is there. There are a lot of techniques that are involved in dredging. There are hydraulic dredging techniques, mechanical hydraulic and the mechanical techniques are there. But all of this require understanding what kind of sediment is there. In order to have initial assessment of sediment texture, the sediment types is required to understand what kind of dredging techniques needs to be involved. And but again, when most of this is based on the local understanding of the sediment transport properties, but sadly this is not being observed. So the incessant dredging techniques that have been involved, this has led to a lot of disturbance in the benthic ecosystem. Excessive dredging and trawling lead to impacts on the benthic ecosystem. Like, if the sediment transport is not properly assessed, the sediments might once again enter the dredged area and may alter the water quality and facilitate uh, more dredging in the near time to come. Thus, it not only has environmental impact on the benthic ecosystem, but it also has impacts on the safety of the dredging operations as well. So, any kind of immediate sediment, if the sediment transport is not being properly understood, there might be a lot of hampering in the various techniques. So the dredging must be understood properly. And then comes the reusability. So the dredged sediment might be reused in some other material, in some other areas as well. But these dredged materials can only be reused when we understand what are the geotechnical characteristics, what are their texture. So geotechnical character like the density, the void ratio, what is the grain size distribution. All of these are required for the dredged material, and then there are a lot of techniques that go through. So we have to go through rewatering of the dredged material. A lot of treatment processes needs to go through them. So again, the sediment understanding of these sediment classification methods has wide applicability in the not only dredging but understanding the reusability of this dredged material. Then all of these sediment transport, the sediment classification, the dredging, they needs to be understood in the freshwater system and the coastal regions. But for this, we need to understand what are the various intricate water flow mechanisms. So we need to understand what are the so how does the water flow is affected, how is the sediment flow affected due to the upstream conditions. So there might be some upstream dams or reservoirs. So how does the upstream reservoir affect the flow of sediments or the quality of sediments downstream? The entrapment of the sediments in the upstream may also lead to reduced sediment flow in the downstream. It may lead to reduced nutrient flow, reduced, and it may hamper the marine life living there. Also, it leads to different. It may hamper the various coastal formations, the various meanders, delta regions, the floodplains that are formed, which may have long-lasting impact on the various marine ecosystem that are there, or the coastal communities that are residing in the particular region. So when we talk about the freshwater systems, uh, we have the various rivers and lakes in this, and we need to understand in the freshwater systems. One of the major things, major aspects are the inland navigational channels and the dams and reservoirs. So sediment transport in this freshwater systems, uh, it may hamper the navigational channels as uh, uh, again there might be soil erosion and due to the various human construction activities or due to overgrazing. Apart from that, the sediment might be excessively deposited in the dams and reservoirs, which may lead to water quality deterioration and the sedimentation and the capacity reduction. Moreover, due to various agricultural techniques that have been involved, the soil may become loose, and in case of the rains, the sediment may get flowed down, and again this may also impact the various hydropower projects as well. So when the sediments get transported, they may also have impacts on the various hydropower projects, the turbines that are there. Thus, the understanding of the sediment dynamics and understanding what kind of sediments are there needs to is very much crucial. In the coastal regions, the economic activities within the exclusive economic zone are mostly affected by the by the flow of the sediment. So we have a lot of coral reefs are there, the mangroves are there, the marine biodiversity or the benthic ecosystem that is residing there. The littoral drift that happens in the coastal region needs to be understood in order to monitor the various monitor the health of the benthic ecosystem that are residing there. Apart from that, there are a lot of ports, harbors, or coastal infrastructure that is getting that gets developed. The Sagar Mara project, the Gati Shakti project. So all of this has led to construction of various new ports, various coastal infrastructure. But all of this require a proper assessment of the sediment transport dynamics, so as to have proper environmental impact assessment, and and then to come up with plans of proper dredging, and to understand what kind of how they may hamper the local fisheries or the local communities, how the aquaculture or the fishing communities might be affected. All of these are affected, and hence the soil sediment management in the coastal region also needs to be understood. Then in fact, the sediment management covers the holistic watershed management. So uh, there are the sediments may flow from upstream to the downstream to various urban regions as well. And the watershed, again, it may have various impacts. So due to deforestation, there might be aggravated sedimentation. The excessive monsoonal activities might lead to sedimentation and the nutrient transport as well. Contamination of the water sources or the contamination of the sediment might impact the fisheries and the other marine life that is present there. Also, the rapid unplanned development on the floodplains might lead to blocking of the floodplains and the sediment flow paths, which may lead to deposition of the sediments in the cities and may hamper the drainage systems as well. So in city planning as well, in watershed management as well, the sediment management plays a crucial role. That's what we need today is an integrated sediment management plan. Now this sediment management plan would involve the various local understanding of the various local, national, and the regional sediment transport dynamics. Understand what are the associated stakeholders, the various actors that are there, and then to understand what are the required policy and the technological interventions that are required. Assess what are the gaps and the associated risks within the current system, and all of this needs to be coupled with the freshwater and the coastal regions as well. So the integrated management technique, sediment management, would also need to focus on the technology. Apart from the policy one, it also needs to focus on the technological aspect as well. So this technological aspect might be in terms of monitoring the sediment flow. So there are a lot of techniques that are there. So there are a lot of optical photography methods are there, channel surveys are there, or the satellite imagery is there. But at its core, when we talk about the underwater domain awareness framework, the UDA framework, it talks about the competence of the acoustic sensors and how the modeling and simulation of the sediment flow, the sediment transport pattern, excuse me, the sediment transport pattern, how the acoustics can really aid in them. So this uh, the sediment management plan would also talk about developing this acoustic capability to have the uh, acoustic sensors which are catered to the region. So again, as I mentioned, acoustic sensors have a lot of role in the sediment, understanding the sediment characteristics, the sediment classification techniques as well. And in this UDA can play a role by understanding the to see, to understand, and to share mechanism. So for various application of these sediments, we can have what kind of acoustic sensors are required, and then for that what kind of vehicles are required. So these acoustic sensors would they be towed on a ship, or they may be mounted on an AUV or an ROV. So that kind of capability needs to be developed. Apart from that, what kind of data analytics skill needs to be involved when we have the data from the acoustic sensors. So having the capability of data analytics, cloud computing, integration of the new age machine learning and the artificial intelligence techniques. How can various techniques be involved to come in order to extract the necessary data? Also the various the tropical fluctuation, the multipath propagation lead to a lot of fluctuations in the actual raw data. So noise filtering techniques we need to also be come up for that. And then finally we talk about the two share path. In that we need to understand what are the uses of the data by the various stakeholders. What are the time scale of data required by the various stakeholders, and accordingly how are we going to present the data. We would require a graphical user interface, a mobile application would be required. But again, how is the distribution of the data? Because most of if we talk about the bathymetric data, we need to understand what is the resolution that needs to be shared with, as it might be of the data might be of strategic importance. So how are we gonna share the data with third parties stakeholders? All of these needs to be understood in the larger UDA framework. Now we can talk about the case study of the Mekong Delta. So Mekong Delta, uh, which is in the Vietnam, they have developed a proper holistic sediment management plan. So they have this bi-weekly calculations of the sediment transport, monitoring of the water quality, water turbidity there, and they all present this into this. They have a proper database where where the data of the sediment flow, the bed loads, the water turbidity, all of this can be assessed. And since the Mekong Delta or this closely resembles what can be the these sediment flow patterns in the Indian Ocean region or in the Indian subcontinent, we can take we can we can take proper lessons from them and try to come up with solutions for our own regions. The mighty Brahmaputra River, Ganges River, we can come up with sediment management patterns using some of these using some of these case studies. Thus, we also need to understand what is the role of UDA. How the digital transformation can play a major role in understanding the sediment management, the acoustic capacity and capability. We have to understand the 2C to share to understand the 2C to share to understand process needs to be understood in order to understand what is the ground situation there, and then how that data can be used to come up with policy interventions that would be catered to the various stakeholders. So stakeholders would involve various the construction. We have the naval forces as well, the security, water pollution, understanding the city planning. So understanding what are the various stakeholders and how can they, how the policy and the technological interventions can work for each of the stakeholders that are involved. The UDA can aid in that. We can have a proper there can be a lot of center of excellences that can be brought up in order to build this capacity building. When we talk about the underwater domain, we need to have proper domain experts when we talk about sediment management to come up with any regional or local sediment management plan. And thus any of this holistic approach that needs to be come up with needs to have proper understanding of the sediment dynamics, the sediment transport, the sediment classification methods, to find out what kind of sediment are present within the Indian scale, and how all of the sediment, what are the current sediment processes that or the various interplay between the natural processes and the human interaction, how are the shaping the sediment scenario. This needs to be properly understood and with a focus on the sustainable development. And thus, when we talk about the unique tropical characteristics, we need to understand what are the unique, how the unique conditions affect the sediment flow, and then these needs to be incorporated and integrated within the larger sediment management plan. So, yeah, with this, I'll end the discussion here. Thank you.
Any questions from the audience? The sediment management? No questions. Okay, thank you, Romit.
Thank you, sir.
Move to Shlok.
Good evening, sir. Good evening, everyone. Start my presentation. Is my presentation visible in the screen?
Yes, sure. Go ahead.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Myself, Shlok Nemani. I am currently affiliated to Maritime Research Center as a research fellow, where I have been working from past 2 years on this project of the idea of digital transformation, specifically related to the aquaculture domain. I am also currently a student at IIT Bombay, completing my BTech and Masters at Electrical Engineering. So here, before moving ahead, so let's have a glimpse of what are we going to discuss today. So we will first set a base of why we are trying to do this digital transformation. What is the need? So we will first go and ponder upon the underwater domain awareness framework. which will empower us to understand why this digital transformation is needed, what are the key applications for it. It will be followed by understanding how are we applying this digital transformation to aquaculture, followed by this develop in-house maritime research tool known as APY analysis tool, as well as complete APY analysis framework for aquaculture. Finally, we will look at the notion of modern aquaculture, how the APY analysis and APY tool will empower the aquaculture in the recent future. So if we talk about why this digital transformation and all is needed, why is it all important? Why are we today discussing all about this? So let's start with the interest of our state or the government. So here, Indian government, we have this flagship scheme, which was called by Honourable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji. So this Pradhan Mantri Matsya Sampada Yojana, this scheme has been in effect from 2020, the financial year 2020-2021, and this aims to make large investment in the aquaculture industry. So while these investments are one aspect, the policy is one aspect, for us as a research center, it's important to understand what are the key points in terms of the future perspective of this scheme. So this Yojana tries to or aims to boost the growth of aquaculture and fisheries in India, making aquaculture highly rewarding in terms of the revenue and economic growth, while also promoting the sustainable growth around aquaculture. The key or the very important point is the capability building and the skill training for the farmers which are involved in aquaculture. So this aquaculture and fisheries is now in the interest of governments, and they are also trying to focus on the aquaculture growth to boost this economic part. While the focus is also on the other two pillars, that is people as well as the environment. So economy, environment, and people, all three are catered to. So while we start with the underwater domain awareness, UDA, so let's understand with this very interesting visual. So it is a very holistic framework which tries to bring bioeconomy, strategic security, the sustainability, as well as digital transformation. So this UDA relates to undersea activities. It's very different from the domain awareness over the seas. So it's not just that deals with the surface, but very undersea or the deep sea it tries to deal with. So let's start with understanding each of the phases of this cube, starting with blue economy. So what does blue economy cater to? So it's like the way or the idea is to create a win-win situation for the stakeholders, which are the people, environment, and economy. So here we are trying to make justified use of the marine resources to provide employment opportunities, to provide economy to the nations, as well as also making sure that we are not taking away the share of our future generations. Environment or the sustainable growth of sustainable use of these marine resources is of key or the significant is very significant point. While the second, the national security, where if we consider a country like India, where the nation is with very vast coastline, so this such nations are vulnerable to maritime terrorism and including attempts by the adversaries. So in this case, we also need to understand why the domain awareness about undersea or the topography of our undersea is important. Understand how can we defend our coastal waters as well as the maritime assets. So if we go and look deeper into blue economy, so if we talk about in the perspective of aquaculture, then aquaculture currently employs about 3 crore people in India. While the other two things, let's say if we talk about the offshore oil rigs, so these are important in terms of the energy security for the nation as well as for the world, because most of the current electronics as well as the industries are powered with the use of oil. While the cargo shipping is very important, considering the amount of cargo which is transited from nation to other nation as a part of a trade. If we talk about the nation security, then we have a very complete knowledge about the Mumbai attacks 26/11, where the intruders came through the waters. So the idea about the digital transformation of the oceans, where the humans, the things which humans can't capture, can be captured through the upcoming technologies. So the idea is to amalgamate these upcoming technologies with the Indian waters, so that most of the things like the intrusion, the transportation of the undesirable or the illegal immigration. So all these three can be combated. While the other two stakeholders, the marine environment, where we are talking about the benthic biodiversity, this when the anthropogenic activities are held recklessly, so this benthic biodiversity takes a hit. For example, in terms of aquaculture, when aquaculture was not that famous, then people used to do what is called the wild fly catch. So here, the people used to do like catch fishes from their natural habitat using large nets. So there is a lot of bycatch which also included endangered species. So these bycatch they also come through when catching these fishes. So that disturbs the delicate balance of the Earth's biodiversity. And the very important or the key point of our presentation, that is the digital ocean. Sir, we try to pitch that the sensors can see much more than what human eyes are able to. Either it can be acoustic sensors, it can be vision sensors. So this all sensing and data analytics can ensure development of science and research, which also aids to the maritime security of the nation. So this brings us to the idea of this digital oceans and digital transformation. So what are the applications of this digital transformation as a whole? If we talk about the digital transformation as a framework, so it tries to make sure that the marine resources are allocated in a justified manner, so that none of the communities are excluded when the policies are being made, so that the social harmony is being maintained. The key or the as per the UN SDG goals, we need to make sure that the resources which we are using does not take away the share of our future generations. The ecological sustainability, the way we are using these resources should be justified. Intelligent insights, as the AI is being or the tech is being accelerating at a rapid pace, it is important that the policymakers and their decisions are also accompanied by the tech. So this forecast about how the, let's say if we talk about aquaculture, so the forecast about how the production of the nation varies with the climate change, how the production varies with the how the farmers operate their farms. So this forecast and the trends can help us understand the situation better for every country. The fourth, the ROI, because as highlighted previously about the flagship scheme Pradhan Mantri Matsya Sampada Yojana, the growth and rewarding nature, the return on investment should be very high, so that the government or the state can look forward to many more investment in this industry. The productivity, here the productivity can be a farm, but we are talking about the human productivity. If humans are engaged more in the laborers work, then they are not living a business life. So if remote operations can be made a reality, then farms can be operated just like agriculture farms, the aquaculture farms can be operated remotely. So that will make more sense to the farmers to get more time for their leisure and other productive tasks. The data in open source, because as the research about the even the most of the marine or the undersea knowledge is currently unavailable in the open source in terms of structured data. While the research involves using more data because of the use of machine learning and other AI techniques, which demand a lot of data, which needs to be used to train your models, and that helps getting accurate insights. So once the digital transformation tries to push this idea of making intelligent insights using sense, so more and more data can flow into the open source that will help research to grow at an even faster pace. We talk about one of the very important aspect of digital transformation, which is the marine spatial planning, which tries to justify the or tries to distribute the temporal and spatial both dimensions of how the marine resources can be allocated. Here we can see it has a lot of aspect, either from the fishing, aquaculture, the oil rigs, even we are considering the freshwater dolphins here, the benthic ecosystem, as well as the shipping. So how you are trying to justify the use of certain marine resources, economy, but also not excluding the uh, idea about the marginalized communities. So the justified use will be such that all the interests of people are maintained while also not hurting the economy as well as this MSP is integrated with UDA, where the key point comes out that the digital transformation for data acquisition, the management, and community engagement. So this is the key aspect of our aquaculture too. So let's jump onto it so that we have enough time to understand what the APY analysis. So here I already talked about this, but the one more thing is the why this digital transformation we are attempting here in the Indian Ocean region. Because understanding of tropical waters is important. which ranges from -30 to +30 latitudes. Because most of the, even if the some research is done in the temperate waters, so that may not be applicable directly to the tropical waters, and a completely new understanding of how the species or the aquaculture organisms behave in this water will impact the future conditions of these ecosystems. Let's say if the tropical water sustain the life of these organisms, then the chances are our coastal biodiversity will be more valuable in the future, in the upcoming zone. Then if we talk about our economic exclusive zones, then they will be more rich in terms of this biodiversity. Tropical waters support them. The understanding of how these tropical waters behave for the growth of these organisms is of significant importance. Let's talk about the application of digital transformation in aquaculture. So here we are trying to build a framework of digital transformation in aquaculture, where we will be doing live monitoring, where the live monitoring, the framework should include live monitoring, where the farm operations for efficiency and performance in real time can be measured to certain extent. Where these optimization recommendations, let's say because the farm operations are not efficient, then the recommendation should be made to the farmer so that the yields can be improvised. Let's say some yields are affected by unfavorable conditions, which even farmers are not aware of. So they need to be trained so that they always operate their farms at the optimum conditions. The demographic mapping, it is for the better governance. This better governance aspect is where the regions of high growth and yields can be demarcated. Let's say for, because in current era, even the Gujarat coast has been seeing a growth in aquaculture because of the changing dynamics of the climate, where the growth factor alters with how the climate patterns changes. So if the climate pattern changes so that some regions become more favorable over others over time, then this temporal map of how this regions changes, the favorability of region changes, that needs to be recorded. So why am I already talking about aquaculture so much? So on the global scale, if we talk about the total production of seafood, aquaculture currently contributes 50% of the total fisheries contribution. In the terms of Asia, the number currently stands at 61.2%, which is like the fisheries, the captive fisheries is at 38%. So this is about 57.7% higher than the captive fisheries. The total production, as we can see from the graph, is the sum of aquaculture as well as the capture. So this capture means you are captivating them using fish net from their natural habitat. So the aquaculture is like around 50% more than the capture fisheries. While there are a lot of things which attributed to this, but one of the very key aspect is about the regulations also made regarding this, that the in most of the cases, there was this unregulated and reckless fishing of this from this natural habitat. So the most of the time, the bycatch and all. So most of these ecosystems are destroyed by these anthropogenic activities, where they are trying to maximize their revenue by fishing more and more, so that these whole ecosystems are destroyed, and that's why we are relying more on the farmed production of the fisheries. So in terms of India, so on the global scale, we rank about third in total fisheries production and second in the total aquaculture production. While we also have a major exporter, we are also a major exporter to the West as well as China. So in terms of trade also, that matters a lot about the why the state is focusing on the aquaculture group. So if we talk about our own in-house APY analysis and APY tool, why this idea of APY analysis is important, how it can bring the digital transformation. So let's start with dissecting this APY. What is this APY term and why we are talking a lot about this? So we are trying to understand the operations of any industry by using these three key performance indicators of that industry. So we are trying to say for a farm, let's say the area of the farm or the land coverage of the farm. Then we are talking about the production. How much is the total production in terms of biomass or gross tonnage, or the revenue in terms of the amount of revenue is the coming for the farm. And the third is the yield. So while we are very sure about what is area and what is production in terms of gross tonnage, the key and the important task becomes the yield. Because if someone has a large farm, but the productivity is so low, then the production levels will remain very low. The idea is by not expanding the area, we are trying to maximize the production by increasing or improvising the yield. So here the yield, we are considering it similar to the productivity because we are saying that the production levels are very correlated to the area. You usually try to expand area to increase the production. So we are trying to justify this ratio of production to area as the yield. We are trying to maximize yield so that even with the minimal amount of area, the production can be maximized. So here these are some of the technicalities of how we are doing this APY analysis of. So APY analysis project involves the identification of three key subjects, which includes the shrimps, the seaweeds, as well as freshwater carps. This is the complete exhaustive list of how we identify the parameters of the farm that actually alters how this culture of shrimp, seaweed, and carbs grew. So these are all the parameters. These are the water quality parameters, as we say. So these water quality parameters affect the growth of shrimp, seaweed, and carp in the waters in which they are grown. So this list is exhaustive. While we also created a priority. So if you talk about the priority, so why we have even given a priority? Because currently, even in India, while aquaculture employs a lot of people, while it gives employment to a lot of people, it is currently even very much dependent. The farmers are very much dependent on the government for their schemes as well as support. So most of the times when someone tries to introduce a technological intervention, it is important that the overhead of this technological intervention over a large period does not comes very costly to the farmer or the state. So that this project also remains somewhat feasible. While today we are only going to talk about the software counterpart, but the whole idea is to demarket all the parameters of the farm that actually affect this. So here we have 5 parameters which we have prioritized as high, so that these parameters can be measured with relatively high accuracy with current availability of sensors in the market at affordable or slightly higher than affordable prices. So the whole concept of this APY, as we say, is to establish a mathematical function that tries to relate this set of farm parameters with the growth rate of these organisms. This is some of the mess of how we are trying to integrate this growth rate to the final weight of the organism. Because why we are doing this? So this is most of the times limited to the literature aspect. The open source currently does not even try to quote or does not even try to uh, focus upon the growth rates in a very high resolution. When we talk about data analytics, when we talk about how the policymakers will be using this data, so the very key limitation of the current literature in this uh, whole domain is that most of the data is averaged over the complete crop duration. So that the trends and the forecast are very inaccurate or very minimal to be made. So we at MRC, our whole team of research interns and fellows, we try to devise some other techniques. We use empirical models. We try to curate them better using idea of statistical analysis to improvise them bit by bit so that they actually gave us the models that would determine how the shrimp seaweeds would vary when we change their temperature and stocking density, while other parameters can also be included. But for the sake of visualization on a 3D scale, these two parameters are considered as of now. So here we are trying to analyze the effect and stocking density variables on the overall growth of the shrimp. So if we talk about the temperature, then we can see, since we are talking about a banana shrimp, as I have already told. So this banana shrimp usually has this sweet spot near 25 degrees centigrade. And over the, while it's very much uh, resistance to temperature fluctuations, but over time, let's say to 15 degree to 40 degree, most of the growth rate is diminished. With stocking density, the literature as well as most of the experiments shows that with higher stocking density, the key problem is that the amount of resource available per shrimp or per shrimp decreases, so that the fight for the resources increase, so that each shrimp does not get the amount of nutrients needed for the growth. So that's why the usually with stocking density, the growth decreases. One of the more correlations with stocking density is the dissolved oxygen requirement. With more stocking density, farmer tends to provide more feed that actually does more contribution to eutrophication, and thus the dissolved oxygen threshold increases, and that's why the survival rates are also decreased. So this is the effect of survival. While if someone assumes that there is no survival effect, that is when you grow the shrimp, they all come out very healthy. But because of higher stocking density, most of the time it's like the dissolved oxygen thresholds also increase, which farmers are not aware of. So in open pond aquaculture, after if we talk about 80 to 100 stocking densities, after that most of the time the total biomass is like saturated, doesn't increase more than that. It's not like you can increase stocking density more and more, so the biomass will keep increasing. So that's not like that as the research. If we can also have the similar models for the seaweed, but for the sake of the time, we have these results verified with our literature of how our expected biomass lies within the how our predicted biomass lies within the expected literature arguments. So let's talk about the APY tool which we have built. Is the framework of this APY tool. We have this cloud computing, we have this authorization, we have this database. So this cloud and all, we try to abstract it everything from the user, the modeling, the models which we have seen. These models are hosted on a cloud where the APY analysis API is being called by our application. And this application basically tries to, for a farmer, this application tries to provide all the details about the expected productivity and production. So if we talk about the this tool, about the APY tool, so it also has this authentication and authorization, which is very key aspect of the Web3 as the government is also pushing, where each of the user of any of this application should have his or her own identity. And when the user logs in, let's keep it a bit. So when the user logs into this app, they have the shrimp tool and seaweed tool at their disposal. They also get this idea to this GPS location of the app fetches their current location for the first time. The area of the farm actually helps them give idea, or the database about area of the farm can help governance to know what are the regions where larger farms are located and which are the smaller farmers which may need more help. For the shrimp tool, if we see the yield parameter relationship, so here the farmer just need to enter how their farm water quality is. So based on the water quality which farmer provides, this application provides them if their dissolved oxygen levels are good, what is the final weight which they can expect from the banana shrimp. So it's above 18, so it's good for the market. So in this 120 days, the farmer is expecting a good biomass that can be recovered from his or her farm. We also have this keep your updated section where the important information can be disseminated at a very ease once the farmer have downloaded the application. So if we move ahead, so this is the complete project timeline of this APY tool. We have, I started this as a research intern where PhD students and other students from IIT Bombay started working on improvising the models. Then I started completing on the one of the web application APY tool, where people from IIT Delhi helped us building this Android application. And then we switch on to the freshwater carbs, which was done by Sai from IIT Kharagpur. And then we completed this APY lab for shrimp seaweeds, the carb models we have, which needs to be integrated. And now we are trying to focus on the last aspect, which is the capability building, where we are trying to disseminate all the knowledge of APY analysis through skill training modules. Let's do a small just growth analysis of this. So let's say if the farmer incorporates 100 days of cultivation for 5 hectare size and operates their farm at, let's say, these two conditions. So our tool provides that the final weight in both of the cases. So we can see even after having higher stocking density in the second case, the final weight for the farmer comes to be very low because other parameters are not optimized. So therefore, the farmer too loses on the total production, even though they have the same duration and same efforts. Also, since farmer has the larger stocking density, so in that case, that is also problematic for him because he need to provide more feed to the culture. So if he needs to provide more feed, then input costs are high. But in turn, even he is getting low final weight because he is not aware about the oxygen threshold values, how large they should be, how to use aerators and all. So how this APY analysis empowers aquaculture? it tries to bring the idea of integrated multi-trophic aquaculture by focusing both on shrimps as well as seaweed. Shrimps are a lot destructible to the environment. Most of the case studies have shown that. So by incorporating them with seaweed to do IMD will help us improvise the state of the aquaculture. The low wastage, because the survival rates if are high, then the dead shrimps will be low, and thus the farmers can fetch good value from their total biomass. Remote operations we have already talked about. Dissemination of information from our app. Better governance, because policymakers now have the idea in which regions, how much area of the farms are being there, and how the investments can be made. What are the expected productivity? So from if this database is linked to the governance, or if they have this interest, so then they may know which areas are performing good and how much. Inclusion, because this low scale farms, they have less knowledge about the technological knowledge about this, how to improvise this. So this application with very less hassles can help them understand how to improvise their productivity. So marginalized communities are also included when this wave of empowerment of aquaculture is coming. Finally, let's conclude with the notion of how we see the aquaculture will thrive in the current decade. We will be having computer vision, where the real-time vision analysis of the farms can be made, and that can help us understand more about the organisms. It can also help in the research, and also as a national security, the computer vision or the CCTV is of very key. The CCTVs can capture a lot more what human eye can capture. IoT and API are integrated as of now. We are trying to achieve the sensors, what sensors can be done. But since hardware is still, the farmers are more and more support, require more support from the government. So this modeling and simulation is currently shown on the software side, which we are trying to push more, so that the amount of feasibility of such application, or the deliverability or the viability of getting this application to reach all farmers is high. Supply chain with digital identity of the farms, you also know the trends of how much you can expect in your whole crop cycle, that can understand what will be the expected productivity of the nation as a whole. And the fourth, the machine learning. This ML will be the key driver of this modeling and simulation. While currently, with the lack of data, we try to use some statistical techniques. We try to use a bit of curve fitting, which is a part of machine learning, but to integrate more complex model that will require a lot of more data. We also have our intern, Sai, who worked on this computer vision. So he worked, this is his work, where we try to find out the number of fishes by using computer vision. So he tried to train a model based on a lot of images. And that tool can also be provided as a research tool, whereby taking the image of the one of the fishes or something, the farmers or the researchers can know which type of species of fish is it. So that actually empowers a lot of research as well as a lot of idea to the marginalized communities, where they might not be having a lot of idea of how the science and technology works. So that's all from my side. Thank you for this. Thank you.
Thank you, Shlok. Any questions on his presentation? Yes, sir.
I have no questions. Basically, it's also to understand the whole process. What is the total validation?
I am really sorry, not audible.
Sorry, I have many questions. Can you hear me now?
Is it? Yes, sir. It is good. Somehow.
Okay. So I'm saying that, there are a lot of questions that I have, related to your findings. One is about the data validation. Who's the agency who's going to validate the data that is there, in terms of all the salinity conditions, which increases the, food yield or whatever. Also, they have, working with BICA, the SIBA, Center for Brackish Water Aquaculture. Is there some kind of a coordination with these kind of agencies? Other is, SIBA. And also, how many people are actually using the application? Is it already operational or is it in the trial stages? Now, as far as the app that you mentioned, is it already being used? Is it openly available? And also, is it complementing this Matsya Yojana, whatever of Prime Minister? So, I just wanted to have some more clarification on, the visibility factor of the entire thing and validation, very importantly, the data validation and the utility of this for the farmers, and how many people have actually adopted this. How many people are actually using across the state? Do you have some kind of a database on how many people have started using it, or is it in some kind of a trial? So up to you. I know now we'll have all the answers.
So there are two parts to what you said. One is that these tools have been built on established algorithms. There is a global, because not too many people are working on this. So these have been built on established algorithms that are there. The second part which you said about validation with the stakeholder, with the fishermen. So that process we have to still do. We have not yet done that. But as I had told you in my earlier thing also, the modeling and simulation part. The modeling and simulation has been completed. Now there are two parts to it. The entire field validation is the next step that we need to do. We have discussed this with many people who are the stakeholders. So there is definitely, because we've got corporate funding for doing this. So the need is established. That's not a question, because people who are putting money, they do know where to put money. But along with them, now we are going to do the field validation. And so since it is an in-house algorithm, we have complete control over what has been done. Each and every code has been written by our own team. So that is the next stage where we are going to be doing that. We've identified the sensors, we've identified how it will be done. But that's our next priority area, where we are going to deploy it and involve the fishermen or the coastal communities in making it, getting their feedback and, whatever little bit of fine tuning that will be required. But these are designed or built on well-established algorithms that are known globally. So that's the stage. Slok, you want to add something to that?
Yes, sir. This whatever the idea was taken based on the current existing, the experimentations which are done in the existing open source literature, the whatever the authors have quoted. So those are our source of the ground truth. The ground validation which MRC needs to be done, MRC will actually add the complete database of the ground validated samples, which will these models. We will also try to have newer models which are more complex. While these models will be validated on that, but newer set of models can be made using machine learning and neural networks as a whole that will try to map them continuously or on this continuous range of data to a very high extent of accuracy. Currently, this all is first started with the empirical models, starting with empirical models, get the data, try to fit it on them, then actually see the accuracy. If the accuracy aligns to, let's say, point plus minus 5%, then we say good to go. Then we try identifying newer parameters. With more ground validation data coming in, the ground data or the ground truth data coming in, we will try to tune or we will tune this whatever the fitting we have done so that the accuracy between all the data points will be increased. Currently, the data points being low, so that actually is a key limitation of the unavailability of data, where the data points being low. So in between those points, the interpolation can be inaccurate some of the times. But more or less, this all the idea of this modeling and simulation is based on the current existing framework of how the shrimps or seaweeds behave with changing water quality. The trials with the fishermen will ensure that these models are more accurate, as well as more complex models, just like random forest or the, what can I say? Yeah, random forests are the one value or the decision trees that can be included. So these kind of models will be more range adaptive. They can, for as of now, if we are having certain amount of parameters, certain samples of data, the larger or the enough number of structured data of the parameters which I listed will help me train those decision trees as well as random forest. that will give me more accurate values or the more accurate prediction. Yes.
One more point, sir. Shlok has presented his work in aquaculture conference in Tokyo, and we have received very positive reviews. The second point is that when I talk about models, the models have been fed with tropical data. So that's another thing which is very unique to the work we have done, because most of the other work that is there is not in tropical waters. So getting the tropical understanding is something very important. And so I think these two factors are also, but we very much now, I mean, we wanted to be fully prepared when we go for field trials. And now we are in a, I mean, even the apps, I mean, to see, to understand and to share, even the share apps have been also built. So when you go to this fisherman, you can't, if you show him on a laptop, I don't think he will really connect so well. Now, the thing is that if he's an aquaculture fisherman, he must get even to the extent of the species that he is going to harvest. So this has to be that much specific. So we are definitely working, we are ready to that extent. So in the next couple of months now, because Shlok is in an academic institution and he may not have too much bandwidth to go for field trials. So we have this, as the way we work, we have set of research fellows like Shlok, Romit and all of them. They largely work on high-end data and high-end data analytics and building those algorithms. But we also have a set of research engineers who like Ayush and Shreya and Jay and Shubham and also Rohit. So their job is to absorb what is being developed and then take it to the field. And because field work requires again a very different dynamics. So we definitely, and at some stage, I'm also considering having some of our naval colleagues and like area specific. I mean, if we have to do something in Odisha, then take somebody from there. I mean, I'm in touch with people all across the country. I mean, so that whenever we deploy something in a particular region, then we would have a local person. But at the same time, we are looking for partners. So as I said, we have one partner in seaweeds, but they are also happy to extend support for any other activities in the region. I mean, they are a massive group, a listed company. They have supported us all this way, but we are seeking their support not in terms of just the monetary support, but we are also seeking their support in terms of deploying it. And because there's a lot of work, a normal fisherman will not have the bandwidth to support us. I mean, you have to take measurements on a very regular basis. You have to do a lot of things. So which only somebody with a much bigger setup and resources can do that. So we are very closely related to a big organization. And so we have been promised. So I was just waiting for a stage where we are far more ready. So now I think we are almost there. So that's the point. Yes, sir. So you want to take time? Absolutely, absolutely. And as you rightly said, even while we are generating those, you know, mobile apps or, you know, display mechanism where, you know, how to, now when you look at a display or, you know, the inputs that are there, it has to be very user friendly. I mean, at different levels. I mean, at a policy level, I mean, the former Fisheries Secretary, Mr. Swain, who just retired. So I am in touch with him and we are seeking his support also because at a very top level policy also this has to be driven. So again, this support that we have from the company, they are working very closely. I mean, I'm associated with the seaweed initiative in India, sir. And we have been giving some inputs to them. So, but it's a long process. It's not a small, but my confidence is that once this is implemented, it will be a massive game changer. So that's, and we are doing it in a very systematic manner. I mean, it's like Shlok has worked for 3 years on this. And it's not just Shlok, as he has mentioned, there was an IIT Guwahati student who did an app on it. This is just one species, shrimp. And even if you talk about shrimp, there are so many subspecies of shrimps which are cultivated. We talked about seaweed. Seaweed has got multiple subspecies. So there was so much work to be done. But what has happened is that with his work, he has built a basic framework. Now, this can be easily translated to various species. And as all of you will appreciate, when we have this connect with the community, it is a massive strategic security advantage as well. We have a massive database of people working in a larger community. So that is something we are very keen to build. But it has to be done in a very nuanced manner, and that's what I keep discussing with seniors. That I mean, as I said in the morning, politically acceptable, and social, all that. Without that, it doesn't work. I mean, we are not a startup which is very keen to make money and run away. Certainly not. We are definitely, we want to dig our heels and stay there. So that's because even when you develop something, it's so much of effort and it is definitely one of the top. But sir, you will realize that when we try to implement it on the ground, so much, it has to evolve so much there as well. But the good part is that every line has been written by us. Every line of code is our own. We don't use any software. Every line has been written in Python by our team. So we exactly know what is there in each line. So you tell us something, we can change it right then and there. On the go, my team can work on it. So that is a big advantage that we have. I don't think anybody can claim that advantage. So that's the strength. And we have taken a long time. I mean, me and Sridhar, when we started on something, we thought, 6 mahine mein hum kar lenge. It took us more than 3 years, and then we evolved at a certain level where we could start talking about it. But that is the background that Sridhar has created at the back, and supported by a very a vibrant team. So that's how it goes to the next level. You'll see some presentations tomorrow and day after also by our team. So you'll see there's a lot of depth that has gone into it, and a lot of literature has been generated. Like, we try and request our team to also document everything. Otherwise, it can't be passed on. I mean, now Shlok is parallelly, he's also working on the e-learning modules. So if you do not capture it there, this knowledge will go waste. So that's the way we work. Thank you, Shlok. Any other questions, anybody? Sir.
We also have association, CMFRI, the state agencies who are trying to promote facilities.
Sir, I have been talking to a lot of organizations, to be honest with you. But I think that the collaboration will happen at a little later stage, I feel. Because the way we are working, I don't think anybody else works in this manner. So, to be honest with you, I think I met the directors of all the relevant organizations. And I mean, at the top level, even at the secretary level, I mean, I've met everybody. No, I'm aware of that. You're right. I mean, thanks to MRC, I think I have been part of every forum that is possible, and I have interacted with everybody. So now my attitude is very simple, that we go and just present what we are doing, and we continue to do what we are doing. But at the same time, we are open to anybody discussing with us. But to be honest, we have got support from absolutely corners where we could not have expected. And there are people who are just supporting us because everything costs money. We have been getting support, not too much, but we are surviving. That much I can say. I mean, I'm not worried about survival, but it takes a lot of effort to kind of, make sure that you continue in that manner. But I definitely have met everybody who matters. But probably it will take a little while more to, yes, sir.
Yes, sir, we also associated with this area. There any project running at present, and what is the feedback?
See, we are ready on this, so we can definitely work with you. See, we are an expert agency, but we are not a decision maker. So, but at the same time, see, many times people get confused between products and solutions. We are not selling products, we are selling solutions. Now, otherwise what happens is, when you come with a product, you have to then work out the solution around it. Like you also mentioned कि ये problem हो, because somebody has come with a product to you. But we will work from the design stage. And today, mind you, it is not so difficult. Like अभी कुछ भी करना है तो आपको to see, to understand and to share ही करना है सर. और उससे पहले थोड़ा modeling and simulation. We are ready for it. We can do that. We have everything. I mean, that's what I'm trying to showcase to you. Everything is ready. It can be just implemented on the ground. And we have the capability, like I told you, showed you this Karakwasla thing that we have already done. So we are aware of how to deploy and how to, even, I mean, to that extent, that's what I'm trying to tell you, that waterfront work, if you take an urban dweller, उसको समझ में नहीं आएगा क्या करना है. I mean, to give you an example, Pankaj Tripathi, the well-known actor, he said, मैं बॉम्बे में किसी से बात कर रहा था, उसको मैंने अमरूद का पेड़ दिखाया और बोला ये कौन सा पेड़ है, उसको नहीं मालूम था. You understand what I'm trying to tell you? I mean, your generation will understand what I'm saying. जिसने नहीं देखा है उसको नहीं समझ में आएगा. And it's a joke. Our generation के अमरूद का पेड़ नहीं मालूम आपको. But you can't be insensitive because an urban kid जिसने भी पेड़ नहीं देखा है उस पर आप हंसोगे तो गलती आपकी है. तो वही मैं आपको, that's what I'm trying to explain, that now why is BSF involved in this? Because the coastal community has to be engaged in a meaningful thing, right? But problem क्या होता है sir? You try to expect everything from that same person. We have broken it down into 3 parts. अभी fisheries के लिए भी आपको, if you have to do it in a modern way, you need high-end data analysts, you need domain specialist and the field deployment specialist. A coastal community person can only be the last part. But कोई भी program में आप देखोगे, you want him to do everything. नहीं हो सकता. So what we are trying to say that we bring him, train him for that deployment. That also, Navy may we have a complete branch called seamanship branch. Sir will know that. What is this seamanship branch supposed to do? All kinds of deployment. They understand the nuances. So that training, that's a specialized skilling that is required. So that we have designed those courses for them. They do only that and they do only this. But then there is a team behind which supplies something from behind. So as in our team also, there is a data scientist, there are engineers who have to absorb this and translate. And then it has to go to the ground. They're working, but government agencies will have certain limitations. We don't have that limitation. That's all I'm trying to say. We can be flexible, we can do a lot of things. And they won't have the preparation that we are trying to show you. That is all I'm saying. So it has to be nuanced, it has to be broken down. You tell him only that much that he understands and he can deliver. Otherwise, you tell him you're a stupid guy, you can't do anything. If you give him a very specific task and train him accordingly for that task, he will do very well. And if I tell guys like them to go on the field and they will fail. So that is the difference we have to understand. I mean, today I can talk like this because I spent 25 years in the Navy and 25 years in the academia. But how many people will have that kind of experience? And in the Navy also, I've been lucky that I've done a lot of deployments. I've been skipper of a yacht. No technical officer gets that opportunity to do that. I was skipper Samudra, sir. Probably the only technical officer who's done that. So I even understand navigation and everything. But I have been very lucky that I got that opportunity. But how many people? So if you judge me for my a technical officer for navigation skill, you're being harsh to him. Vice versa, right? So that is what has to be understood. You define it, you train him, and then you deploy him. And if you're part of a larger mega picture, the bigger picture will always look good. And all of us can take credit for that big picture that we have created. But if you expect it from a, individual, or I have myself understood, over so many years, we have covered this distance and we have learned. So that is the difference. So if you are specific, that's what we said. 100 water warriors, I told you yesterday, 100 coastal warriors. This is 100 coastal warriors that you're creating. And if you can create that 100 coastal warriors, after that, you don't have to worry. Those 100 will be in the chain reaction. They will drop. एक गांव से एक लड़का आता है, even recruitments in armed forces. राजस्थान के एक गांव से एक लड़का आता है, and उसके बाद it becomes बिहार से आता है, whatever, or northeast से आता है. and it becomes a chain reaction. Then the whole ecosystem gets, and see, one entry into a reasonably good organization, whether it is paramilitary forces or defense, it changes the nature of that family and then the village and then the community. That's what we are trying to do. And what happens is there are three things. That coastal community, now we have done last workshop that I talked about last year. First week was on policy. We had people all over. Like today, Kim mentioned about David Brewster. He had joined us last time. He's a very, I mean, you know David Brewster. So he joined us last time. So global policy, regional policy, and national policy. And then technology we did. The third one was field interaction. We all went to Konkan Coast, spent a week there. And we tried to understand this difference. In Konkan Coast, I realized 60% population has migrated out to Bombay and they're doing menial work. Now, this thing, what you are trying to do, sir, I mean, this is part of the larger thought. Maybe we can work together on the implementation of it. What is the purpose? If we can stop that migration, if they stay back, if they earn well in their own house, the logistic cost is less than half. The second is you become a hero in your own house. So we can go around the world, get whatever appreciation, but we still seek appreciation back home. When our family says or our community says you've done a good job, that's the biggest certificate that we seek, right? Yes. So that's, I mean, this is a serious security concern also. If the communities can be kept on our side, they won't go on the other side and mischief for you. So this is a very important thing. And I mean, I do understand that. And that's the reason we're all here to discuss this. And this is a very systematic program. I mean, see now, how do you find 100 water warriors or 100 coastal warriors? It's not simple. So we have a very elaborate program proposal on this that, we have workshops like sensitization like this, but we will identify academic institution in that region. The kids who are studying there, we identify them, offer internship and fellowships to them, and then deploy them back there. And this fellowship will carry them for 3 years. By then, they have found their feet in their own place, and they take it up for them. Even if they require a bit of support, we can, and in that process, we also connect organizations. BSF is one, or any, our organizations which are like, we had Coastal Police Officer, that's the reason he's here. We have written to the DGP of every coastal state in the country. All the 9 DGPs have been written to. Some people have responded. They may not respond now, but maybe next time they will respond. But we are trying our best to connect people. And once you find value, then it becomes a system in the organization. So that is the attempt. So thank you. It's I think a very important discussion that we had, and we can definitely work together on that. And we have a very detailed proposal on that. I mean, it's a 3-year program. In that, we will also need people like them. What does he deploy? How does he deploy? Somebody has to tell him that. So that's the backend team which is going to do that. Absolutely. Yes. Absolutely. I'm in touch with his office, but my appointment I shifted because I thought once you all come here, then it was more meaningful for me to go there. So thank you, sir. I was supposed to have met him last month, and he definitely understands technology. I know that. He's a former IIT Delhi, DG is IIT Delhi alumni, and we belong to the same alumni community, and he's IPS officer from Kerala cadre. So Ajay sir, who's coming tomorrow, he's also Kerala cadre IS also. So there's a lot of connections. So, okay, anything else? Any questions from anybody else? Okay, if not, thank you. Thank you, Shlok. So we come to an end of day 2. Thank you very much. I think first 2 days have been remarkable. I mean, I'm quite happy being here, delivering with my team. But tomorrow is again an important day, and I request all of you to be on time. And some of the people who have gone back, your colleagues, please let them know that tomorrow is again an important day. It starts with Dr. Radhika's session. I assure you, you will love listening to her. I mean, she is amazing in terms of her understanding. She has recently published a book also, so that also will be available. Anybody is interested. Then we have Dr. Ajay Kumar, who will be talking to us. Ajay sir is the former Defense Secretary, just retired almost, I think, 8-9 months back. And post lunch, we have Jeffrey Pine from the Northeast South Asia Center in US. He'll be joining us, of course, online. And then we have two of our research fellows, Catherine talking on blue economy and Divya Rai talking on climate change. So thank you very much.
Have a good day. Thanks for